Falling from a roof, Kim tries to make sense of this. He was going to graduate soon, as he endured all these hardships for nothing. But he is sure of something. This is the day that he died. But not exactly, as he survived in a vegetative state. Inside, one of the nurses urges his grandma to pull the plug, as she has not seen any patient wake up after 3 months in such a state. She gets mad, shouting that she will never give up on her grandson. After he fell from the rooftop, he was diagnosed as a vegetative person. He can feel touch, and even hear his grandma's cries for him. He thinks that it will be alright as he has never been sick before. Surely he could stand up soon, but unfortunately in this dark world, he isn't allowed to do a single thing. His grandma grabs his hand, saying that she can't give up on him, as she took Kim and raised him after the loss of his parents. She begs for a sign from him. Anything would do. Kim tries to move with all his might, but to no avail later. His brother also visits, saying that the people who bullied Kim are now bullying him. He can't take much more of this. Grandma also started working in a restaurant to earn money for his hospital fee, but she got injured in the process. His brother laments this ever happening, pleading with all his might to Kim, screaming for him to wake up. Kim in his loneliness thinks that this all must be a dream, and if he waits a little longer, he will surely wake up from this nightmare. No such luck, as 3 years later, he is still there, noting that his brother Hyunjin hasn't visited in a long time. Some nurses talk near him, saying that his grandma fainted, but they don't seem distraught, as now they can turn up the volume of the tea. He thinks about all the people who have done him wrong: Park Min Cho, Young Tae Jong, Min Ho Kang Chang, Odai Kim Yum, and even those teachers who were covering these bastards up. If by some miracle he goes back to the time this all began, he will destroy every single one of them. He thinks about his revenge, beating them continuously in his head. But years pass, 4, 5, 6, 7, with revenge still on his mind. But 10 years pass, and he gives up. Kim finally sheds a single tear, pleading with anyone to end his life. Suddenly a man pops up in front of him, causing Kim to open his eyes. He wakes up thinking it's just another day of the same. But it is not, as he is inside his classroom. Kim thinks it's probably just another dream. But he pinches his cheek and feels pain, causing him to take a pen for confirmation. He stabs the pen into his leg. And sure enough, this is no dream. He really came back behind him. He sees one of his bullies, Park, beating the snot out of someone. With everyone watching helplessly, Kim notes that this situation is the starting point of all his pain. It's that time he goes behind Min, saying one word: stop. Park laughs at his bravery, belittling Kim with his silver tongue, but suddenly Kim punches him directly in the cheek, causing the bully to stop talking. It seems that Kim has come back to his freshman year of high school, to the moment he has been wishing for all this time, the day everything in his life changed. Kim can still remember it vividly. Park was listening to the class half-heartedly, a typical case of a bully who harasses his friends. He also enjoyed a game called Legend Online. He goes up to a classmate, a pretty unfit boy named Lee Jung, and says that he should raise his character in his stead. Lee gives a haphazard yes, and Park takes this as confirmation. That day, he became Park's game shuttle, and his grades fell because of this. Park also asked him frequently for his personal money, dumping it in the game. Because of this, Lee's stress reached a peak, and he lashed out at Park, saying he should take care of it from now on. That was the first time Kim saw violence committed in front of his eyes. He didn't want any trouble, but Lee used to help him with his studies every now and then. He couldn't just watch. He tries to go there, but a classmate stopped him, saying that if he messes with Park, it would be like dating his own grave. Kim knew of the consequences, but still went, as he wasn't that bad at sports, and didn't fall behind in the boys' pecking order. Since the teacher came shortly after, the situation was roughly handled. But ever since that day, Park and his gang have bullied Kim constantly. Every day he was dragged around, and without a day to recover. He was beaten senseless. It was hell. There was no other way to describe his situation. It cuts back to the present day, where Park has just been punched. He tries to react, but Kim swiftly grabs his hand and smashes it into a table, causing him to bleed profusely. He smacks Park around, thinking about how he engraved the situation in his head. As he fell comatose, he notes that Park has a typical fighting style, relying solely on his physique. He is not used to being hit, so he will surely fall after just one attack. It seems that Kim has calculated everything, endlessly simulating this exact scenario in his head all these years. He throws Park at the lockers, bashing him constantly with his leg. He looks sinisterly at Park, thinking of all the people waiting to beat him. A chair suddenly gets thrown in his direction. The perpetrators being Park's clique. They scream for him to stop. But Kim nonchalantly looks at them, saying he doesn't want to. A gigantic dude walks to Kim's location. Kim noting that this is called Park Min-chol's gang, only because he takes the lead when bullying the kids. But the guy that's in front of him is the strongest. Kang Chang, they look at each other. But suddenly a girl rushes into the class, saying that the teacher is coming. They leave vowing revenge on their leader. While class is in session, Park thinks about what happened. Noting how hard he was beaten, he vows to kill Kim. The other guys in his gang are going together here once class ends. Park thinks that he had his guard down. There's no way a nerd like him beat him fair and square, even though he was the class president and would stop Park's bullying now and then. He never crossed the line, but today he did, leaving Park to think about how he should deal with Kim. Inside, another class members of Park's gang discuss the fight. Noting how carelessly Kim acted, it seems they also had something planned for him already. One asks if someone spread rumors about the stories. But whatever the reason is, Kim has looked down on them in front of everyone. If they leave it like that, people won't take them seriously anymore. So even if they have received the request, they will use this opportunity to trample on him. Kang was boiling at the thought. Inside Kim's class, the teacher leaves, causing Park to rise from his seat, prepared to take him down. He does not get the chance, however, as Kim acts first, landing a flying kick directly in his face. He grabs Park's head, saying they should continue where they left off. It seems that this won't end well for Park. With class finished, the gang rises from their seats and leaves for Kim's classroom, prepared to beat him when they get there. However, a lot of people are gathered at the windows looking in. Yoon, the dark-haired one, immediately knows what is going on and rushes into the class. It is too late, however, as Kim has beaten Park out of commission, his blood splattering on their clothes. Bom rushes Kim, who thinks that this guy is the only problem he has. What should be done? The answer is simple. Fighting dirty. He grabs one of the locks nearby and smashes it into Kang's head, knocking the dude out cold. The other two stare in shock. But Kim is not done as he pounces on the one with long hair, throwing him on the ground in the process. Kim punches him constantly, not worried about the one behind him. It's better to finish this guy Cho once and for all if he wants to win this fight, where he is outnumbered. Kim closes in on him, looking at him with deadly eyes. He prepared for a long time for this battle, but it seems that his body isn't fit enough to follow through. Still, he perseveres, having to take out one more person. He turns his attention to Yoon, who is now scared to his wits. He notes that Kim wasn't this strong before, seeing him as some sort of demonic creature, emanating a terrifying aura. Kim approaches him and prepares a punch, intending to knock this guy out. A teacher comes just in the nick of time, saving Yoon, who is reassured at this. Thinking that Kim is doomed, the teacher takes him to the teacher lounge, bashing him for his attitude. He thinks that this is a big problem, because as his advisor, he will have to take responsibility. If he doesn't want to get involved, he has to put all the blame on Kim. He continues to bash Kim, saying that in all these years he's been teaching, he has never seen someone like him. Kim interrupts him calmly, saying that he should not overreact, as this is not the first incident of violence in school. Kim says he can use that skill of his to bury things without escalating them. He wants the teacher to bury the case for him, so he won't get in trouble. The teacher, having had enough of this disrespectful behavior, slaps Kim, causing the other teachers to notice. Kim thinks about all this. This is why he died, not because of the harassment, but because of cowardly adults who are too busy with something else. He remembers clearly how this teacher, Shul, lived as a teacher, taking bribes constantly, a piece of trash that can't be called human. Kim warns him, saying he should stop. If he doesn't, he will tell the others about the bribes he's been receiving, from parents, especially from Young's parents. Even with that out, he has other things to say, for example about the affair he is having with the English teacher. It seems that Kim has full control of this situation. In the past he tried to go to a teacher for help. This exact one, in fact. But it seems like he dodged the responsibility altogether, not punishing the bullies at all for snitching. They beat Kim again and again, with the teacher only noticing this once. Kim thought this would solve all of his problems, but the teacher only turned his face away from the situation, ignoring it completely after that. He tried to solve this matter alone, fighting them for a chance at peace, but he was physically and numerically beaten. He did land a hit, however, and even that was used against him, as John used this opportunity to cause even more trouble for Kim. Even on the school violence committee, he took the punishment alone, but after the coma, he realized he can't take revenge with just his strength. Even adult intervention must be resolved, so that he can take revenge in the truest sense of the word. The teacher is shocked at how much he knows. Looking around to see if anybody has heard his words, Kim proclaims that from now on when he speaks to him, he should think carefully before speaking. Kim tells him even more information, including the fact that he was introduced to Yoon's parents through a university senior, thus taking care of Yoon even before he entered school. As a reward, he receives a payment every month. And the affair he's been having with the English teacher, who is a married woman with 3 children, even knowing the motel they frequent. He sits down warning the teacher about his situation. Even if he has to quit school, Kim will be sure to trample on his life. He remembers that by the time he was in his 3rd year, the affair had been revealed, and his wife had come to school to slap him vigorously. It was also rumored that the wife owned most of the stuff they shared. And if that's true, Kim can monopolize on his fear of this being found out. The teacher bows his head defeatedly, asking for Kim's commands. Kim says that it's simple. He should still be living like trash in the future, but instead of working for Yoon and his friends, he will now only cover up Kim's incidents. If he follows these instructions until the date he graduates, Kim will never reveal his secrets. The teacher bows once again, saying he will try his best. With this card set, he must think of another one swiftly. But before that, he has something to finish. Walking to Yoon's class while thinking this inside, Yoon is furious at the events of today, but calms down thinking that the teacher won't let this matter go. As he is on his parents' payroll, he wonders if the others caught him being scared of Kim, causing him to throw the chair across the classroom, much to the dismay of his classmates. He sits down, thinking that if he had the opportunity to fight Kim again, he would surely win. His prayers seem to have been answered. As Kim opens the door to the classroom, saying they have some unfinished business, Kim punches him instantly, throwing him across the room. He approaches Yoon, who is now immobilized with fear. The only thing he can do is watch. Kim beats him constantly, causing Yoon to think he is a lunatic. A ray of hope appears when the teacher spots this fight occurring, but as in the past, only now with the roles reversed. He walks away. Kim has won this battle. 5 minutes before all of this, the teacher sits down wondering how he can bury this incident. It seems impossible to bury it, however, as this is an incident where 3 students were sent to the hospital. The school would also want the situation to not escalate, but that requires punishing Kim in some way. The parents would make a fuss if he didn't. Especially, Yoon's parents will not turn a blind eye when it comes to their son. They are influential and wealthy people, owning several residential complexes. They also didn't spare any financial support required by the school. The recent renovation was mostly done through their donation, and he also received money from them. There's no escaping their wrath if they find out. He desperately thinks of what to do, and comes to the conclusion that the only thing he can really do is separate Yoon from the incident entirely. Kim has yet to mess with him, so his parents might be convinced to sit on the sidelines. In this particular case, he rises from his seat, rushing to Kim with this idea. His hopes seem to have been crushed. However, as he sees Kim beating the snot out of Yoon, he reluctantly turns away from the situation. Yoon's parents be damned. If his relationship with the English teacher gets revealed, everything will be over for him. Inside the classroom, Kim gets mad that such weak people were looking down on him, noting that in the past, these guys always used to say that he was bullied so much because he was weak, but now Yoon is trembling so much, and he only just started. He lets go of Yoon and sits down. Kim thinks about this, noting that once he messed with Yoon, this incident is almost impossible to cover. He knows this, but if he were to choose his opponents in this revenge, he wouldn't have punched Park the moment he returned. Rather, he would have avoided all conflict and instead lived a peaceful life. But after going through a hellish life as a vegetative person, he only dreamed of revenge. And this is the result of it. There will be an uproar soon with so many people sent to the hospital. The principal wants to make Bright Prospects High School into a prestigious one, so he would try hard to punish Kim for this incident. Even so, a lot of people witnessed what occurred, so he can't cover it up. If he can't handle this school in the first place, he won't be able to dream of the revenge he had in mind. This is only the beginning. Kim gets dragged into a meeting, and the principal talks about what he did with no signs of remorse. Considering this a heinous crime, most of the teachers agree that something must be done, even the English teacher who is having an affair. She tries to suggest expulsion, but her lover nudges her, thinking that if he gets expelled, it's over for them. He looks at Kim, who is knowingly smirking. The teacher tries to protect Kim, saying that he was the first to be bullied in the first place, and that he wanted to catch them in the act. But Kim must have been unable to endure this, and did what he did. Kim was a victim before he was a perpetrator. The teacher tries to rebuke this, but the principal is having none of it, shouting his full name, Kim Yum-chul. The principal thinks Yum's parents won't just sit idly. So to relieve their anger, he must stamp on the perpetrating student. If he is to make this school a prestigious institution, he must maintain his ties with the powerful. He speaks, saying that he shall convene a review committee 1 week from now, and they shall decide Kim's fate in that meeting, so they all should stop spreading rumors about this. As of now, Kim will be suspended until the meeting. Kim gets up and leaves the room. While walking away, Cho follows him, saying that even with the circumstances, he tried his best, so he hopes Kim will hold his temper a bit. Kim laughs at his attitude, thinking that not long ago he was looking down and slapping him. Kim speaks, saying that he did try his best. But it seems that he already knew that Park has been bullying students, hasn't he? He says to keep something in mind until the date he graduates from school. The only way he can stop him from speaking up is to try his best, for his sake regardless of the methods. Unless he shows that much attitude, he will ruin not only Chul's life, but the English teachers too. He can promise at least that. Chul bows his head in agreement. Kim thinks about him. He would have liked to destroy him now, but he is not his true goal. He can't just throw away a useful card like him, not until he lays the groundwork at the school. Chul is only a teacher, but one who wouldn't care about the means or methods just to survive. 1 week from now is the time he's been thinking and planning about for the past decade. A situation will unfold that's completely different from what they're expecting. He goes on noting that it's been many years since he was able to walk in this alley. A shabby villa, no, 00 is only 50 million. One house if it weren't for his parents' insurance money. He would have been living on a monthly salary. He thinks about the time his grandma was forced to move because of the hospital bills. He felt like the world had collapsed. He is now thankful he had a place to return to. He gets inside calling for his grandmother, but she isn't there as she is working at this hour. He remembers that this is all for their family, so being sentimental doesn't help. He goes into his room and opens a notebook. The plan will be precisely accurate. Within 2 years they are going to conquer the surrounding areas and establish a foundation and clean up those people's bases. But in order for that to happen, he must fulfill 3 conditions. First, personal manpower. To bring down those school violence perpetrators, he needs enough strength to face them without being pushed back. Since there's no way for him to train himself to that extent, in such a short time he needs that person. If he can win over that specific person, it will give him a significant advantage in the future. Condition 2 is future opponents are gathering immense manpower. So he must do the same with people who have the same purpose as him. In the end, people play a significant role. He is just a freshman in high school. Even if he has the perfect plan, he can't execute it. He should take the lead and find the people that he needs. And finally, the third condition is background. This problem can be solved because he has experience. He needs the background to put his plan into action, so nothing can stand in his way. And now, the only way to solve the problem with the deliberation committee is to have background, so this is his first priority. Inside a police station, a person with white hair is bashing the policeman, asking if they know who he is. One, having had enough of his constant bashing, says that this old man should shut up. The guy gets even more mad at this notion, saying that he is a 35-year-old single man. We get his name, Myung-jin, construction's oldest son. Do Changbun. He kicks around a policeman, noting that he is a dangerous person, and that they will be in huge trouble if they make a mistake here. Evidently he hit someone, causing the person to be sent to the hospital. Chang thinks about this, saying that if things go south, his opponents will definitely make a fuss about it. Recently his father announced the commencement of the succession race for him and his brother, in order to choose the most capable one to take over the business. He who only has a high school degree, or his younger brother, who graduated from a prestigious university, and also married a famous woman here 3 years ago, are able to monopolize a strong position. Due to that, he is doomed if his father gets a whiff of this incident. The policeman speaks to him, saying that it's his fault as he has beaten up innocent people. They can't just let this slide. Chang vows that they were the ones who hit him first, but as there was no key there, the victim's testimony can't be argued at all. He wonders what can be done, but that's when he spots a teenager sitting in a nearby chair, who says that he is here to testify for Chang. This teenager being Kim. Kim shows the policeman undeniable proof of the situation, and it seems that Chang was right. They really hit him first. The policeman asked how he got this footage, with Kim explaining that he just happened to witness it while walking by. He thought there would be trouble due to the lack of CCTV in the area. So he asked for the black box video of the parked car nearby, and came straight here. Kim excuses Chang's behavior, saying that he only defended himself and that it's not his fault, that he's strong enough to knock out all those guys in one blow. Chang is enthusiastic about the news, noting how good with words Kim is. He also thinks that now with so much evidence, his position in the race is no longer in jeopardy. The cop, seeing all of the evidence, apologizes to Chang, saying he should have listened to him in the first place. Chang gets up from his seat and approaches the cop. He says that he doesn't know the circumstances he is in, but he will remember his face, clearly intending this as a threat. Outside, he puts his hand over Kim, glad that he came to the rescue when he did. Chang hands him a large sum of cash, which Kim immediately pockets, much to his surprise. Kim asks him if this incident happened by accident, but also says all there is to know about him, where he is from, and about the race that is going on with his brother for succession. Chang approaches him feeling threatened by his words, but Kim calms him down, saying he has undeniable proof for his words. Kim knows all about this because he listened to all of it when he was comatose. He knows the story from start to finish. Kim asks Chang for an hour of his time, promising that it's not something that will harm him, and might even save his life. Inside a cave, Kim shows him the other half of the black box. He didn't show it to the policeman as it wasn't necessary, and he could prove his innocence with just that. But 30 minutes before the incident, 3 men gathered in front of that convenience store. At first glance they looked like customers, but for 30 minutes they did not move a single inch, as if they were waiting for someone. The moment Chang arrived they picked a fight. As if asking to be hit, Kim puts his cup down, saying that it's fair to say that Chang himself must be suspicious about this recent series of events. They are happening as if someone intended to. As soon as the succession race commenced, and since then only bad things have been happening to him. Kim tells him that these were all planned by his brother. To undermine him, Chang thinks for a minute he was suspicious as well. But he didn't think his well-behaved brother would do such a thing. He asks Kim why he is telling him all of this. Kim thinks about the company, Myungjan Construction. It's only acknowledged in the countryside as of now, but based on their solid capital and technology, they would succeed in building apartments. Thanks to the chairman's philosophy that you should never play with houses that people live in, they reduced the margin, increased the completion rate, and later put the name of the company in the big leagues. But in the process both of the sons disappeared. Chang was the start of the problem. And not long after, an incident that shook the grounds of Dyson occurred, to the point that even Kim, who was suffering from school violence at the time, knew about it. Chang was aiming for the position, and did all sorts of things, some of which were discovered by his brother later on. Chang, angry at his discovery, punched him extremely hard, and with one blow his little brother became permanently disabled. Their father, furious at this squabbling, announced that both of his sons were incompetent, so he wouldn't hand over the company to them. This is causing an uproar. At that point, digging up the two activities of the two sons became a meme of sorts, and thanks to that Kim was able to trace his memory and find the location of the convenience store. He thinks that, in all honesty, it would be better for Myungjin Construction in the future not to change. The eldest son isn't that evil, but he is incompetent and has a nasty temper, while the second son is a vicious person who does everything, regardless of morality, to achieve his own goal. But this isn't important to him. To Kim, their usefulness in the matter is more important. What's right or wrong, or what kind of effects this change might cause, isn't his business. Kim says that he will help Chang to not only take revenge against his brother, but also take the position of chairman. Chang tries to scoff at this notion, but Kim interrupts him, saying that the people that are currently helping him win the race are merely filling his ears with sweet nothings. While a high schooler like him can decipher the youngest's plot, it's obvious that those people are only informants for his brother. Kim asks for the chance to build their relationship on trust. Chang goes to clear his mind with a cigarette, and Kim thinks about why he chose him. He chose Chang because he is moderately rotten, and would destroy his brother for the sake of power. Chang thinks about Kim's words, and thinks that he isn't wrong. At this rate, his successor's position would be stripped away from him powerlessly. But can he really trust the words of a 17-year-old who he only met for the first time in his life? He remembers his father's words. If he doesn't have any skills, he should surround himself with people that do. If he does so, he will be able to lead Myungjin Construction. Chang goes inside and asks Kim about the plan. After he hears it, he will make a decision. In an undisclosed location, the youngest receives the news about Chang's escape from the situation. Fuming with rage at the thought of his plan not working, he calms down thinking that he still has the upper hand. And at this rate, if nothing bad happens, the successor position will naturally come to him. He doesn't get to finish thinking, however, as the phone rings, and someone tells him that the Manhwa has broken into Handsome office. Kim tells him the plan. In order to win the race, he must face reality. Between him and his brother, the youngest is obviously more suitable for the position of chairman, as he has studied business at a prestigious university abroad, and he also got married to a prestigious family as soon as he returned. That way an official succession structure has been formed. Kim says that nothing was a coincidence. The youngest has prepared everything in order to steal Changhu's position, except for the fact that he is the older brother. Chang has nothing over the youngest. On top of that, he has a lot of incidents. But I would still support him. But even with that, Kim thinks that he has the possibility of winning. Kim smirks and says, what if his brother, who is superior to him in every way, falls to the bottom where he is? If Chang had the same skills as him, who would his father choose? The real competition begins when you stand at the same level as your opponent at the time. The strength of being the eldest will be the thing that cannot be turned upside down. Kim tells him that if he is to win the success war, he needs 3 things: background. He already had lost in this aspect, as when his brother was making good connections with powerful people, he was doing the same with trash from the red light district. The second one is reputation, which is lost too, as Chang is commonly known as the asshole of Dyson. And finally there is ability. He has no hope here as well, as his brother has already proven his worth through accomplishments in the business, while he was out drinking and partying. But from now on they are going to overturn those 3 things. Starting with the background. Kim says that it's not like he can marry into a prestigious family, or get authority out of nowhere, so they have to think outside the box. They have to separate his brother, Chang Suk, from his wife once the support of his wife, who plays a pivotal role in his background, is gone. He will be at the starting point, just like them. Inside an office, Chang Suk apologizes to his father, Go Myung Jin, the company chairman. He calls Chang Suk pathetic, saying that he already contacted the father-in-law and said that he will teach his son a lesson so it doesn't get to a divorce. Also, his wife said that she will be staying away for a while, and she is going to see how he can make it up for her. Chang Suk tries to apologize again, which causes his father to snap, saying that he already warned him that if he plays around with other women, the family will fall. If he was going to play around like that, he should at least be single like Chang. He moves on to his case, asking why he was in a police station recently. He thinks that Chang will claim that he is innocent like he used to. Back to the discussion Kim and Chang had, he thinks that the only thing he needs to do is look for his brother's faults and point them out to his father. He will surely be disappointed, but Kim says that it would be a bad idea. We see that while he was comatose, he heard a documentary about Myung Jin, where it said that he knew what the little brother was plotting against his older brother, but he didn't stop him. Kim thinks about this. Myung Jin didn't prioritize clean conduct when choosing a successor. So even if the successor's private life was dirty, he wanted them to be someone who could contribute to the company. So even if Chang points out his brother's faults, his heart will not waver. Chang needs to display the attitude of a charmer. He must prove that he has changed, and thus Kim tells him the plan in the office. Chang apologizes profusely. This causes his father and brother to be surprised. Chang says that he will be mindful of his position before he acts, also asking his father to let him scold his brother further for what he did. The father smiles, saying that he didn't cause the fight in the first place, but he did his best to avoid fighting. He took care of the problem by himself. He is proud of him outside of the office. Chung Suk warns his big brother, saying that he will find the person who told him about the hotel he was having an affair at, and when he does he will tear that person to pieces. But Chang isn't listening, as he keeps repeating the words his father told him. His father, who always acted strict and didn't show them much affection, has finally acknowledged him. He even patted him on the shoulder. This kind of thing must keep happening from now on. Chang gives Kim a ride home, thanking him for the advice that got his father's attention. He also asks him what he should do to become chairman. Kim calms him down, saying that they only won the first battle, and to become chairman he has to win the other 2 as well. He has plans, but they are hard to execute right now. He says that from now on, Chang should join the company as a minor employee and learn how things work. The plan will come when the time is right. Chang is hesitant at first, but smiles and says that he will do anything Kim says. He says that there is one more thing. They are working together because they want things from each other. So for helping Chang he granted him a wish. He tells him to demand anything. There's nothing he wouldn't do for him. Kim says that he will be direct. He wants Chang to be his. But that's when we see what happens on the day of the review committee. With Young's mother Sanja slapping Chul because he doesn't want to expel Kim. He wonders what he can do as he already talked with Kim. But he won't budge, not even wanting to apologize for what he did. Kim says that he should just use his brain and find a solution. He must understand that if Kim he dies too, so he wishes him good luck while leaving. Chul is on his last legs. What must he do? The committee begins, and the principal says that Chul will explain what happened. He gets up and screams that this case is clear. The bullies of this school, including Young, started harassing their classmates first. This is an absurd case, where the attacker is being treated as the victim. We see that Chang came as Kim's legal guardian. This is probably the favor he asked of him. Chu is surprised, thinking that he has much more cash than Young's family. He's the only one who knows who Chang really is, so he must switch lanes. The principal is surprised at his words, saying that he should tell them exactly what happened, to avoid a misunderstanding. Chu says that for a long time, he was receiving reports of Park's group harassing their fellow students. At first he tried to scold them not to do such things. But as time passed, their harassment got worse. A few days ago, Park was bullying another student, Lee. And Kim, who was there, asked them to stop. He tried to stop them with pure intention. But Park called his friends and started threatening Kim, who had no choice but to defend himself. He knows that Kim went a little too far, but with the knowledge they have, if they just punish him, they will become grown-up scumbags who ignore bullying in schools. The principal says that this is not what they were talking about. This is about how Kim sent 4 people to the hospital for the first time in the history of this school. And the information about the bullying isn't confirmed and has nothing to do with the topic at hand. Whatever Kim's reason was, violence can't be accepted. His heart itches at having to choose who did wrong, but punishment is necessary to stop an incident like this from ever happening. They should do that to help the parents of their student, who have entrusted them with their child, return home with peace of mind. He asks Yeon what happened. He begins talking with a faint shake in his voice, and says that he experienced something entirely different than what Chul said. He was just walking by when he saw Kim beating Par. For no apparent reason, this can be validated by the classmates there. It's a fact that Kim started the fight. He puts his hand over his face, saying that he saw his friend getting beaten, so he had to go help, but with no hesitation. Kim brandished himself with a weapon. The lock, of course. Kim must have also felt intimidated with so many people rushing at him. But he didn't have time to think about his feelings, as he was only concerned about Par. So he doesn't understand why Chul would put the blame on him. Kim also came to beat him again. After Chul scolded him, he beat him in front of the others. We see that Young is brandishing a smile below his hands. He is truly skimmed. The mother gets up and says that they raised their precious son carefully, so that he would never get hurt. But look what happened to his face, and all this just because of a school scuffle. It has only happened to her son now, but they won't know when this might start happening to other kids. They as parents shouldn't be ignorant. They must punish the bully. The other parents discuss, and come to the conclusion that they must punish Kim. Park and his gang, who are at the hospital, think that Kim must be screwed. Now, as Young's mother is a soccer mom, who flips over the school for her precious kid, Park says that is probably true, but if he doesn't get expelled, he is going to harass him to do so. And if he does get expelled, he will be going after him for indemnity. They should all fetch at least $1,000,000. Chong slams his fist and says that they should talk about what really happened. Don't they know that Yom, the demon with the face of a human, planned for all of this? The principal demands he stop calling his student a demon, but Chong says that Yum is not lesser than. He personally checked into Park's group, and they have been harassing and robbing the other students. They are quite famous too. They are so famous that there isn't a person who doesn't know about them. Shang asks him directly why he is trying to cover this up. Is it because he received a bribe? Kim was just trying to defend himself. And Chu also mentioned that they have to look into the fundamentals of this case. Chang says that when they were young, did they just stand still when those kinds of thugs beat them? Young's mother has had enough, and demands to know why he is calling her son a thug. She also demands to know his identity, as he heard Kim doesn't have any parents. We see that Kim really asked for him to become his custodian. John says that if he needs money, he should just say so. Kim says that he needs wealth for the things he has planned, but if he only needed money, he would have chosen simpler ways. He says that he plans to cause a lot of trouble in the school, not just any minor stuff that is common in school, but incidents big enough to cause legal problems, and every time that happens, he is hoping that Chang will have his back and help solve the problem. Kim says that if Chang can do this for him and satisfy him, no matter what he has to do, he will make him the chairman of Myungjin Construction Company. Or perhaps something even greater. Chung accepts, saying he is great at those kinds of things. He reveals his identity to the committee, saying he is Kim's custodian, and also the eldest son of Mongjin Construction Company. Chung says that Kim is like a younger brother to him. He is not the type to cause trouble, but he heard that he was called to a committee, so he came running, even putting aside all the work he had. He says that Cheonil High is a prestigious school, and hopes that Kim can attend it without trouble. He was also planning to sponsor the school in the company's name, but he's considering it now. He says that educators should instill good values in students, and if it is, then why is Kim, the one who fought against the bullying, being punished? They're all ignoring the years of bullying he went through, and punishing him for standing up for himself. Where was all this when he was being beaten? Why did they turn a blind eye when Kim was the victim? If they did so because he was from a poor family, and they received hush money from the bully's family, he promises he won't let this go easily. He will turn this place upside down. The bully that is sitting in the victim's seat, and those who are on Young's side, he will make sure they never step foot in Dyson again. They can take that as a threat. The principal is surprised at this turn of events. Wasn't Kim orphaned, and living with his grandpa and younger brother? If he takes Young's side, he won't be able to dream of getting connections with Myungjin Construction. He will most likely be thrown out of Daesung City if he messes with such powerful people, but this is also a chance to get on the good side of them, even if he is called a traitor. If he thinks about the school's future, he must take Kim's side. He says that he heard about a group of bully kids, and the ringleader was presumably Young. The mother tries to retort this, but no luck, as he doesn't let her speak. The principal says that these are the facts, and this is a place where judgment is placed solely on facts alone. Kim is a high-achieving student. He must have a reason, so they must let him tell his side of the story. Kim says that he told the teachers multiple times about it, but he got hit with the same answers. That Park is actually a good student, and they were just playing around, so he should be a man about it. Even if the teachers looked further into the case, they would just lightly scold them, as he did hit Young and also sent the others to the hospital. But why is he sitting here? Only because he hit them once, because he is in the wrong. No, it's because they thought he was powerless. He demands that the gang that has been committing such deeds, until now, be punished first, and if not, he will spread the word about this incident outside of school. Everyone will know the reality of Cheonil High, and it will become a disgrace to Dyson. There must be a definitive punishment. The mother says that she will never allow her son to be held accountable, and calls her husband. He answers, and she explains the situation, saying that they are blaming Yoon for all of this. Just because Kim's custodian is the eldest son of Myungjin Construction, the husband gets furious, demanding she return at once. That men can destroy their family and everything they build in a second. Let Yoon take any punishment. That same night, Kim thinks about what happened with Yoon getting expelled, and him only getting 100 hours of volunteer work. Yoon tries to retaliate with his fists, but his own mother stops him. Kim smiles and demands he get on his knees and beg. Young asks why he would do such a thing as he is already expelled. Kim says to ask his mother, who turns her face away. He whispers into Young's ear that he should try his best to soothe him, as this might not end with just expulsion. The mother desperately urges Young to beg, and he does so. The scene mimics what Kim's grandmother did in his past life. Kim kneels at his level and says that he doesn't feel any better, so he should start praying, because his future will be filled with only misery from now on. With the deliberation committee's end, he has taken one step closer to the mastermind of the gang, who tried to push him to his death. Kim meets with Park at night, who thanks him for coming, but Kim is not here for small talk, saying that he should get to the point. Park does so and apologizes for his actions, as he was immature and wasn't thinking about other people's feelings. After he spent a week in the hospital, he accepted the decision and promised to never hurt anyone again. But he also asked Kim to let this go, as he asked the teacher, and if Kim agreed, they wouldn't get expelled. Park tries to convict him, to the point where this seems like blatant begging. Kim thinks about this. Even though they act high and mighty in front of everyone, they are still high schoolers with unstable lives. They won't be able to find another school here in Daesan, so they must believe that they will be stamped for the rest of their lives as criminals. Park also tells him that someone gave them the order to bully him, but Kim knows he knows very well. While he was in a coma, a student who was bullied just like him threw himself off the rooftop. The note he left behind contained the truth. The Golden Circle, an organization founded in prestigious schools in Gangnam. The core members were unknown even to him, who came from the future. The founder of this group saw students suffering because of bullying, and had an intuition that this would be a profitable business. He recruited bullies or kids with strength, and sought out students who had powerful status, or were otherwise wealthy. And he offered them protection. A system was formed, so the students he managed would receive excellent grades. And if the member was falling behind in grades, the recruited bullies would remove the top-ranking student. This seems to be why Kim was targeted in the future. Kim saw that the outlying members of the circle were revealed, but shortly afterwards the case was buried. And the identity of the real Golden Circle was not revealed until the very end. But in order to get his revenge on the ones who pushed him to the brink of insanity, Kim must know more about them. Kim tells him that he was probably hired by the Golden Circle. But it's strange, as they are based in Seoul and Jin, so their power shouldn't reach here in Daesun. So who hired him? Park says that it was Shin Yun-min. Kim knows this name. He is a third-year student at the school, and a bully who holds the school in his palm. He didn't think that he would be a member of the circle, because the Golden Circle also leaves requests for people who are outside their scope. Shin might not know the client himself, but he at least must be in contact with the circle. Kim can draw the circle out by using him, but Shin wouldn't give information that easily, and he's so strong that he will debut as a professional fighter in the future. Right now he needs to get rid of him first and foremost. Kim asks if Park wants forgiveness and grabs him. Kim notes that there are layers upon layers of feelings he has accumulated over the years. Forgiveness, repentance, he will never allow it. Kim gets close and tells him that this will happen from now on. If they ever meet again, he begins being Park. And while doing so, he thinks that in his previous life, Park and the others were extremely successful, with Park having a daughter, and that was the whole world for him. Kim couldn't believe it, so perhaps this is karma, doing what it does best. For the trauma and suffering Kim has experienced all this time. The next day at school, Kim's classmates discussed the situation, saying that he was quite shy and kept to himself before. So when did he turn this violent? He arrives in the classroom, with everyone shutting up at the sight of him. Kim sits down, and that's when Lee comes from behind to thank him, saying that he is indebted for what he did to those bullied. Kim asks why a kid who didn't want anything to do with him, when he heard what was happening, a kid who was too scared to testify, is thanking him. Kim says that he doesn't care what happened to Lee from now on. He doesn't want to see his face around here anymore. On the rooftop, Shin discusses the plan with someone else, saying that it has been ruined. Now that Kim has the backing of Myun Jin Construction, nobody can lay a hand on him. In Daisen at least, the guy there asks if he's just going to give up. But Shin denies this, saying that this isn't that bad, and it could always be worse. They now have the opportunity to make more money, and if they can make a lot just by taking care of one meager high schooler, they should be extremely thankful. He also tells the guy to get the head of the freshman on the rooftop, now while the class is in session. Kim thinks about the situation. In order to take down the Golden Circle, he has to excel in school, because that's the kind of person the circle targets. To one of the members, he is just a thorn in their side, since he also got great grades in middle school. So somewhere in the classroom or in the school, the real culprit is hiding, the one who wants Kim gone so that they can be the top student. He does have a few suspects now, but nothing concrete. So what he needs to do now is prepare for the future. After school, he goes to Yeondu Chul, Korea's first ever fighter to become the OVO World Champion. But now he is just a remnant of the past that no one cares about. He goes inside and says that he is here to register, as he wants to become good at fighting. On the roof, the head of the freshman arrives. Jin Woo-shen notes how big he is, and that he was in a wrestling academy before, but he wants a favor from him, to cripple Kim so that he can never be normal again. Chul explains the benefits of joining the gym to Kim, who thinks that he didn't recognize him at first, but he is really the former champion. He asked him why he wants to join the gym, and he says that he wants to be good at fighting, good enough to beat all of the bullies like dogs. Shu looks at him, saying that a gym isn't a place where he is encouraged to fight. And if the reason he wanted to join the gym is for just this, he cannot accept Kim. Besides, if he works out a little, the bullies won't be able to do anything to him, so why doesn't he just do that? Kim thinks about Ju. He could have lived a great life with his fame. But there's a reason why he's running such a rundown gym now. Prohibited drugs. In the doping test conducted after the third match to defend his title, he was found to have anabolic steroids in his system. He admitted it publicly without making excuses, and ended his career right there and then. But Kim doesn't care about any of that. What he cares about is the talent he has, as Chul made an untalented third-rate fighter into Korea's best. If he can get this man to train him, he will get much stronger. Kim says that he did whatever it took to defeat his opponents when he was a fighter, and he's basically doing the same. So there shouldn't be a problem, right? Joe notes that he was stupid then, and if he could turn back time, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. Making a bad choice, for a result that can be attained through hard work, will make him fall really hard. Just like he did, Chul gets up and demands Kim leave, as he has nothing to teach him. But that's when Kim says that he will give him 100 million won, as he knows he needs the money right now, and if he promises to teach him, Chul will have the money within a day. He will also pay in advance, so even if he quits in the middle of training, he has nothing to lose. Kim adds that he knew all the outcomes of choosing the drug, but he did it anyway. All that happened was because of his actions. It's the same for Kim too. If he learns to fight from him, he may end up worse than expected. He may become disabled or live his whole life in jail. But he has come here knowing the risk, and is determined to endure such a future. He needs an instructor like Chul. He says that he will never let Kim use drugs. He will be helping by teaching. But first, if Kim can endure a round against him, he will acknowledge his determination, and accept the offer. That night he comes back home. Beaten to a pulp, the grandma is shocked to see him like this, and demands to know who did this to her child. And Chul is sitting in the gym messaging someone. We see that Chul warned Kim before they started fighting, saying that he met quite a lot of people who came here for bullying, but he didn't care much about their goals, as those are just words. Words that are meaningless when you stand in the octagon. There were people who were quite confident, but they soon begged him to stop. After the fight started, he explains the rules. 3 minutes no ground. Kim has to endure just one round. If he can endure this, Chul promises to train him. They get into positions, and he notes Kim's crappy posture, but otherwise fearless attitude. Chul goes in for a punch, which Kim manages to block. But it doesn't appear so, as Chul gets through his block and throws Kim on his ass. Chul demands that he stand up, as it's been only 10 seconds since they started. The fighting begins and Kim can do nothing except block. Chul's punches suddenly stop, and that's when he hits Kim in the leg, causing him to fall down. Chul says that they should stop, but Kim gets up and demands they continue the fight. Chul's endless onslaught continues, with Kim wondering what to do. He tries to go in for a punch, which gives Chul the perfect opportunity to uppercut him, presumably ending the fight. Chul tries to leave, thinking that he can't sell himself to a person who can't endure. Even this, he mustn't fool himself ever again. But to his surprise, Kim gets up, saying that it's not over yet. She looks at him and spots the malice and despondency in his eyes. He must trample on him before he becomes a demon. She notes that his consideration ends here. He will not hold back any punches. He continues to wail on Kim, but suddenly stops, causing Kim to think that he will hit him in the leg again. But Shu has other plans, as he lands a perfect kidney shot on Kim. He says that there's 1 minute and 30 seconds left, so if he doesn't get up in about 15 seconds, he will consider this fight over. Kim tries to do so, but his body won't listen to him. Kim is desperately trying to get up. He has been waiting for this moment ever since he was in a coma. If he doesn't want history to repeat itself, he has to get up. He slowly rises from the ground, thinking that if he can get revenge, he will even jump in the devil's den willingly. So until he rips everyone to pieces, he can't fall down. Chul notes that the punch he delivered just now is something even a pro fighter would struggle to recover from. Just what kind of life has Kim been living? If a person like him learns to fight, his life will spiral out of control. He must stop Kim right here and now. He closes the gap instantly, and delivers a mighty punch. Kim demands that his body endure it. Even if he gets a broken nose or his teeth get knocked out, he must endure it no matter the cost. 12 seconds remain on the clock, and Kim still stands. Chul continues to beat him. But just as he is about to deliver the final punch, the clock chimes. This is Kim's victory. Chul leaves, and says that the hospitals are closed now, so he should go tomorrow, and not tell anyone he did this. He also demands Kim follow him, as he has to give him his bank account number. We see that a few days ago, a broker from a Manhwa association offered Chul a deal. They would pay him if he used drugs one more time, and joined a match in their tournament for public excitement. Chul sees the money Kim gave him, and thinks that, had it not been for him, he would have accepted the deal. Kim eats a meal while at home, saying that he just fought some bullies at school, so it's nothing too serious. He also asks his grandma if they still have the housing subscription savings account. The grandma confirms this, saying she's been saving 100,000 every month for years now. Kim says that he heard that Myungjin Construction is launching an apartment subscription program this month, so they should try and secure the deal. The grandma adds that even if they are selected, they can't move if they don't have the money. Kim says it's fine. They can borrow from a bank or easily sell this flat. And if they can't handle the payments in the future, They can sell the right of sale to others. She applauds his knowledge of real estate, but he says that it's nothing. He thinks that Cheng will put his grandma at the top of the list. Of those selected, he wanted to give her the 100 million won. But she would have been suspicious as to where it came from. The next day Shen congratulates Jinwoo on a job well done, saying that he heard from the freshman that Kim got beaten to a pulp. So from now on he can tell that he is close to him, and that they should hang out after school. Jinwoo doesn't know what is going on, but goes along with it, thinking of this as an opportunity. He goes inside the school to check on Kim, and it seems that it's true. He really was beaten up. Jinwoo notes that Kim must not be that strong if he was beaten up like that, so he plans on making a move soon. He also tells his goons that they should intimidate all the freshmen, warning them that if they talk with Kim, they will suffer for it in the game. Chol says that Kim needs stamina for anything he does, so he needs to train first. Kim does so, and endures 2 hours of rigorous training. If he wants to beat Shen, who has been trained for years, he must at least endure this. Moreover, he is not even his real target. He also needs to get stronger, so that he can beat up the guys in the golden circle. Chol notes Kim's tenacity. The training lasted for 2 hours, but he was pushed to the limit every second of it. He has potential. Skulls says that ever since he was found doping, he's been researching how to be the best without illegal methods. So from now on, he will be applying the outcomes of his research to Kim's training. If he can keep up with this, he will become strong enough to make anyone kneel before his might. 1 week later, Kim sits in class when suddenly a boy approaches him. Siwoo, who tells him that he didn't do anything wrong, and that he doesn't want to be on the same side as those who are ignoring him. Kim asks what he is talking about, and Siwoo explains that Jinwoo said that he will kill anyone who tries to get close to him. Kim asks why he came then, and Siwoo says that they have been close since elementary school, so even if he is beaten to death, he can't ignore a friend who is being bullied. Kim notes that Siwoo tried to save him before, but he got bullied in the process, so he pretended not to know him at all. And one day while he was comatose, Siwoo came to apologize for being so weak he couldn't protect his friend. And if there was another lie, he wouldn't leave Kim alone. He grabs Siwoo's hand and says that he shouldn't act like they are close. He needs to do what the others are doing, because what he is going through is none of his business. Siwoo leaves, reminding Kim that he will do what he wants to do, and that he won't leave him alone. Kim notes that in the process of fulfilling the golden circle, he doesn't know what kind of pain and suffering will befall him. Siwoo can't get involved in this. All the relationships except his family should be cut off. He shouldn't involve others in the fight. While getting ready to leave, Kim heard that Jinwoo got a hold of Siwoo and is beating him. As they speak, Kim rushes out of the classroom, hoping to save his one true friend. We see that in a room Jinwoo is confronting Siwoo, asking why he talked with Kim. Did he not hear his warning before, or is he just that stupid? Siwoo approaches slowly, saying that he speaks to whoever he wishes to and Kim is his friend, so they should stop playing around and get serious. Jinwoo tries to say something, but he doesn't get to as Siwoo kicks him in the face, causing Jinwoo to fall on his ass. He gets furious and orders his goons to attack. They surround him and the fight begins. While fighting, Siwoo thinks about Kim. He tried to warn him about this, but he still got caught in it. But he couldn't just pretend not to see what was happening. Kim might be a little extreme, but he is still the same as he was back then, a true friend. So he won't give up on him no matter what he has to go through. Siwoo is skilled, but with so many people attacking him, he is weakening suddenly. Jinwoo comes from behind and uppercuts him, incapacitating Siwoo. He throws him into the wall, saying that he is nothing even with his useless martial arts. Jinwoo continues to slap him, saying that he should have heeded the warning. Now he will make his life a living hell, so he better be prepared. Suddenly, the door gets kicked open by none other than Kim, who approaches with confidence. Kim thinks about Jinwoo. He had to defeat him anyway, but he is in a whole another weight level, so in order to win he needs to annoy him a bit. Kim begins insulting him, throwing snarky remarks about his weight, and says that he only won against Siwoo because it wasn't a fair one. Jinwoo has had enough and orders his goons to stand back, as he will take care of Kim alone. He charges in but gets stopped by Kim, who throws a jab in his face, also insulting him further. This makes Jinwoo's attacks even larger, giving Kim the opportunity to wail on him with his newfound abilities. And with one final punch he knocks him to the ground. But it doesn't end there, as Kim needs to engrave fear into Jinwoo. So he continues hitting him, blood splattering on the ground while he does so. Jinwoo is on his last legs and begs Kim to let him go. He grabs him by the shirt, saying that he was the one who beat him, right? So there shouldn't be a problem if he says it again. So he should in front of everyone. Jinwoo apologizes, saying that he was forced by Shin to do it, so he couldn't possibly refuse. And about his victory, those were just baseless rumors. So he begs Kim to let him go, promising to not do anything like this ever again. Kim lets go, issuing a final warning to not put a hand on Siwoo ever again. And if he catches him doing something like this, he will follow him anywhere and end his miserable life. In the infirmary, Kim notes that Shu should have done the same thing as the other people. And if he doesn't want to experience something like this again, he shouldn't get involved further. Siwoo stops him, saying that before he lost consciousness, he saw Kim coming in a way. They are alike, as Kim came to his rescue just like he would have. How can he ever ignore such a friend? He doesn't know what his business is, but the facts are the same. They are friends. And even if he has to go through something like this again, that won't change. Kim notes that it wasn't a coincidence that he fought Park's group. And he was the one who started the fight in the first place, because they deserved it, and this is just the beginning. As he plans to tear anybody involved into pieces, even if he has to sell his soul to do so. Siwoo tries to say something, but Kim interrupts him, saying that he went through something terrible that he can't speak about, and he is looking for a revenge only. So if Siwoo will stay near him, more things like that will happen with much worse opponents. Kim says that he thinks of Siwoo as a friend, but that's all. He is not the same friendly Kim from the past. So from now on he shouldn't get involved, as he will never be able to handle what is coming. Siwoo clenches his teeth in frustration, and Kim looks down with a dim expression, outside of the infirmary, thanking him for everything in his class. Shin admires the amount of cash he is making from the Golden Circle jobs. To think so much cash only for bullying some kids. He has to ask for more commissions in the future, and if he makes some connections, he might be able to live as a Golden Circle broker, even after graduation. His thinking gets cut short as Kim opens the door, asking him if he is the one named Shin. He confirms this, and Kim wastes no time in attacking, going for a kick which Shin barely manages to block. He tries to ask Kim what this is about, but he doesn't let him, and continues the onslaught of attacks. Shin notes that Kim must have likely learned to fight from somewhere, but he isn't powerful, and his patterns are predictable. But it doesn't appear to be so, as Kim suddenly swerves and lands a wrenching gut punch, and he also reveals his identity. He is the one he was looking for all this time. Shin tries to speak once again, but Kim does not care for words, so he grabs a chair and bashes him in the head with it. This surprises Shin, who thinks that he must give it his all in this fight. Kim throws the chair and goes for a punch, but Shin catches it, allowing him to go on the offensive. Kim tries to block, but Shin knows a few tricks too, and fakes the attack. Kim notes that compared to Chol, he is nothing. He also knew that he couldn't beat Shin in the first place. This was a fight just to prove himself. He never planned on winning on her, so he has to risk it all on this one chance. Kim suddenly grabs Shin's leg and grabs him whole, throwing him into the nearby window. He holds him over the window, and Shin demands to know what Kim wants. He says that he wants to end this with one of them dying. Suddenly the other people in class grab Kim, who notes that he will hunt down Shin, and that this will never end until he dies. Kim gets dragged away by the other students, and one of them asks Shin if he is okay, as his back is full of glass shards. 30 minutes later, a message can be heard over the speakers. The students whose names will be called have to present themselves to the principal's office. Chil arrives at the scene, and seeing the amount of blood left behind by Shin, he wonders what he can say to the principal to save Kim, but much to his surprise the principal orders him to ignore it. He heard that in the Myungjin construction company success race, the eldest son Chang has suddenly risen in popularity. When Chang decided to sponsor the school, he said that he would sponsor a significant part of the operating expenses. And if he became chairman, he promised to greatly increase the amount. The principal notes that sponsorships are different, as people do them only when the recipient has something they want. So why would Chang sponsor a school like theirs? For goodwill or perhaps reputation? None. The answer is the request that Chang made. As long as Kim is this school's student, no matter what he does they must cover it up. So they should let this pass, and Shu should take care of it, as he is adept in this business already. And of course, the performance and other special benefits will be given to him. As a priority, he also notes that Chang saved a couple of spots in the upcoming housing project Myungjin construction is doing. Doesn't he want an apartment separate from his wife, so he can better hide what he's been doing? From now on all they have to do is take care of Kim. Chol is enthusiastic and says he will do his best from now on. The principal notes his reliability, and says that Chul should address him as big brother, since they are in the same boat. Chul grabs his hand and says that he will help him make this school the most prestigious in all of Korea. So, the principal will surely become the legend of Dae's son in the future. The principal notes that if Kim graduates without any problems, the school will have Myung-jin construction on its back. So they both have to work hard. Suddenly someone comes into the room saying that Kim was hit. Shocking both of them, they begin interrogating Shin, who tells them that he is innocent. Kim was the one that started the fighting. The principal bashes him for assaulting a student who is 2 years younger, and Shell continues, saying that they have been keeping an eye on him, as he has been beating others every time he gets the chance. Shin, having had enough of this, screams that he almost fell off the building and died, and that there are also witnesses. Chill crouches to his level, and says that there are always witnesses. The problem is believing them. So they should go outside, grab someone and ask them, an ordinary student, or a criminal like him, who would be at fault. Shin curses in anger, causing Chu to grab him by the clothes, saying that he should talk properly from now on, and that if he doesn't admit to this crime, he will be seriously punished. Shin looks at both of them. The adults in front of him were as rotten as himself, and he finally realized that messing with Kim was a bad idea. So he apologizes. While walking away, Sherry notes that he is about to graduate, so he can't let such a thing drag him down. So even if it cost him some money, he has no other choice and must ask for help from outside. In a car, someone notes that the situation is pretty bad, though it's common for them to use one's background. How did Myung-jin construction get involved in all this? All the students who were trying to harass the target were expelled, and even the teacher is protecting him. As the broker, he has no choice but to take care of the mission himself, as the Golden Circle doesn't forgive even one single mistake. He drives away with the Golden Circle regional broker Kang Tae-gun. He goes to speak with the principal, saying that Shin was punished unjustly. The principal says that they did no such thing. He thinks that he will break easily, and he talks about the incident where 4 people were sent to the hospital, but the attacker was punished lightly, so perhaps they are giving special treatment to Kim. If that is the case, he won't let this go easily. The principal laughs, saying that when in Daesan-do, as the people of Daesan-do, they didn't drag this into a criminal case because they thought about the future of their students. They have also already talked with the police about this, so he can do whatever he wishes. Tae-gu warns him once again, saying that he will do it. The principal says that he doesn't know what he wants to do, but he is sure about one thing: in this place such a threat won't work. Tae-gu goes to the police, but no deaths, as the policeman there says that the case was an act of self-defense. So even they could see what really happened. Should they really go that far and ruin a student's life? And if they were to punish Kim, they would also have to take Shin into custody. Tae-gu gets mad, smashing the table, and says that if they don't take this seriously, he will publish about what happened on the internet. The policeman sighs, saying that this is Daesan, so whether he publishes it or not, it doesn't matter. Will this calm down if he just goes on vacation? Tae-gu is shocked and wonders what happened to this village. He calls someone who tells him that the chief of police is really close with the principal, but still everyone knows each other in a village like this, so they're all probably keeping quiet. Tae-gu finally gets at the reason the principal was so confident was because he trusted the local cartel. The issue regarding local cartels is that there would be a way to intervene if it simply involved personal interest, but local sentiment, a kind of territorial psychology, excludes outsiders from interfering in local affairs. Tae-gu thinks that this is probably why nobody takes these rural jobs, and remains in Seoul. He cannot fail this job, as the Golden Circle has never failed a single request so far, so it's no stretch to say that they all owe their current reputation to them. But even if he does fail, another broker will be sent to complete the request, and if that were to ever happen, his life will surely be ruined in an instant. The Golden Circle never spares in times like these. Tae-gu needs to calm down and think about how to find a way out. He calls Shin and says that he can't help him in this situation, as he is the mercenary, and messing with the Golden Circle is no joke. Tae-gu tells him that instead of fighting Kim, he should somehow bring down his grades by any means. He also warns Shin, saying that if he were to fail, they wouldn't just punish Kim, but him as well. This is the kind of organization the Golden Circle is. Shin closes the call and wonders how that can be done, but he suddenly gets bashed in the head by Kim, who's been behind him all this time. The next day, Shin hears what his classmates are saying about him and Kim having a fight yesterday, which he apparently lost with no injury to Kim. We see what really happened. Shin tried to attack, but Kim warned him, by saying that the request must be more important than his life, causing him to stop. Kim notes that he already knows the broker came to see the principal, so the situation is pretty clear. But Shin better think this through, as Kim's guardian is the eldest son of Myung Jin Construction, so he never planned for this to be a problem. Kim adds that if Shin messes with him, it won't end with just his expulsion from the school. He will drag him to the criminal court and get him convicted for his actions, no matter what, and after he gets out of jail. The people from Yongjin Construction will be waiting for him, and they will do anything in their capacity to make sure he can never do anything indecent ever again to live like a normal person. He would have to leave his hometown, but even that might not stop Kim. Shin is extremely scared and asks what he wants. Perhaps Justice Kim says that he only wants one thing: to destroy the people who mess with him. He grabs Shin by the shirt and says that, if he wishes to live like a human here in Dyson, he must endure what his victims endured. He begins to wail on him, and that's how Shin got his injuries. He thinks that he can beat Kim with ease. But the problem is Chang and his group. But if he were to leave Kim, the Golden Circle would come after him, and if the rumors are right, he would have wished for expulsion or conviction, instead of messing with them. He slams his head against the table, thinking that he doesn't have a choice. The only thing he can do is wait, and hope that Kim's grades somehow drop. Kim thinks that this threat is only temporary. But after the exams are over, things will be completely different. The moment he scores an overwhelming grade in the exams, everyone's emotions will explode. Shin, who is just trying to survive in the Golden Circle, must succeed at any cost. And the requester, who won't be able to see Kim fall. The moment that happens, he will have achieved his goal. He shakes a bit, thinking that if he can get what he wants, nothing else matters. Whether he uses the principle or acts evil and cowardly, it doesn't matter looking at the situation now. Everything is exactly as he planned. Now nobody can touch him for the rest of his school life. This is a barrier built purely with malevolence. That gives Kim a sense of relief. Later he goes to the gym to train. And it seems that Kim has some hidden talent. Even his coach commends him for it. If it wasn't about the money, he would have suggested he try his luck at being a pro. Kim clothes himself and gets ready to leave. But that's when Siwoo comes inside the gym, saying that he has a consultation scheduled today. A few days ago when Siwoo was rescued by Kim, he noted how much he had changed. It was almost as if he was a completely different person from what he once was. He sheds a tear thinking about what Kim said to him earlier. What can he do now suddenly? A student barges into the infirmary, saying that Kim is in a fight with Shin. This makes Siwoo think that he is still the same friend, who always had his back now. He wants to instill in people that there is a problem. When they mess with Kim, he gets up and looks out the window, saying that if Kim is going that far for him, how can he give up on such a friend? Back to the present, Kim asks what this is about, demanding that he not take Siwoo in. He will even pay what he has to, but the coach shuts him off, thinking that having a friend with him will make him less likely to get into trouble. He grabs Siwoo's shoulder and leads him into another room, saying that it's his decision whether he makes him a student or not, and Kim can leave as his training is over for today. The coach asks him directly if he knows what Kim is training for, and Siwoo confirms this. He says that this gym doesn't encourage youngsters to fight, so he can't accept him. He would have liked to kick out Kim too, but due to some circumstances, he can't. Siwoo says that he understands what the purpose of a gym is, but demands that he look at his wounds. He got them while he was trying to protect Kim. The severity of bullying in schools is way worse than adults can imagine. If Kim had not saved him at that time, he would have most likely been crippled already, so he cannot ignore a friend like him. He asks the coach not to force him to join another gym, as he believes Kim chose this gym with a purpose. He hands him some money, saying that if it's not enough, he can begin to work part-time. The coach slams his fist into the table, asking why this is so desperate at such a young age. Siwoo notes that even if he doesn't accept him in the gym, he plans on sticking by Kim's side. The coach thinks about this. In a situation where even his best friend is being bullied, can he really tell these kids who are living in hell that using violence is wrong? He sighs, saying that he can come to the gym tomorrow, but warns that if he can't handle the training, it's over. Siwoo tries to leave, but gets stopped by Kim, who says that the coach might have taken him in, but he doesn't accept him just yet, so he has to prove himself. Prove that he can crawl back from the bottom of hell. They go into the ring, and Kim says that Siwoo already knows what he is planning to do. Those things won't help their future lives. So what will he achieve with his involvement friendship? He might end up dead because of the day after day fighting, or perhaps end up in prison for the rest of his days. Can he really handle it? Siwoo notes that this is why he wants to help him. because 2 is better than 1. With that the fight begins and Kim closes the gap, but Siwoo attacks with a kick, saying he shouldn't forget that he is an athlete. They exchange a few blows and Siwoo adds that if it were a 1v1, he would have beaten Par. Kim thinks that Siwoo is really a good athlete. When he was active in the taekwondo scene, he was called more specialist, and swept away all the gold medals he could win. However, during a tournament, he fought against the son of the Korean Taekwondo Association leader, and lost due to an unfair decision by the referee. After that he gave up on the sport. But his determination never left him. Kim puts him on the ground, asking if he knows about the technique called kit cash, that is used in the Ma. He hits Siwoo, saying that he should surrender. But this only makes Siwoo think about the many times Kim protected him. And with newfound determination, he tries to hit Kim but misses, and he continues his onslaught of punches, asking Siwoo to beg him to stop. Siwoo laughs, causing Kim to stop. He asks why he is doing this. Hasn't he done enough for their friendship? Siwoo says that he can't forget those memories, where he didn't do anything but was still beaten, but then Kim showed up, and always helped him. So why is he doing this? Because he knows Kim didn't do anything wrong. He can't ignore his situation. After all, it's his life. So he can do whatever he wants, right? It's his decision. The coach suddenly barges into the ring. He says that they should stop fighting, and instead come work out with him. He will bet his life that they can get to the top of the oval stage. The coach notes that both of them are talented, so how are they getting bullied? They can sure take down a few guys. At least Siwoo has his kicks, which at his age are extremely accurate and powerful, and Kim's mentality, which holds a good sense of judgment, and the ability to detect gaps in the opponent's defense. The coach offers them this, as their abilities are exceptional, and it would be a waste not to use them. They should drop out, forget about school, and focus on sports. Even though he is operating a run-down gym, he still has connections with many athletes, so he can truly bring them to the top. Kim asks him why he did MA, and he says that he did it because it suited his interests. Kim notes that this is precisely why he can't. He is not interested in fighting. It hurts so much that he wants to give up every single moment. But since he has a purpose, he has to achieve it no matter what it takes. Kim says that Siwoo should think about it. But if he accepts, they will call the deal off, and continue their own way. He goes outside and Siwoo follows him, saying that he won't regret doing this with him. Kim says that he won't stop him anymore, but he has a few conditions. First, he's going to train with him every single day. Second, he must be involved in matters he can handle. So if it's a hopeless fight or a legal matter, he must leave immediately. And third, from now on, Myungjin Construction will give him a living wage every month, and finally, he should study. When the time comes to escape this hellish reality, he hopes he can have a much better life than he ever did. Kim thinks that this is for the better, as he can use this situation to change Siwoo's future as well. He arrives home where his brother is watching his favorite team play. Kim says that he is going to cook for them, so he should keep watching that. He thinks that in his previous life, this team that his little brother is rooting for made it all the way to the championship game. He didn't say it at the time, but he must have wanted to watch the game directly. He loved games, but never once asked for a computer. He was just a sweet little brother, who never let on that he could spend much time outside, having fun with his grandmother. His little brother, and Siwoo, at the very least, so that people precious to him won't have to suffer. He will get better, and live differently than before. He is going to tear down anything that gets in his way. Suddenly he gets a message from the coach, saying that he crossed the line and asking him to become a pro, but still he should do it if he ever changes his mind. A few weeks later the midterms begin. The top 10 who have yet to be acknowledged deserve a place of evaluation where they can prove their existence. The papers get passed around, and Kim thinks that if he can't get good grades, his plan will be over. He could have also easily gathered evidence and exposed the golden circle, but Kim was determined enough to completely destroy it. So in order to drag out the real golden circle, he must become an immovable obstacle in their path. He must continue like this so he can crush their disgusting pride. And they can succeed every time. This moment is the true beginning of revenge. After a while he sheds tears, saying that he prepared so hard for this exam and put in so much effort. But he remembers everything. He remembers all the correct answers. Kim only found out then that the person called Kim was still stuck in his school days. Even while he was bullied, he studied diligently, regretting those days. While living in a vegetative state, the memories of his past life were still in his mind. like they were branded into his brain. And rightly so, he should never forget about them. The desire for revenge has shaped him into who he is today. After all the exams are finished, a girl comes up to him, Heju, who asks why he isn't grading his own paper. He says that he doesn't want to, and he thinks about her. She was quite popular because of her beauty, but she confessed to him when she was in her first year. He rejected her at the time because he didn't think he could handle dating and studying at the same time. She says that she will do it for him. And she begins, and slowly she remarks that he did, in fact, get 100 in all of the subjects. The next day he calls Chul to the rooftop, where they call him the top-ranked student in the entire school. Him asks if he knows about the golden circle, and if not he will tell him. A while before this, we see that the principal is getting constant calls about academies, even getting accused of favoritism. How could a student who was a nobody before get 100 in everything? The principal shuts down any notion of cheating or such, and says that the school just has an excellent education program. He closes the call, and Chul asks him if it was another call about academies. The principal confirms this, also wondering why they are so insistent this time. Chul notes that it must be because the exam is extremely hard this time. The principal says there is no reason to make a fuss over such a thing. Shouldn't they be excited about their high-achieving student? He can already see it. Kim receiving the highest CSAT score in the country, and entering Hankook University at the top of his class. Something like this would give the school the opportunity to become a nationally recognized school. And with Myeongjin construction support, his long-awaited dream will come true. The only problem is that Kim is causing problems, and it would be bad for the only first-ranked student in the school to be a problem child. The principal demands more from Shu. He should take care of Kim even more. And since he's produced the first-ranked student in the school, he will start paying him merit next month. He hands him some money saying that it's just a small reward. The principal notes that he should enjoy it, because they will undeniably achieve much more with Kim's scores. Chul agrees, thinking that he was right to side with Kim. We cut back to the prison, where Kim explains to him exactly what the golden circle is. Afterwards Chul asks what he wants him to do. Perhaps stop Shin. Kim notes that he wants what he always wanted. For them to feign ignorance at these actions and stand by. That's plenty already, so he should also prepare mentally in advance. Somewhere else Shin is being beaten by the broker, who has given him one more chance at solving this. If not, the price will be at least a limb. Shin sits down with some friends, wondering what he can do about the situation. A buffer dude perks up Ai Shan Ho, and he says that they should all mess with Kim at once. What is the principal going to do if 30 people or more are involved in a fight? Shin notes that this is a great idea, and hopefully it will lead to salvation. A few days later during lunch, Hyun felt a strange vibe. Someone bumps into him, and another comes from behind and slaps his head, demanding he apologize for bumping into his friend. Hyun thinks that it started with a bullying, but this time he is not weak, and with a few punches he takes all of them out. He keeps being conscious, saying that he should tell their leader that he should stop thinking about stupid stuff, and bring it all at once. A while later, Shunho opens the door to Kim's classroom, thinking that he planned to just provoke him and bring the guys against him. Later Kim gets up, saying that if they have to fight, they should go to the recycling site where the teachers don't walk in. They go there, and Kim thinks about his plan. Until now all the scenarios up until now weren't guarantees. Like he imagined, this revenge will be determined by fighting Shin. If he can't handle it, he will have to pay the price. Seon-ho tries to intimidate Kim, but he doesn't bite, instead saying that they should get to the point and fight. But they also have spectators, so they should come to him one by one. One of the goons, who goes by the nickname Demon Senior, gets in front, saying that if it's a one-on-one fight he wants, that's what he's gonna get. Inside a school where students gather to learn, the necessity of power is extremely important. Hyun has defeated the strong with his radical moves, but his ruthless pursuit of victory has damaged his reputation. He was known for either using malicious weapons like chairs, or launching surprise attacks on unaware enemies, an existence who only has presumably only won through luck. That's why he needed to change this perspective, in order to continue his plan. The strategy will only work out if he lays a solid and firm foundation at Chianal High. In order to make this school his own personal world, his impenetrable fortress, he will require a victory that cannot be denied. Chang Hyun charges him with a punch, and lands it perfectly. He smirks and presumes that all of this is over, but when he looks at Kim he notices that he was guarding Chang Hyun goes for another attack but misses entirely, and Kim uses this opportunity to swerve and swing so hard that the guy gets knocked out in one hit. Jin Woo looks at the fight from above, and notes that his defeat was no mere fluke, as Kim just defeated the Demon Senior in just one blow. He should never get involved with this guy again, as he fights like a rabid dog. Siu casually approaches from behind, and taps his shoulder, then he punches him right in the cheek, noting that they have some old business to resolve. A while ago after Kim resolved the matter with the guys who were trying to annoy him, Siu came up to him and wanted to help him with his plan. Kim says that he promised he wouldn't get involved in reckless fights, making Siu ask if he's trying to face Shin's gang by himself. Kim confirms this, and says that he knows he's worried that nothing good will come out of him joining the fight, as those guys will just use their numbers to win. Siu says that this is not safe, but Kim knows that he must, as this issue won't get solved by someone else. But there is something for him to do, if he really wants to help prove to him that he's not alone, by taking revenge on Jin Woo. He curses at Siu, noting that he must be acting tough because of Kim. But they should set this straight, so they will have to make him transfer. Now he tries to attack but Siu just kicks him back. Jin Woo thinks that he might lose in a single blow, but he can't as too many people are watching already. He continuously tries to swing at Siu, and finds an opportunity to tackle. But Siu counters him, and ends the fight with a single kick. Outside, Kim takes care of all of Shang-Hu's goons, who think that he is quite clever. This was all intentional from the start, as he would have liked to push him to the ground with their number. But with how many people are watching, even after Shin graduates and joins the circle, nobody will acknowledge him. The same will hold true if he just waits for him to run out of stamina and beat him. He needs to act now. He asks Kim to stop as he will face him now. He says that he holds no ill intent towards him, but him acting like he's going to solo everyone is just ridiculous. Kim notes that he's acting this way because they're ridiculous. Seong-ho goes in for a punch and Kim retaliates, but he smirks as this is exactly what he wanted. A fight of pure strength. They continue to exchange blows until Kim hits him in the mouth, causing Shang-Ho to be stunned by the pain. Kim grabs his hair, and with a final punch to the ground, ends the fight. He orders the other goons to bring Shin out. Now Shin sits in the classroom, and thinks about Kim's situation. A classmate comes in, and tells him that Seong-ho and his guys were utterly destroyed. Shin asks how many guys he defeated, and the classmate notes that it was about 9 people. Shin thinks that this is enough, so they should proceed with the plan, as no matter how trashy the principal and Kim are, this is a school first and foremost. They will not be able to cover up this case. His plans start, and numerous people tell the teachers, or call people to tell them what Kim did. Shin notes that if they match their stories, this won't be easily passed as self-defense, but it doesn't matter if they do, as he wasn't planning on ending it with just this. The principal gets called by the superintendent, and he picks up. A few days ago during the teacher meeting, Shu told the other teacher about the Golden Circle, and the organization thriving on the bullying of others. And Park has also had ties with them in the past. A teacher asks if this is true, and this gets all of the other teachers talking. Chill notes that they must be confused, but they should know that with the prospect of the Golden Circle, their careers could end in an instant. But one thing is true, they are all in the same boat. More than a handful of students, including Seong-ho and even Shin, are associated with the Golden Circle. Just within the school, there are more than a dozen students associated with the Golden Circle. If this problem were to get exposed, what would happen to them? He slams the table and rises up. He exclaims that it wouldn't end with just a few people. The entire school could be wound up. Shul explains that the reason he called everyone here was because he's asking all of them to not sympathize with these bullies. No matter what happens, just live as if nothing was going on. They do not see or know anything, and acting like a righteous teacher will only get them involved with the Golden Circle. A teacher tries to retort this, but Chul shuts him up by asking if he wants to stand up against an organization as big as the Golden Circle. What if they target him, or make him participate without his consent? He might even take the blame for everything. So his command is this: do not sympathize with or despise the circle. Nothing is going on at this school. It seems that Shin's plan has failed, as the teachers push the students away, and the police urge the kids not to make prank calls anymore. Shin stomps through the school, thinking that they are just acting like they don't know anything. And the police aren't helping either. Aren't adults supposed to have responsibility and take charge? He sees how it is, but doesn't care. He will rip Kim in two with his own two hands. He gets a surprising call, and we see that earlier Chang went to a loan shark and said that he had gotten his hands on a few minor construction jobs and was wondering if he should raise his name value. The loan shark jumps at the opportunity, thinking that this is the perfect chance for him to be associated with Myeongjin Construction. He asks what he needs and Chang sits down. It's quite simple. All he wants is the contract he has with Shin Minsu, which will put them in a good place. It seems that Shin's call was from his father, who bashes him for even touching a finger of Kim's. He demands he never touch that guy again, unless he wants to see his own father killed by loan sharks. Suddenly, Sheng picks up the phone and says that he should listen carefully. In the future there's going to be a red sticker at his house. The thing his father desperately wanted to block. But what a surprise, his family is still in debt. So that debt will pass on to him. Was he just planning to forsake his inheritance? But unfortunately for him, loan sharks do not work like that. In other words, his entire life is gone. There are a few ways to survive, like letting himself get beat up like a dog by Kim. The only important thing is that he fakes it well enough, so others don't notice. Shan asks if this isn't cowardice, but Chang says that something like that doesn't exist. In a fight, if you win, you are king, but he should also be careful, as he has rarely said empty words. Shin arrives at Kim's location, and he immediately charges with a desperate attack, but Kim is not dodging, and Shin misses the attack on purpose. Kim thinks that he must have gotten the call, and he slaps him. He grabs him by the hair and slaps him constantly, asking why he was charging towards him earlier. Fortunately for him, he only needs to make one choice: get on his knees and beg or bet his life on worthless pride. Shin has reached a breaking point, and he begins wailing on Kim with punches and kicks. He tries to bring him down, but Kim has an advantage. Shin has participated in a few amateur fighting competitions, and thanks to that his fights were easily accessible to watch. So Kim has observed that Shin has a few flaws in his movements. The first mistake was exposing his face when he was excited. With all his knowledge, this fight turns into a beating, and Kim comes out on top every time. While down, Kim grabs Shin's arm and prepares to break it. He pleads for him not to, but with a large crack, his perfect win had been achieved. He has now proven himself. The principal talks with the superintendent and notes that he should feel free to be excited. Kim meets with Seo, and they confirm that they are both done with what they needed to do. But Seo asks if breaking Shin's arm was too harsh. Kim says that he has nothing to worry about, as it's not even a problem. But he has also realized something while fighting trash like Park. The world does not side with the weak. Shu looks at the absolute massacre Kim left behind, and wonders how he's going to clean something like this up, but he cannot back down now. He either allows Kim to graduate and live happily ever after, or they crash down together. He tells Shin to listen carefully to his words. He did not break his arm while fighting Kim. Instead, he just fell down some stairs while playing with his friends. Not just him. But if just one of you brings up Kim's name in the hospital, he will uncover everything they have done up until now. Shin asks how he can call himself a teacher, when he should prioritize the safety of the student in this situation. Shil comes closer, and says that he used the same tactics to cover things in the past, but where was the lecture about being a teacher? When he was the one in favor. He's still the same guy, and he doesn't know about the others. But he does the things he says. In an undisclosed location, Taegu wakes up when someone throws water on him, and he desperately begins begging for another chance. He will even stab Kim if need be. A guy asks if he knows the basics of this field. Their job is to satisfy customers by making school violence seem natural. Is he going to take responsibility if he crosses the line and lets the confidentiality of their customers be compromised? Why does he think they have been able to maintain this? Keeping secrets and maintaining a perfect success rate. That is what the Golden Circle does. He kicks Taegu into unconsciousness and notes that Kim is not an easy target. But in the end, he is just a cornered dog. We know this man's identity. The Golden Circle of Seoul region brokers Yun Chansu. 1 week later, Shin gets discharged from the hospital, and Kim messages him, asking him to tell him who his employer is, otherwise he won't stop here. Shin gets into the bus and laments Tang for sending him a message containing just work done. Both Kim and Tang are a pain to deal with, so he will sleep on this and think about what to do. He opens the door to his house and finds that it has been sacked. His father immediately tries to hit him, but he falls to his knees in tears. He says that he shouldn't have laid a hand on Kim, as things would have been alright. He ruined it even if he had to live like a dog. He didn't have to cross that line. the house he lives in and the food he sees in the fridge. Does he think they are free? Even if he wasn't a good enough father for this family. He tried his utmost but he just went and ruined it. They are completely and utterly ruined because of him. Shin's actions finally come back to bite him, and he slips on a bottle from the shop. That's when someone calls him. They meet in a park and Shin apologizes profusely, saying that he crossed the line, and that he would like to tell him who his employer is, but he just can't. The broker also disappeared after a simple text. So he begs for forgiveness just this once. Kim asks why he should forgive him, as he has warned him enough not to lay a hand on him or the people around him, but he still went and did all of those things. He must have been confident he could handle the consequences right. Shin notes that he was just stupid. And Kim says that he is, as only stupid people throw themselves in the middle of fire. He believes that he doesn't know who his employer is, because the Golden Circle doesn't just give out information like that. And since he has begged enough, he will give him a chance. He will have to endure it for 1 month. But what he will have to endure, he will find out soon. The next day, he hears some people bash his name, but endures it, thinking that if this is all he needs to do for 1 month, it will be easy. A fat guy stares at him with malicious intent. And Shin notes that the world is better for a guy like him now, but this is only for 1 month. And then he will be able to graduate and live a new life. The fat guy comes up to him and pours a carton of milk on his head. Shin tries to retaliate, but the fat guy says that according to Kim, he can do things like this to him now. A few days ago Kim spoke to his fellow classmates about Shin and how he destroyed their once peaceful school lives. So from now on they can do whatever they want to him, as he won't fight back, but he won't force them to. And it's their choice to participate or ignore him, but if nobody does participate, he will lead a peaceful life until he graduates, as if he had never existed in the school. So if they hate Shin and his dirty deeds, nobody will punish him for them. For the past 3 years Hen's story has been quite boring. He was harassed just because he made eye contact with Shin. Once he lived the life of a toy, and nobody cared if it was broken. But while Han waited for graduation, he asked himself this: will Shin even remember him? And will he ever realize what he was doing was wrong? But of course he won't. He will just forget and never learn. That's why he has to do something, so that his wounded heart will be soothed. He hits Shin over the head, and noting that this is what he did to him before, so he will say what he did that time. Enjoy your meal, bastard. But what Han did was just the beginning, as people kept harassing him with every chance they got, until the point where he wonders if he can just give up and murder all of them. But he thinks of Kim's glare and notes that he has to endure it just for 1 month. Kim sits in the classroom and thinks that he would have gotten some information about the Golden Circle, but since Shin doesn't know a thing, he is back on square one. But he has some clues. The employer has a similar grade as him, and is rich enough to hire the circle. If he just keeps narrowing it down, he can get some suspects, but he can't quite figure out who they are. He shouldn't rush this anyway, as he has to focus on his current target. Until then, Shin is getting beaten up, and even when he asks for help, people just ignore him after the beating. Kim messages him and notes that he has a new game, and if he takes it, he will have a peaceful school life, and the harassment will stop. Shin immediately accepts, much to Kim's pleasure. At night he goes in front of a convenience store and wonders if he's doing the right thing, but at this point he doesn't care anymore. He enters the store where Park is working and beats him to a pulp. It seems that this was all planned, as Park and his other friends were also beat. They wonder if they should report him, but that won't work now. They should just feel lucky and forget about this, as if it never happened. Shin finds them and is glad to see them together. They ask why he did what he did, and he says that this isn't out of spite or something, but Kim knows his weakness. But if for 1 month he shows them what it's like to live in hell, he will forgive him. So it seems that they will have to go through hell together. Shin begins beating the snot out of them, saying that all of this would have never happened if they just sat still. Kong charges in with a tackle and asks what they did so wrong in the first place. Shin is now extremely furious, and Kong is very horrified that his tackle did nothing. Shin notes that what they did wrong is quite simple. They just didn't do their jobs correctly, and all of their lives were basically ruined. How dare he still allow himself to bark in his direction? Has he truly forgotten who he is? With one final knee attack, he knocks Kang out cold, and he stands above him with a smile on his face. This might prove to be simpler than expected, but that's when he feels a sharp pain on his left side. Park, who is now extremely desperate, has stabbed him, noting that he should have never crossed this line. He's the reason they are all doomed anyway. So why is he attacking them now? Shin falls to his knees. But now he has realized what Kim was doing all of this time. His real objective with this was mutual and total destruction. All of them are doomed anyway. He just chose who would be even more doomed. The next day rumors about what happened started circulating, with the main suspect for the stabbing of Shin being Park. It appears that they all got juvenile detention. But something is strange, as they all immediately pleaded guilty and asked to be sent to juvenile detention as soon as possible. They wanted to get out of Dasham as soon as possible. Kim speaks with someone over the phone, who notes that it was exactly as he planned. Young's family figured out there wasn't any hope left here, so they sold all of their properties and left. They left Dyson without a trace and moved to Gyeonggi-do. With Young now preparing to enter a public school, Kim says that he doesn't find it surprising that the child of a rich family wasn't also sent to juvie. And Chang notes that if he wishes, he can pull some strings and also have him sent there. Kim wants him to leave him be for now, as he wants him to forget about who he is, until he believes his new fresh life is starting in a new city. His despair will be much greater. Chen notes that sometimes he's quite scary, and Kim continues the other four will be sent to prison immediately after they get out of juvie, as he doesn't want them back in society for even 1 second. Chang says that he never wants to become his enemy, and also asks how long he's going to be stuck here doing meager jobs. He started working in the lowest position for a month, like he said, but so far, nothing has really happened. He's not really the patient type to start from the bottom and slowly rise up. He tries to say something else, but Kim urges him to remember what he said, that soon it will begin. A few days later, real estate rose in price extremely fast nationwide. On that day some construction workers were working, but it seems that they were just slacking, as the metal beams they previously tied together fell exactly on one of the workers. The other workers wonder what to do, thinking that they should call 911. But the foreman demands everyone drop their phones this second, as they will report this to their superiors. First and foremost, the workers say he should call an ambulance first. But he's having none of it, as they will lose money if the construction is put on hold because of this. The worker that got hurt got to the hospital after 2 entire hours, but wasn't sent to the hospital that was 10 minutes away, but rather to a hospital that was an hour away, which was related to the company. After a late contact, his son had to come to the hospital, where the company cold-heartedly told him that his father caused a great deal of damage due to his carelessness. But fortunately for him, they won't ask for compensation and will leave it as it is. The accident wasn't paid for in the slightest, so the only thing he could do was cry by his father's side. That was a day Jong Hyuk, a young man in his 20s, could never forget. Chang walks around the construction site and thinks that he wants to do the things he likes, like drink and have fun with some girls. But he just needs to trust Kim for now, as his plans seem to be good. After seeing how all of the bullies Kim punished were so swiftly taken care of, he hoped to see Chang Suk in that position someday. He has to trust him, so he should get back to work already. That's when a large crash occurs, and he rushes outside to see what the commotion is about. There seems to have been a big accident, and a worker explains that a spilling accident might have occurred. Chang asks him to explain later, as he wants to know if there's anyone trapped there. He confirms that there are 5 or 6 at most. Chang's face darkens, and the worker assures him that they have already called the superiors, so this case won't be blown out of proportion. Chang grabs him and asks if that's really the most important thing right now, but he's extremely surprised. How much did Kim predict? He told him that the only thing he needs to keep in mind, while working, is that if there is an accident at the site, he must use his name and power as much as he can to pick up the pieces. He shouldn't think about the losses, but instead about what's best for the workers who got hurt. He tells the worker to call 911 and also ask for a rescue team. The worker says that they can't, as that will cause this accident to be exposed to the public and media, and then it will be their fault. It's not even about compensation. But if the construction is delayed like this, who will cover the loss? Chang tells him to just call 911 and thinks that it's time for him to take responsibility. Does he think people's lives are just for play? They need to hurry and call the damn rescue team, as he will be the one who takes responsibility. Chang asks when they will get there, and a man says in a suit note that the rescue team left for this place as soon as they got the call. Chang asks if they shouldn't start helping without them, but the man notes that they explicitly told them not to touch anything. While they talk, a man looks at them intently. More debris keeps falling, and Chang suggests that they should prioritize the lives of those helpless people, first and foremost. If they have enough time to speak like this, they should call 911 again, as being crazy like this works best when in a group. Eventually the rescue force arrives, and the situation seems nothing short of a miracle, as most of them have minor injuries, and nobody's life will be threatened. Chang says that it's fortunate that it happened like this, but the man notes that there's still a problem. Some internet articles have already written about this incident, and quite negatively too. There's sure to be more articles soon, but since things have already gotten this messy, realistically there's nothing they can do. Chang asks what can be done, leaving the man quite puzzled, as he thought he had a plan previously. Chang notes that he didn't, as he prioritized the lives of those people first. His father starts calling him, but he doesn't answer as he needs to call someone much more important. The call stops, and he swiftly calls Kim. With that he runs away, in a spot where nobody can hear him talk. Later in the Myung-jin construction office, Chang-suk starts monopolizing on his brother's mistake. What has gotten into his mind to make such a mess, and not report to his superiors? First and foremost, he slams 2 articles on the table, both talking very negatively about Myung-jin's construction abilities. Sure, the lives of the people are important, but what about the company? Does he even know how much they would have lost already if things were handled like this? What if nobody buys into the department? Is he going to take responsibility? But does he even have the power to? He might not know about this because of how dumb he is, but real workers like himself are the ones who have to clean up after him from now on. The father notes that he called the entire Dyson for this incident, as he didn't just dial 911, but also the police station, which made the reporters notice much faster. So now with all of this on the table, how is he going to take responsibility? Kim previously told him that the president of the company has a certain kind of pride about construction, compared to others, so much so that he is also a master of his craft. But if an absurd safety-related incident were to happen again, how would he react? He will definitely try and step in. So he should do what he wants. Chang found this advice quite frightening, but he trusted Kim. He says that he thinks they should break the apartment and start rebuilding it. His father notes that he knows he's just a high school graduate, but he should think about things more thoroughly. Can he even imagine that most of the construction fee comes from the bank? Additionally, each day the interest rises. The cost they will pay now for rebuilding it, and 3 additional interests will send them into the ground. Does he really think that's needed for one building? Cheng says that this is why he suggested rebuilding in the first place, because there is only one building. Just like he said, the losses will be huge, as he's not one for calculus and such, but he knows that much. However, the most important thing for them is trust. He knows already that there are countless incidents of poor construction, right? The reputation of most construction companies is on the ground. If in this situation, they just fix the broken part and continue construction like normal, what does he think will happen? Cheng Sik says that nobody is going to buy anyways, because of a certain someone who announced the situation to the entire Dyson. So at least rebuilding just that part will lessen the loss. Joe notes that now they shouldn't be worried about the money, but should be worried about the fact that trust, the thing that kept them steady all of this time, is broken. This comment catches his father by surprise, and he continues if they acknowledge that they are at fault, while they are still building the first apartment, and show that they made it perfectly. It might certainly not be the right way, but they will surely regain their trust somewhat. And that would be the basis of Myungjin construction. Jang Suk asks if he's an idealist or just a plain idiot. The company comes first, and their profits. His father speaks and notes that his eldest son has finally grown up. This accident also happened in the other timeline, but it was very similar as at the time. The president announced himself that his subordinates were hiding the incident, and he showed the people his philosophy when it comes to construction. He notes that the thing that makes him mad the most about this incident is that they made a mistake in the very basic process of pouring the concrete. That mistake shouldn't have ever occurred, with the company's name at risk. Houses are places where people live, so safety is their first priority, and the other problems can be pushed aside. He notes that Chang did a great job, as he thought he was living life without much thought. But it seems he was wrong, as he's been acting more and more wisely. It is true that Myungjan Construction is a company, but is also a family business that prioritizes the worth of their construction. So if he keeps doing this soon, he will be able to follow in his footsteps. A few days later, one of the people injured in the incident seems to have suffered a great injury, as both of his legs had to be cut off. This is the only victim who had to go to the operating table. His family wonders what to do, as they have heard that Myungjin Construction doesn't even pay the hospital bill, let alone touch the subject of compensation. 3 people from Myungjin Construction come next to them and bow their heads, instantly apologizing profusely for the accident. Earlier, Chang called Kim and said that his father told him to keep doing things like this, but he doesn't really know what to do now, as he doesn't want to disappoint him. Kim notes that he needs to take care of the accident first, as there are 2 types of victims in this incident. The first would be the supposed new tenants of the apartments. If they promise them a delayed period of interim loan, interest payment adjustment of the presale price, and transparency of the construction procedure, they should calm down soon enough. However, the second type of victim is the problem. The people who got injured. He should do as much as possible to ease their problems, so much that they will feel proud that they worked for the Myungjin company. The people from there tell the grieving family that money won't entirely appease their pain, but they will do what they can. Their hospital bills will be taken care of, and they will also pay an additional 500 million won. They will also be hiring the injured person in the department that needs the field experience. He's been working with them for a long time, so they cannot ignore his hard work. The family can't believe they would do so much, and they thank them profusely. Chen just watches, and later, while sitting and smoking, he asks one of them if he knows what construction is. He says that it's building stuff, but Sheng says that for him, he thought it was just a company that was earning money until now, but this incident made him think about a lot of things. Many people are related to it. Those who work to feed their families, and those who buy houses with the money they have saved their whole lives. He has been taking his position too lightly. But this is also quite complicated, as he wants a simple life where he eats well, and lives well. Because of that kid, his whole life changed for the better. Cheng had a thought that he wouldn't be able to live like he used to before. Perhaps he is also like his father, as he cares for those close to him and wants them to have a good life. The man just says that it was great, but he thinks that he indeed changed somewhat. That's when someone tells them off, as they aren't allowed to smoke here. Chang immediately gets on his case for ruining their moment, so it seems that he hasn't changed that much. 1 week later, the butterfly effect started to create a new path, one that Kim did not expect. In the news, Jung Hyuk introduces himself as the son of the laborer, who was permanently disabled because of an accident involving Mo Construction Company. The accident at Myungjin Construction Company was just one of the instances, as there weren't many people who would be interested in an accident involving a rural town with no casualties to boot. But soon enough, the construction of an apartment in Seoul turned south, and a total of 5 people died because of it. Even the workers gave up trying to hit it, and they mentioned to news outlets that they tried calling the authorities, but the company wouldn't let them. One report after another, and after people found out about other equally wrong but hidden incidents, their anger could be felt all over the country. In the midst of all that anger, Yoon Hyuk appeared on TV to talk about his father's unfortunate fate. The reporter asks him to tell them what happened to his father in detail, and so he begins explaining. He begins explaining how his father got those life-changing injuries in the first place. But the main problem was how the construction company had reacted. The report asks what they did, and Jong Hyuk notes that naturally when someone is hurt in an accident, especially one so gruesome, it's common to call the ambulance first, right? But the foreman on site said that reporting to their superiors took priority over anything. So his father was finally taken to the hospital after 2 hours. The reporter says that they heard the hospital he was sent to was 1 hour away, instead of sending him to the one closest to the site. Chong Hyuk notes that the company insisted on taking him to the hospital they are affiliated with, to help them get benefits and avoid financial crisis. But neither he nor his family ever received such things. Why does he think the company made such a cold-hearted decision to hide the accident like the scumbags they are, so that the construction can continue without much delay? Everything came back to money, and for a construction company trying to earn as much as possible, the workers are just expendable work drones in the process. So he decided to step up and come here, so that no one would suffer like his father did. The reporter thanked him for coming to them for that. And he also heard that he wanted to say something in the end. Young Hyuk says that he's currently working at another construction site, and a similar incident happened there as well. But the action that this construction company took was completely different from what his father's company did. Meanwhile, Chang had become the construction manager and had been waking up early to go to the construction site every day. Everyone there welcomes him quite warmly, which he finds quite weird. One worker even gives him some onion juice his wife made, as it seems quite healthy. Chang makes his way into the site office and wonders why he had to become a manager while making himself some ramen. However, he can't go back now. He indulges in his ramen. And that's when the same worker who gave him the onion juice notes that they have a guest. Someone from a broadcasting company came here to shoot, as their company has also sanctioned it. Chang notes that he will take some rest, so he should guide them instead. But the worker says that they asked to interview him specifically, making him wonder if he said something wrong that night. At the president's mansion, he watches the news where they discuss Myungjin's company's decision to rebuild the apartment due to the incident, even though it would net them quite a huge loss, because most of the money was borrowed. They have made quite a tough choice, and the one who took a huge part in this is the man that they are going to introduce right now. Chang is the eldest son of the president of Myungjin Company. They also interview the injured man's wife, who says that she didn't expect to even receive payment for the hospital bill, but the eldest son of the company himself came to them and apologized, so she should feel his sincerity. She is still mad because of what happened to her husband, but she's also very glad that he worked for a company that acknowledged his years of work. The president raises the volume of the tea as Chang's interview is being played. The interviewer notes the countless selfless things he has done and asks why he decided to do them in the first place. Chang says that this is simply what his father taught him, as ever since they were young, their father kept telling them that all of this isn't about money, but about family business that they have to carry for their whole lives. The president gets a call from President Park, who congratulates him for having such a well-raised kid. The president is also quite shocked by his attitude and notes that he must be following in his father's footsteps. They start talking about Park's daughter, and the next day a woman calls the president, noting that Park wants Chang to have a blind date with his daughter, which is quite fortunate, as their whole family is full of judges and prosecutors. The president says that in the past they rejected them quite fast. So what has changed now? The woman notes that people are asking for his son from all around the country, not just Deshan. She also says that he has many families to choose from, and if he needs more he can give her a call. Someone knocks on his door, and a woman comes inside asking if he was looking for her. He confirms this as he wanted to tell her they don't need the matchmaking company anymore, but also to ask what their current situation is. The woman explains that they have many contracts, but the big ones are S company, with their reconstruction of 3,000 houses, gangbooks new construction, and apartments for the employees of the chemical industry. Additionally, they have a contact from Dyson City, as they would like to rush the contract they made for 5,000 houses. They would like a date of completion for the construction before the next year comes to a close. The opportunity that the president had been waiting for all this time was this jackpot. Chang gets invited to a meeting where his father declares him as the new executive director of the company, with the people that are around him helping him throughout this change. Chang wonders if this is a dream, as the people who used to look at him like they looked at a trash bag are now congratulating him warmly. His father also notes that he will participate in the project they are going to do for Dyson City, so although it's quite early for him, he will certainly learn something. Chang agrees and bows down as he looks forward to working with them. At school, some girls whisper about something, and a lone boy sits awkwardly in his seat. Him gets the news that Chang has become the executive director and is participating in the Dyson City project. He didn't think to go this far, as that project was supposed to happen in the far future. He didn't expect this change. Is it perhaps the butterfly effect? His plan was to gain some power from what happened, and use that to forcefully participate in the project. But thanks to the president, that won't be necessary, and Chang's promotion will certainly be of help in the future. But what's important is that he didn't expect all of this, so he should calculate the variables more carefully next time. There doesn't need to be a single fault in his plan. He suddenly spots Chang's car and wonders what he's doing here, as he didn't mention he would come to the school. He meets with the principal, who notes that he was quite inspired by him when he heard about what he did on the news, and he has become the face of Dyson, it seems. Chang says that he's here to thank them for being so good to Kim. Until now this is a basic equivalent exchange. He will give them a little present. They would like to build a new gym with the help of the city, and a modern swimming pool to accompany that. The principal thinks that this will push them closer to being a prestigious school. They will do their best to not disappoint him, and if he believes in them, this school will support Kim even more. Chi-young says that he will do so, but also asks him to call in that teacher Chu. Chu eventually arrives in the principal's office, and Cheong notes that he really likes people of his nature. In this world where it is a struggle to live and eat well enough, it's only natural to work for the rich. Isn't that right? He heard the story of what he did to Shen Yun-min, about how he punished him so blatantly, that rumors about him bribing him have spread like wildfire. However, that shouldn't be seen as a problem as people talk and talk. But he will continue to win at this most prestigious school. With his hands brimming with nice gifts, he will become a proud and generous head of a household. This will pass, and let's say, 3 years at most. Wouldn't that be even more of a rewards? Skull agrees wholeheartedly, while still sweating a bit, because he is nervous. And Skull tells him that he heard around that he often goes to Miracle, that cabaret full of beautiful girls. Well, he has put a good word for him there. So he should bring his most trusted companions there today, and have their fill of fun without having to worry about money. Additionally, he has also packed a tight vitamin box for him, so he shouldn't forget to take it on his way back. At least, Chu is puzzled by what he just said, but Chang explains that it's money he's talking about. So he should make sure to engrave all of this in that smart head of his. The person he is dealing with now isn't some parent with a little bit of cash lying around, but the successor of the most powerful construction company, Myungjin Construction, which has wealth and power in the city. Later, after all of this is done, Chang goes to the roof with Kim and thanks him, with Kim being nonchalant about it. Chang is surprised that he just accepted this thanks just like this, without asking what he is thankful for, but Kim notes that it's quite obvious to a keen mind, as he must be thankful because of his response to the construction incident. Chang says that he's correct, but with this he fully acknowledges him and his smarts. If he's truly honest, bringing down Chang Sup the last time could be done by anyone, by just digging into his private life for a bit. However, this time, what he did was no simple matter, as he identified his father's tendencies extremely accurately, and also predicted the benefits that would come from the reconstruction choice. He became the actual executive director, thanks to his efforts, and will become the chairman eventually. He hopes. He has no idea about what kind of future he is trying to achieve, but this means that he needs a lot of power, to the point where he is trying to make someone like him take the position of chairman. He will graciously take it and do his utmost to maintain it. With both in their respective positions, they should be unstoppable. He just responds with a swift sure, which makes Chang say that he's really bland for someone so smart. Additionally, if he needs anything, he should tell him. This makes Kim wonder exactly what. And Chang explains that at this point, he is very willing to do anything for him anytime, whatever it may be. Kim notes that if this is the case, then how much cash can he spend on him? A while later, in the closing hours of school time, Chul comes into Kim's class and announces that he has some most fortunate news to share. The school has decided to create a scholarship system, this time with the prestigious Myungjin Construction, their most generous sponsor. The scholarship is a whole 10 million won, and there is no limit to the number of people selected, but naturally they won't give it to just anyone. Every student is surprised by this amount, and Chul explains that the scholarship students will be selected based on their academic performances, and those with the most promising future. The first scholarship student that Myungjin themselves selected is none other than their most diligent classmate Kim. The classmates are not surprised by this, as this guy has one of the Myungjin heirs as his guardians, so all of this must have been just for show. But even with that, he is ranked first academically in the whole school. Chul notes that additionally, Siu from Class 8 has also been selected for this scholarship, for his promising future in the ring. However, for those that are not selected, they shouldn't be discouraged and focus hard on their academic choices. If they do so, they might also have a change at getting this generous scholarship. While they go home, 3 students talk about how obvious the scholarships were. They do not count Kim in, as he's the class president, highest ranked academically for 2 entire semesters. In fact, so he's off the hook. But Siu, he's nothing except the taekwondo he did a few years back. But that doesn't count. The tall student notes that indeed, This whole situation is quite strange, and the short blue-haired student says that it's not only that, as what does Siu have promising about his future to justify that scholarship. He bets that he only received it because he's Kim's friend, and they could have done all of this secretly. So why the show in the first place? Additionally, why is Kim receiving so much support from Youngjin Construction, and by proxy the entire school? Is he an illegitimate son of the chairman or something? One denies this, and the tall student notes that if that was the case, they would have taken care of him much better from the beginning. In fact, the blue-haired student continues to yap and yap, without his mouth ever closing for more than 30 seconds. But that's when he spots something which makes him want to turn back. That something or someone rather is Kim, who demands that he approach. Now the blue-haired student thinks that he must have been a lunatic to talk about Kim like this. In a bad way, he is a maniac. Something that has power, and deserves the title of the crazy psycho of Keenil. Now most certainly he's screwed. This guy will most likely end his life right here and now. Kim tells him to lift his head up and stand proud. At least for once in his life. He is Choi Jin, right? The blabbermouth of Keel High. A fitting name for him. Jae Jin confirms that he is exactly that. And Kim explains that there is no reason for him to be so fearful, as he doesn't really care about people talking behind his back, as it probably happened many times already. He actually likes him. His blabbering nature is useful. And if it's true that he is really close with basically every student in the school, he would like to ask a favor of him. Jae-jin asks what he needs. He will grant him anything he wishes for, while in the back of his head, he wonders if he will get out of this safely. Kim tells him that the scholarships are indeed selected unfairly. Siwoo and himself are plenty of proof for that. However, he may have heard about this as well. But there's no limit to the grantees of this scholarship. Jae-jin wonders what he's trying to say, and Kim explains that put simply, it means that he can also receive the same scholarship. All he needs to do is spread the rumors to the entire school, like he was doing earlier, so that everyone around knows that the Myungjin Construction scholarships are completely unfair. However, he will be adding a little flavor to that rumor to spice it up. The next day, a rather strange rumor took off at Chinil High. Naturally, this was from Jae-jin, who explained to everyone he met that the reason Myungjin Construction created the scholarship system was to officially take care of students who are nice to Kim. They should think about it. This is exactly why Siu, the only person who talked to Kim when he was bullied, received the scholarship. He spreads this as butter, noting that if they all treat Kim well, however many that may be, he will also take good care of them in his own way. He also tells them that he heard from somewhere that he had a change of heart because of Park and his gang. And they say that they plan to wipe out all the bad guys from Daejeon, starting with this school. Everyone was skeptical, and someone even told him that he reads too many manhwas. But they also didn't let it go and kept it in their minds. Seong-ho also hears about his, and thinks that if he does good with Kim, he will also be able to get the scholarship. And if he needs people to fight in his stead, he is confident that he can do well, as he is not weak, even if he lost at him once. Later, he pulls Hae-jin in a stairway and asks if the rumors really are true. Hae-jin explains that Kim is planning to make this school his hunting grounds, his own kingdom. And based on the power he himself created, he plans to completely wipe out the surrounding schools and their most prominent figures. If there is someone who shows enough strength and, most important, loyalty throughout this process, he is certain that they will be rewarded greatly, as that scholarship is but a taste of what's to come. Tonto thinks that, even compared to the cash he got when trying to bully him, it's not a lacking amount. Even if they fought once, he might take him in. But he just has to try eventually. He stops Kim while he leaves school and pleads with him to stay, as he has something to talk about. Kim tells him to follow, which surprised him quite a bit, as he didn't think it would have been this simple. When they stop, Seon-ho immediately apologizes for what he has done in the past, as it was done without malice. Kim stops him from speaking as he gets it, so he should get to the point soon. Seon-ho explains that he heard rumors around the school about how he's going to wipe out the other surrounding schools, and he naturally wants in. He is also aware that they were fighting to the death not long ago, and he's now bowing his head down. He knows that it's shameful. Frankly, he is only in it for the money. And if he needs someone who is a good listener and is strong, he should think about him, as he is confident that he will never disappoint. Kim says that he heard from the other kids at school That he was the one who bolstered the plans of Shin. Is that true in any way? Seonho thinks that he mustn't lie, and reveals that it's true. He planned it. Kim finds that very interesting, and notes that he is willing to take him in, but only if he passes the test he is about to give him. A while later, a few third years and first years are called to a spot by Seonho, with the third years being especially angry at him for doing this. Eventually he arrives with a bruised up face. He explains that what he's going to say will only be said once, so they should listen very carefully from today onwards. He has decided to follow Kim fully, which brings him to this. Those who do not wish to follow him should raise their hands right now, as he will be giving them an awfully bad death. Jin has this face because earlier, Kim beat the snot out of him and noted that he needs a good dog. One that is tamed and listens well. If he tells him to hit, he hits. And if he tells him to bark, he barks. Someone who will always follow his orders no matter what. Does he think he is worthy of such a position? A few hours ago Shangho laments having to be beaten up like this. But the money is really good, actually worth the beating. Kim told him that now, since his most obedient dog, he will be selected for the scholarship, and if she stays loyal he will receive many treats. Also he should never try to cross him, as the moment he even tries to do something, he will tear him into small pieces and he will never be found again. Seung-ho thinks that it's great he can make this amount of cash, so even if he's beaten like this, he just needs to keep paddling forwards as the water is coming in. He just needs to go with the flow. That's when he got up and called the 30 years, as he wanted to tell them something. He gets to beating one of them roughly, and notes that he only endured their nonsense because of that monster, Shin, but now that he is gone, they are nothing. They are as worthless as the dirt beneath his feet. The others don't even dare to raise a finger, as they are too scared of him. Shang-ho grabs the head of the one he beat, and tells him to keep in mind that he doesn't do complicated. And he's also too dumb to get out of situations with words. From now on he will serve Kim like he's a god in the flesh. And from now on they will also follow every order from him. Every single thing he tells them to do, they do without a single objection. They also should never think about how ever betraying his most generous god, as when they do, he will break each bone in their body until nothing remains. Additionally, the rumors about the scholarship being given to those who are nice to him are true, so they should support him with everything they got, because then they will receive tons of treats. The next day Jin Woo and another student talk about Seon-ho, and how pathetic he is to bend to Kim so easily. There is no way that he will actually get that much money just by following his orders. This proves to be false, however, as when they check why so many students are gathered in one place, they see for themselves that Seon-ho got the scholarship. And also Jin Woo thinks that now all of this is true, as the facts are in front of him. Leaving Xianko aside though, what did Jin do to also get the scholarship? Later he goes to ask him, and Jin explains that he simply did what he was ordered to, and on the topic he better behave himself too, as he wouldn't want to end up like Shin Rai. Jinwoo looks worried about all of this information, and that's when Kim accompanied by Siwoo arrive. Everyone gets out of their way, as the dynamic in the school has changed. Nobody in Cheonil dared to go against Kim, and that meant moving on to the next course of action. The Golden Circle employee that was assigned to the school gets his ear chewed off while driving a car, with the person that is over the phone being especially fixated on Kim, who has turned the school upside down, all that because he couldn't do his job, because he's a sack of garbage. The employee apologizes for it, but the man doesn't stop berating him, as he paid them a ton of money and entrusted them with his son, but now he's strolling, which makes him sick to his stomach. If this goes on, he will let the Golden Line members know about all of it. The employee urges him to calm down, as he will finish all of this before November even ends. He promises that by the end, Kim will be writing a letter to drop out. With that the call ends and the employee asks Choi Tae-jun, another Golden Circle hitman, if he's ready for this job. He notes that he is, but he should remember that he promised him a treat for completing this. Eventually they arrive at the school, and the employee puts all of his hope into that one kid, as it's the only thing he can really do. He goes to meet with the principal, who explains that usually, they don't take transfer students so late into the year. But since this was upon the request of the sole superintendent of education, they have no choice. He also asks how he is acquainted with the superintendent, and Tae-jun notes that he is just a friend of his father's. The principal finds this strange, as this whole procedure is clearly illegal. But if he is to make an issue of this, the superintendent will face a lot of trouble. So why did they transfer this child here despite all of this risk? Could he be one of those Golden Circle members? Even if that is the case, he won't just let him run around doing whatever he wants. He tells him that he is going to make something very clear now. High is the most prestigious school in all Daisen, so he shouldn't expect any special treatment, even if his father is a friend of the superintendent. Tae-jun says that he understands, and asks what class he is delegated to. Eventually he gets into class 1-5, and introduces himself. But that's when he notices Jin-woo, and it seems that they know each other. 6 months ago Tae-jun was famous around the Shandong area, and so he joined the Golden Circle, thinking that he might need them for future jobs. He also hung out, and made a lot of connections with various students. He remembers that this Jin-woo character was rather useless. While on lunch break, they go outside to smoke and Tae-jun asks him about this place, and if he didn't say earlier that he was the top dog around here. Jin-woo explains that he's nothing in this place, and this is just a regular school anyways, with a principal obsessed on prestige. However, he better watch out for one particular guy. His name is Kim, someone with serious connections, and basically the boss around these parts. Tae-jun finds it funny that this bastard thinks he's someone, but he will be useful for his plans in the future, so he won't throw him away just yet. With that they go into class, and he wonders what to do. The original plan was to stay in Daisen for 6 months, and completely crush Kim and his little regime. This job got him plenty of cash, and more to come, so he had no reason to refuse it, right? He just has to pick the right fights, and bring Kim down to the very bottom of the food chain, as he has done this plenty of times before. For Tae-jun it was only natural to feel confident, as he had a powerful position in the Golden Circle. His class are the untouchables, ones that cannot be messed with. A class are the top 0.1, and B class are the best in the nation. Tae-jun easily ranked as a B in the Golden Circle hierarchy. He thinks that he can solve the school, supporting Kim so easily, by pulling some strings with the superintendent, and that should be able to free him to get on Kim's tail. After giving him a good beating, he will manipulate the second and third years into also bullying him, and that will be that a job well done. He goes to Jin-woo, and asks him to show him the other classes. Jin-woo does so, and eventually they arrive at Kim's class, and they find him just sitting right there, alone and vulnerable. Tae-jun immediately gets on his case for looking at him funny, and Kim notes that he's being way too obvious, as he didn't even look at him. Tae-jun continues to play the role of a strong guy, noting that he wants to pick a fight with him by how he's reacting. Him, however, smiles and asks him, will he be able to handle what he just did? That's when Jin-woo socks him a good one, sending him on the ground. With that he immediately falls on his knees and apologizes to Kim, as he didn't bring him here to cause trouble, so he should spare him, as he had nothing to do with this. Tae-jun is extremely surprised by Jin-woo's attitude, as this is not the same guy that he once knew. He has been tamed fully. With Tae-jun's being here, Jin-woo was actually in a really good mood, as finally he had a friend after all this time, who really acknowledged him back when he was at the top, so he truly wanted to be good with him. However, the moment Tae-jun mess around with Kim, one single brilliant thought popped into Jin-woo's mind, that he is completely done if he doesn't do something. That is when he punches Tae-jun out of the way with great force, and begged Kim for mercy a week ago. After Shang-ho's statement, that he will be following only Kim from now on, Hai's atmosphere transformed completely. As the appearance of a new ruler, a new supreme has taken over everyone's thoughts. Shang-ho naturally does not allow a single word of defiance to go through, and those who do try are severely punished. One might think that the other students hate these changes of hierarchy, but actually they welcome them with open arms. Originally, when the school was in Shin's control, bullying and violence were a daily routine for those not strong enough. But now Shang-ho was chosen as a scholarship student, and he turned into a loyal guard dog that laid judgment upon the bullies who dared harass the weak in his presence. Thus, due to all of these changes, and the other students not doing anything about it, not because they couldn't, but because they didn't want to, school violence has completely disappeared from this most prestigious school. This was the time of the peaceful king who reigned benevolently. when Taejun messed with the Lord who has brought these times to them. Naturally that would be an issue. That is why Jinwoo begs, even now. Taejun looks at that sorry sight of a guy and asks what he is doing. Did he lose his damn mind, only because he treated him as a friend? Only once Jinwoo asks what friend he's talking about. Just because he decided to act close to him, he gets the permission to stab him in the back like this. Kim smiles as they bicker and Jinwoo moves in for an attack. If he's a lowly transfer student, he should keep his damn mouth shut. How dare he lash out at Kim like that? Taejun hits him with his right and asks who he thinks he is to even attempt something like this. He hits him with an uppercut and exclaims that he is the Choi Taejun. He has crushed an entire wrestling club all one, and was scouted into the golden circle at the ripe age of 17. This is precisely why he is a B-rank hitman. He sends Jinwoo to the ground, and notes that this is what he deserves for yapping so much. A 3-punch knockout, and a clean one at that. Taejun also notices that Kim was laughing through all of this, and asks if he is having fun. Kim notes that this situation was simply too funny, so he couldn't help but laugh really. Taejun turns to him says that if he's really this arrogant, he will be dying today, and also thinks that he doesn't care about the plan anymore. He will beat this joker half to death, and think about the consequences. Later he tells Kim to be ready next time, as he will not even know what hit him until it is too late. While in class he gets even madder. That bastard Kim, he will be dead when the next break begins. Also, where is that Jinwoo? Did he go to the school clinic like the wimp he is? Taejun notices that everyone is looking at him, but he excuses this as him overthinking it. The teacher tells them that today they will practice in groups of 4. So they should go ahead and form them. The students do so, and Taejun notices that everyone is leaving him out. The teacher asks one of the students to let him in their group, since they are only 3, but the student constantly refuses her. And the other students slowly start to refuse him too. Taejun looks at this, and wonders about their reasoning for this. Are they just scared when the class ends? Taejun spots the student who first refused him, and demands that he come here now. The student tries to ignore him, which irritates Taejun quite a bit, as this guy is clearly a nerd, and he needs to mess him up, in order for everyone to understand who they are messing with. He gets up and demands that he get here now, but this time much more violently. That's when Seonho arrives, and asks where the transfer student is, who instantly gets up and asks what the hell is going on. Seonho asks if he's the maniac that dared to pick a fight with Kim, which enrages Taejun even further. Kim this, Kim that. Are they all insane? It's his first damn date here. So they should all relax a little. Seonho tells him that it makes perfect sense actually. This is Candle High, and nobody touches Kim in this school. Is that clear? Taejun thinks that if this bastard has so many people around him, he will need to change his strategy quite a bit. It seems he asks Seonho if he's Kim's loyal pet, which enrages him enough, so that Taejun gets the opportunity to jump from his seat, and hits Seonho with all that he's got. Shanga retaliates in kind, but Taejun just deflects his attack and pushes him away. Even more angry, Shanga charges in like a manic bull. But with his experience, Taejun hits him with a huge uppercut. One that should have instantly knocked him out, but somehow he still stands, even though he's very out of it. Taejun thinks that he missed the attack a bit, but if that's the case he will continue to hit him. He grabs his hair and slams him into the table with extreme force, and puts him down, noting that this bull has had its horns cut. The people who are with Shangho are very scared of Taejun now, but without much left to do, they all charge him at once, something which proves to be a mistake. Taejun swiftly deals with them in just a few strikes. One tries to strike him from behind, but Taejun notices instantly, and looks at the person with an evil expression. He deals with him instantly, and moves on to the last one. Seeming to enjoy the last hits he deals on the poor guy. Other students come around and they also want to charge, in which Taejun notices. He finds it quite annoying that he has to beat so many, but sure, they should all come at once, so that they are less annoying. Seonho slowly gets up and notes that it's not over just yet. Taejun tells him to stand down already for his own good, as he's barely standing up as is. He should sit like the loyal dog he is. Seonho wonders if that's true, as a week ago, on the day that he turned the 3rd grade classroom on its head, Seonho received a text and some money from Chang Byam, who congratulated him on the good work that he is doing, and this is just a gift, some pocket money. The question is, Why would Chang or his relationship with Kim have to do with him? Chang is just someone who would do literally anything for Kim. So what if he takes out the Golden Circle assassin? Then the money won't end at 100 or 200. Even if he somehow fails in his task, he will still be throwing him scraps, which for him are plenty. He rallies the other students. This gut is more of a beast than Shin and any of his goons combined. So they might not win even if they charge him. But if they choose to run like a bunch of wimps, what will Kim think of them? He thinks that the incident with Shin and Park's gang has taught him something very important. He got 500 for the spar, 1,000 from the scholarship and 100 just for some pocket money. A total of 16 just in the span of a few days. Money is king, and he will not pass this opportunity up. He yells at everyone to charge in and trample this fucker, like the dog he is. Eventually, word got around that Seonho and other students attacked Taejun all at once, yet he took them down single-handedly. From his first day at this prestigious school, Taejun was already sick of the situation at hand. As it's not easy for some high schoolers to run into a losing fight like that, but Seonho and the other students charge in like lunatics. He thinks that if their numbers rise, it will be a problem, but this situation is still much worse than he could have imagined. Even if he contacts the broker for some help, it will be extremely difficult to isolate him. That bastard turned this school into his own empire, so there is only one way out of this, to charge in directly. As if he breaks one of his arms, now he will at least have something to report back. He bumps into someone and starts swearing at them for being so stupid. Unfortunately for him, however, that person was Chul, who is now very mad at him. About 10 minutes earlier, Jin Woo went to Chul and reported that the transfer student is targeting Kim with a malicious intent. Chul thinks that if that's the case, Taejun transferred to this school with the intent of harming Kim, which seems like a cowardly move. They only transferred him to deal with Kim, like the scumbags that they are. He asks Jin Woo if he said anything specifically, and he notes that he asked how he would like to handle the transfer student, and he only said this to use his own discretion. In this case, Chul thinks that if Kim said that, he is neither instigating or stopping him, yet it feels like he's saying to not let this slide at all. But this is an opportunity. This is a chance to prove that he's worth something, and most importantly a chance to fully solidify this relationship. He gets up from his seat and asks where that troublesome transfer student is. When gets a hold of him, he drags him to the teacher lounge by the ear, and when they get there, he slaps him extremely hard. Taejun asks why the fuck he's putting his hands on him, and Chul warns him that is a pretty bad tone for talking to a teacher. One of his betters, Taejun, also warns him he shouldn't be so rough with students, as he will not last long in the school. If he is, should he just do that? Should he get him kicked out with just one phone call? Chul notes that it seems he does not get the situation he is in at all. The first day of his transfer in this prestigious school, he beat up his friend to the point where he needed to be hospitalized, as he passed out from too much bleeding. Additionally, the worst of it is that he has caused a giant fight in class 5. He heard from his trusted students that he beat up his seniors and threatened the whole classroom with violence. How dare he ask such stupid questions? Why is he beating him for all of this? He pinches his ear again and says that he causes trouble anywhere he goes. On his first damn day, is he not ashamed of this? How dare he threaten his teacher, who cares about his well-being? If he doesn't believe him, he should try and whine to his father or his friends and see what happens. Taejun thinks that this guy knows that the superintendent is supporting him, but he still acts like this. What a lunatic. Chul continues. Did he truly think he could cause an issue for him and mess his life up? He slaps him once again and demands that he stop bullshitting. He is not the first, or it will not be the last tempered kid he has faced. Nobody will believe him anyways, even if he tells someone. What's he going to talk about anyways? That his teacher slapped him. What a joke. Nobody in this entire lounge will ever come forward and testify that he has slapped him. He grabs him by the ear once again and tells him that the evidence, the proof that he slapped him, does not and will not exist. And thus begins the slapping session. Jin Woo hit him here. Seong-ho's strike landed right here. And this last slap is for the other kids he beat up. He should keep in mind, this is only happening because he decided to be a little badass and fight in the first day. Without much to do after that is over, Taejun calls his broker and tells him that all of the people in this school are maniacs, as just now he was slapped around in the teacher lounge. They are all acting crazy, and they protect that bastard Kim with their lives. How can he deal with something like that? The broker notes that indeed, this is serious, and thinks that if he fails a countryside job like this one, his position within the organization will be crumbled into dust. He cannot afford to lose this, not at all. He tells Taejun that he is in Seoul right now, so he should be patient and cautious, as he will take care of it as soon as possible. While in Seoul, the broker meets with the superintendent and explains the situation. They even used his name, but the teachers are not doing anything about it, so he asks him to put some heat on the administration over there. The superintendent of education, Moon Chang-ho, notes how tactless those people are, and yes, he will get in touch with them as soon as possible. The Golden Circle had a group called the Golden Line, formed only by ties for those who grasped on that line. They did not just get hired. Rather, they were now a part of the network, pulling and pushing each other in a very symbiotic relationship. Moon Chang-ho was one of the many who benefited a lot from this Golden Line. As before the redevelopment of the Junggedo area began, he bought thousands of meters of land, and landed a tenfold jackpot because of it. And the middleman for all of this was Jung Chance. With that, Chang-ho calls the Daesun representative, and they get to talking about how the school seems to be running into some trouble, with students beating each other, and the teachers doing nothing. Chang-ho notes that he is only worried about the transparency of the Korean education, which might be in a bad spot because of situations like that. Could he just deal with the issue at hand? The representative doesn't back down, and asks why he is dealing with Daesun affairs when he is in Seoul. This peeves the superintendent, gets very mad but holds it in, and notes that they are all comrades, leading children into a better future with education. So should he just feel unqualified to deal with Daesun problems? The representative says that this is exactly what he should do, which sends Chang-ho over the edge, and asks how he dare say such things. He calms down, and notes that if he wants to play it this way, he knows of the other malpractices going around in their bumpkin town, so he should be careful with his words from now on. The representative shuts him up with 3 words. The Golden Circle, did he really think that they did not know how funny? But he also has a question for him. Is he positive that he can handle a dirty fight like this one? He can assure him that he will not be going down alone in this, no matter the case. People like him think that they are in the countryside, because they couldn't make it to Seoul. But in reality, people like him are simply here, because they were born and raised in this place. People like him do not need backing like him, as once they are taken down from the position of superintendent, it's over, and they have to live the rest of their lives without authority. So he should know his limits, as biting each other like this is not going to fix anything. With that, they closed the call. And day 1, the principal thanks the representative for letting him go through with this, who notes that Chang-ho will not be able to openly do something, but behind the scenes it's anyone's game. But is he sure with this? The Golden Circle is not an easy opponent, and if people dig into the corruption of Daesun, neither of them will be able to ignore it. Da-hwan says that he knows, but he has someone to help. Someone who is much more important than that superintendent. That would be Myung-jin Construction, who is investing a fortune into their school, and Chang, the next chairman, is the one backing them. The representative notes that if their corruption is exposed, it is over, but D1 notes that he doesn't mind not being the superintendent, if this means his school will thrive. All that he does is for his love of the school. After all, additionally, the child who has their back throughout is somebody who is extremely clever. Taejun gets the call from the broker, who notes that they couldn't do anything, so he should be careful and pick his fights. Taejun asks what if he's expelled, but the broker confirms that it won't happen, as they still have some power. Taejun now feels like he is stuck. If he gives up on the job, he will lose his Golden Circle position. But the situation is too messed up for him to do anything. He needs to assault Kim constantly, but with so many people in front of him, that just seems impossible. Yet if he actually manages to, he will get even more support from the Golden Circle. After that day, Taejun, who dared disturb the peace of this school, became an outcast. He was not invited to any of the outside activities. People were talking about him in whispers, which he really disliked, but he couldn't do anything about. Having had enough, he messages his group to gather. Everyone from Seoul will be here, and they will rip Kim into pieces. Does he truly think a shitty farmer school will stop him? A few days later at lunchtime, Taejun isn't enjoying his meal. But he wonders if the food really is bad. Or is it because he's eating alone? The group he messaged text back. And it seems that they are all ready to come and mess Kim up. That's when Kim sits down in the seat next to him, and notes that the food around here doesn't seem to be of his taste, judging by his facial expression. Taejun grips his phone tight, and wonders if he should just kill this bastard right here, and right now, but stops himself. As messing with him right now will only lead to trouble. It's fine anyways, as the guys will soon get here. The only thing he needs to do is wait for the right time. Kim asks why the sudden show of aggression. Are things perhaps not going the way he would have liked? From what he heard though, the superintendent of education put up quite a show. But it didn't last long. Taejun suggests that he shouldn't delude himself like this, even if he's the king of playing house. If they met outside of school one-on-one, he would have been dealt with extremely easily. Suddenly Kim interrupts him and asks why he is acting like that. If that's the case, a hand appears behind Taejun and a student accompanied by Seon-ho. Kim calmly asks him, what makes him think that he can really hold out here? Why is he acting like this in someone else's territory? Without an ounce of fear. They bring Taejun outside where Jin-woo and Seon-ho are holding him. He still puts up quite a fight and kicks around, demanding to be let go once they bring him to his knees however. He starts swearing at Kim, and tells him to stop hiding like a wuss, and come out himself. Or is he that embarrassed of his abilities? Kim surprisingly says that he admits it, as he saw everything the other day, just how strong he really is. So he's going to admit it. He's a hitman and a D rank at that. So that must mean he's pretty strong, right? Perhaps if he were a closer level to him, a fight would have been arranged, but now that's just not possible. So with that they should balance it out. Isn't that right? Taejun asks what he means, and then Kim orders everyone to crush him. With that, the students start to kick him constantly and calling him names. Jin-woo gets his attack in, which is much heavier than the others, and without letting him rest, Seon-ho is next who unleashes an even mightier kick on him. Even the mighty Taejun had no real way out of this, as they have overpowered him physically, and now this has become a one-sided being. Taejun thinks that he was just having a meal. Who would have thought that they would gang up on him like that? However, maybe he can escape. If he can somehow manage to knock even a single one. That's when Kim grabs his arm and puts it in a lock, saying that even if he could go against him if he had one arm, doesn't he believe so too? With that Kim starts pulling and smiles, as he sees Taejun wailing around in pain. Taejun huffs loudly and shakes as he feels that his arm is broken, and Kim tells Seon-ho to get this rat to stand up. He does just that, and Kim grabs him by the hair, explaining that from now on he has only two choices. First, he carries on with his job at the Golden Circle. Just he always did. If he chooses that, however, there will be consequences, as he will snap his left arm, right now without his arms. Every single day at this school will feel like an eternal hell for him. The second option, which doesn't have any of that pain, is for him to obey him fully. He should report to the Golden Circle that the mission was successful, and then become his loyal spy. He will basically be using him to figure out the identity of the person who hired him. So what will he choose? Taejun asks if he's really telling him to betray them like this. But he should know that the Golden Circle is not a damn joke. And it never was. Kim got his answer after this, and offers Seon-ho a deal that he cannot pass him. He offers him 100 million won, and the only thing he needs to do is stab this dog. If he doesn't want to, it's fine really, as he can always ask the others. Additionally, he isn't asking him to kill him, as he will call the ambulance. All he needs to do is stab him so that there will be after effects. But nothing that would threaten his life directly. These words that went beyond what he originally asked of them silenced all of the self-proclaimed dogs he had, including Seon-ho. Kim tries to reason with them, asking just how long do they think it will take them to save 100 million won after they graduate. Even if they save 1 million won every month, it will take 8 maybe 9 years. However, all of these little puppies were the ones who mistook their relationship with Kim as a normal one, so they were wrong. Kim still tries to sell it. He will give them that money right now. They can earn tons of cash in just a few seconds without much effort. They did not know that the real Kim is a devil. built from 10 years worth of malice, and comes from a disabled person who would have done everything and anything for revenge. At that moment, where they finally realized Taejun too lost all will to fight, Kim notes that he promises they will testify to the police that he didn't stab him on purpose, and it was just a harmless prank. Nobody would believe him anyway, as this is Daesun. A few days ago Kim met with Chul, who handed him a copy of Taejun's student record, and just like he suggested, that little rat was sent by the Golden Circle. Kim slowly pulled it out of the envelope, while thinking that they must have sent a B ranker, and if he gives it his all, he could probably win in a fight. But that won't be enough to stop him, considering the Golden Circle is quite brazen with their actions, as they sent a hitman, which is clearly backed by the Superintendent of Education. But it also shows that they were optimistic, that they would actually succeed easily. However, what will happen? If Taehyun were to fail, they will certainly realize the situation needs further care, and if he comes across any force rankers now, he can't know if his plan will succeed. From the different relationships he had, including Siwoo to the butterfly effect caused by Jeonhyu. As he experienced this realm of unpredictability, Kim eventually came to realize that his plans were only empty frames, waiting for the full picture. His plan that he meticulously thought over isn't perfect, as there are far too many variables, and can't risk it like this with ease. What he must do is control the situation as best as he can, and prepare well for those variables. The only way he can do that now is to calculate his move even more, and be careful in this world of revenge. Something like friendship isn't welcome or profitable. Seong-ho announces that he will do it, as Kim has always been good for him, and always rewarded him after everything. With that he tells the other students to hold Taejun up. Shanho grabs the knife from Kim and fully accepts his deal. While he unsheaths the knife, Taejun tries to reason with him, but Shanho seems determined to get the money, so he swiftly aims for his belly. With seconds to spare before the inevitable, Taejun chooses the second option, and promises to become a loyal dog. Kim tells Seon-ho to stop, as he will make sure he is still properly rewarded for his conviction, but now he will let this go. Seon-ho accepts, and Taejun thinks that after he's out of here, he will quickly call his broker and resolve this, like he should have all of this time. Before he can think further, Kim tells him his exact address, and also that he has both of his parents, and one sister. Did he get that right? Taejun asks. How in the hell he did that? But Kim ignores him, and explains that he really doesn't care about his family. Way less than he probably thinks. However, he should not forget that if anyone gets in his way, he will follow them to the ends of the earth, and crush them and tear their life apart. Little by little now he will be asking him one more time. Will he be loyal to the Golden Circle until the bitter end, or will he become his dog? He should think about it very carefully, as this is his last chance. Taejun joined the Golden Circle with big dreams. The few cases he handled so far flashed before him like a trance. And then in the face of this entity made from pure malice, who threatened his entire life, Taejun finally realized that what he had traded for money was someone else's life. With that, he bows his head down and promises once again to become his dog. Kim grabs his head and notes that he made the right choice. Seong-ho gives the knife back, and asks if he's sure about letting him go, as he could become a liability for them in the future. Kim tells him to relax, as if that happens, he will be able to show everyone what happens if one breaks their word to him. Also, he should check his account after school, since he will receive the reward mentioned earlier. Additionally, he will need one more thing from him to go and get Jojo right now, without letting anyone know about it. Later, rumors about Kim and Seon-ho growing apart start to spread, and all of the school talks about it, which Kim hears, but this was all a part of his plan. At the director's office, Cheng's brother is trying to convince everyone to say something about his brother becoming the director. He notes that at this rate, their father might even hand him the position of chairman. Can they really handle something like this? Are they truly okay with all they have done for so long? A member urges him to relax, as sure Cheng got the opportunity, but he has yet to prove his skills in the workplace, and compared to someone as him, he doesn't hold a candle. The brother screams at him that thinking that way is foolish, as their father will most definitely choose the eldest. Another member suggests that he should reconcile with his wife, But it seems that he has already tried that, and it makes him even madder. All the members think that he was in the wrong anyway, so it will take a while to regain that trust. He goes to another meeting, and a man explains that there's something wrong here. As Chang has always been an idiot, egotistical little bastard, and a womanizer. That's precisely why they all chose to follow him instead of that guy. But judging by his recent behavior, it seems like someone they do not know of yet is supporting him behind the shadows. This man is the internal director of Myeongjin Construction. Him Chol-jin, the brother, asks for more information, and Chol-jin starts explaining somebody else disclosed his affair. And Chang was the only person who could have benefited from that. Suddenly he also starts staying on the construction site till the end of the day, and also doesn't miss a day of work. Additionally, he even handled the concrete accident in a manner that pleased his father. He suggested that they take the whole building down and restart the construction. But does he really think that something like this was possible from the usual Chang? None of this was a sudden change of heart, and it was all planned. Somebody is surely telling him what to do, but the real issue is that they don't know who. The brother asks what they could do in such a situation, and Chil-jin suggests that they find this mystery person and do it fast with that. They start spying on Chang. At 6:00, he goes to check the construction project and manages its safety. At 2 p.m. he has lunch with the project manager. And at 8 p.m. he has dinner with a casual acquaintance of his. Jung-sik flips out, having not found any damning evidence that he is working with someone. And his men start suggesting different people. Maybe it was Judge Huang, as there's talks of marriage going around, but the brother denies it, as Judge Huang dislikes his brother quite a lot. Director Kang is also thrown around as an idea, but again the idea is denied as he is too simple of a man. Another suggests Sungshen Construction, as he heard their son is close to Chang. Jung-sik explains that the CEO of that company is on good terms with him currently, so it's not possible for him to do something like that. Suddenly one of his men finds out that there's something strange about his cash flow, as there's tons of money going to China High School, be it scholarship schemes or even swimming pools. Chung-soo tells them to not worry about that, as Chang has always thrown around cash at useless things. One time he got into real trouble with their father, after paying a bar girl's debt. They all scoff at the idea of this school being something worth it, but Chil-jin starts analyzing deeper into it, as it may prove to be a useful lead. Suddenly a hidden number calls Chung-soo, and he ignores it as he already has enough on his plate. But then he receives a text from that caller. The message notes that he is Chang's backer, and would like to talk with him in private, if that is possible. Earlier, Chang called Kin and told him that somebody is probably tailing him, as some bastard has been following him with a camera for a whole week now and nothing has happened just yet. But he will be extra careful from now on. He could also be in danger, as Chung-sik might try to find out about him. He asks if he's afraid his brother might make him a better deal, but that won't happen. He trusts him, right? So he should get him a phone with a fake aid, and he will resolve everything. Now Chung-suk stands with Cheol-jin and asks what they should do once they find the backer. Cheol-jin suggested 2 things. Since he turned Chang from an underdog to a managing director, he must be quite skilled, so they could recruit him to their side and deal with a great blow to Chang. However, if he doesn't join them, they will simply have to get rid of him. With a tampered voice, Kim asks Chung-soo, why has he been looking for him all this time? He thinks that it's better to be straight with this guy, and offers to recruit him. Chang barely managed to graduate high school, and he's got a diploma from a prestigious university. Chang lived his life in the bar, while he gained tons of experience from his calculations and work. So judging by this, who is more suitable to become chairman? Their father will eventually appoint someone who will grow the company. Anyway, Kim asks how he's so sure about that. And Chung-suk says that it's quite simple, because that's how the company progressed so far. Their father could even give the whole company to a management specialist, if it meant that they would advance. So Chang becoming chairman is a pipe dream. He knows that too, right? That's why he called in the first place. Kim notes that if this is the case, he has a single condition. When Chung-suk returns from his talk, he tells everyone that Chang's backer contacted him, as he probably thinks that he's more suited to become chairman. He didn't ask for much either, he only wanted a position as an internal director. Cheol-jin urges him to reconsider, as that position is important, and he doesn't even know the guy yet. But Chung-suk slams the table, and tells him to shut up already. He doesn't have a damn right to say that, as he just watched Chang and fans and didn't do jack shit. He's finally bringing someone competent on board, so he should consider his words from now on. Chiljin remains calm and notes that it's not as simple. He couldn't do anything, because Chang is the eldest son, so there was no backlash to him becoming the director. But the position he offered his backer is something they give to people that have at least 20 years of experience with the company. Now he's not suggesting that he keep him for that long, but they should at least test him. Chung Suk tells him to stop talking, as tradition is too damn annoying to deal sometimes, and he will change it once he becomes chairman. All they need to do is think of one thing. When he's chairman, he promises everyone here compensation. That should be plenty, right? With that, he abruptly ends the meeting as he is tired. But Chiljin is quite shocked by what just happened. However, he knows that Chung Suk is bad too. A self-absorbed, abusive, and infidel person. He knows full well that he's not a good person, but he wouldn't go near him ever if he wasn't the president's son. Even after all of this, he still supported him because he's the lesser evil, as compared to Chang, who is uninterested in the company. He felt that Chung Suk would at least put in more effort. However, when tradition is disregarded, cracks will surely appear, and in the end Chung Suk will be the one to destroy this company. Even if this hurts him, he needs to talk with the chairman right now. For the sake of the company and for the people who dedicated their entire lives to it. Suddenly he gets a call from an unknown number, and when he answers, the person immediately asks if he agrees with Chung Suk's decision, as it may seem too harsh. Chiljin asks who he is and if this is some type of mockery. But the person over the phone assures that he isn't, as he wasn't interested in being part of the board of directors in the first place. He only wanted to let him know that Chung Suk and Chang are much different than he thinks. Chiljin doesn't want to believe that. But Kim, who was over the phone, notes that Myungjin Construction is a company that was built upon tradition. And in some companies, the director position is one that anyone can take. However, anyone who understands the chairman's will and the future that Myungjin Construction is aiming for shouldn't have promised that position that lightly. In fact, he is very proud of being the internal director. Right? Children asks him to get to the point already. And Kim obliges he should assist Chang instead, as he's not the same bastard that he used to be. Also, he shouldn't think of this as betrayal. He's just letting him know about how much he would like to work with him and a Myungjin Construction that has a future ahead of it. A few days later, Chiljin meets with Chang and asks him directly who his backer is. Really? Chang says that he cannot tell him about that, so he should understand. Chiljin asked him if he remembers how he used to come to the field. Ever since he was young, Chang doesn't seem to remember it. And Chiljin explains that it wasn't on a big project then, as it is now, because they were just starting out. He must have been around 3 to 4 years old, and always used his little chubby hands to carry bricks and help them in the construction. His heart would always pound out of his chest at the thought of him hurting himself. Even if he wasn't his son, just seeing him grow up strong and healthy under his father made him feel good, so he always had high hopes for him. He can't lie, however. As he grew up, he couldn't help but be disappointed, as he always went to school in place of the chairman, because he was always beating someone up. Myungjin continued to grow rapidly, but he was always drinking, partying, and getting into trouble. That is why he began believing that he is not the right person for the chairman position. And if a family member was going to inherit everything anyway, he thought that it would be better for it to be Chung Suk, since he was always struggling to be noticed. But he may wonder, why is he thinking all of this when he's only a mere director? Because he has given his everything to Myungjin Construction, just like his father has. Because he can't let it fall in the hands of a pathetic man, who can't even look after himself properly. However, he noticed that he has changed himself lately. And it doesn't even matter who helped him, as long as he produces results for the company. That is all that matters. He is not going to dig further into it anymore. So he will say this now, that Myungjin Construction needs people like him. And he looks forward to working with him from now on. At a small restaurant, which stands sandwiched between a convenience store and a food cafe, Kim's grandma works hard to feed everyone, with even the few customers she has, saying that she shouldn't push herself too hard. She thinks that this is only natural. However, she must work hard in order to save money for her grandkid tuition. Suddenly someone calls her cell, and when she answers, someone from real estate notes that if she's the one who won the lottery contract, for the noblest apartments. She should just sell the pre-sale rights to him, and he will promise to pay at least 5,000 as premium for it. Later, while Kim is having dinner, he talks with his grandma and asks why she is still working at the restaurant, as she doesn't need to since he gives her some. And she also has her pension to rely on. The grandma still feels the need to work, as that money is from the scholarship he gets from being a good student. She also wonders how the real estate agents found out about their winnings, as they will not stop calling her, as she's receiving dozens of calls every single day. Kim asks her to explain in greater detail, and she says that they were basically talking nonsense all of the time. One of them offered 5,000, while another offered 6,000. Kim thinks that after the last concrete casting incident, Myungjin's brand value skyrocketed. Additionally, Noblesse is a top-notch apartment in a prime location in Daesan. Just leasing it would be enough to get the sale price back. These real estate agents are underpaying, however, only 6,000 for a property, so right. The grandma wonders if it's a scam, and if to sell it. If it isn't, Kim notes that they aren't making those calls for her sake, so she shouldn't sell it no matter what. The grandma explains that the down payment alone is 200 million won. How can she get such a large sum? Thanks to him and his help, they were able to get the pre-sale right to the home, but 200 million is just too much. Kim thinks that he has the down payment in a bank account that Chang gave to him, but he can't tell her that now, right? This apartment is a home for the three of them, a permanent one, so he will not give it up no matter the cost. He puts his hand on hers and says that she can pay back easier these days, and they can also rent it out. She shouldn't worry, as he will figure this out. She touches his face and is glad to have such a dependable grandson. Suddenly he gets a call and excuses himself as he needs to answer it. When he does so, the person over the phone speaks on behalf of the academy and explains that his brother, Hyun, did not attend class today. It seems that Hyun spent all of his time at the library and is now going back as he wants to get back, according to the academy's timing. He looks at a group of kids not much smaller than him, who are having fun by playing a simple game of rock, paper, scissors. He envies them somewhat, as they can still have fun without thinking of other things just yet. Hyun removes himself from these thoughts as he needs to prove himself. Prove that he can succeed without going to a private academy. While he is deep in thought, he suddenly bumps into somebody. That somebody being Kim, his brother. They sit on a bench and Kim explains that he was at his academy, and they told him that he suddenly quit. He apologizes for not telling him earlier, but he's old enough to figure everything out, as his hands and face tell him everything he needs to know. How can he attend the academy when he and their grandma must earn money with such difficulty? If only one of them can get the chance to learn, that should be him, so they should just switch roles. He works while he achieves an accomplished academic life. Since he has better grades anyway, Hyun is shocked by his words, and thinks that after 5 years past of him being a vegetable, Hyun vowed to become a police officer, and get his revenge on the dirtbags who dared to do that to him. However, Hyun had to pay for his and their grandma's hospital bills, and even if he spent all of his time studying, he could not pass the exam. In the end, his family was the only thing that held him back. He struggled for the sake of family, but ended up falling in the same spot as them. He vowed that he will not let that happen ever again. To ease his worries, Kim shows him the message he got about winning an apartment lot in the Yunbing area, one of the richest neighborhoods in Daesan. Hyun is surprised, but that's when Chung arrives in his car, and when he gets out, he notes that he would have never thought he would be in a library. He presents himself to Hyun as the eldest son of Myungjin Construction and his brother's greatest ally. If he doesn't believe it, he can look it up online. He sits down between them and explains that, since he is helping his brother out with a scholarship, he should also pay for his tuition. It's the least he can do after all. Hyun announces that he's going back to his teacher for a minute, and while he does that, Hyun thanks Chung for showing up at such a late hour. But he notes that it wasn't such a big deal. He must take care of his greatest friend Rai. Chung also hands him the information he requested on the three people, and also announces that Cheol-jin is fully on their side now, so what should they do going forward? Kim explains that they talked previously about a certain piece of land, Jeonwoo real estate in the Sanya area to be exact. First on their agenda is to get close to the real estate agent around there, and then he should call him. The second new property comes up for sale a few days later. At school, the blue-haired liar tells everyone that Kim got a perfect score on the 11th mock exam. which is apparently the first in the whole country. When Kim finally arrives at school, everyone looks at him, and some even interview him about the grades he has, and about how many private academies he attends. Behind all of that crowd, even the principal Daewon congratulates him, making Kim think that this was probably his doing, so he needs to match up the energy. He gets in front of the interview mic and thanks his teachers who were all outstanding. He was able to achieve an academic level he could only dream of. While he confirms that he didn't attend any academy, he thinks that the Golden Circle's client must be watching now, and surely he is brimming with rage that he cannot do anything with. The Golden Circle broker pulls Taejun in a dark alley, and asks him to explain once again the results he got. Taejun does so, saying that Kim and Seon-ho are now enemies once again, and he succeeded in pushing Kim into a corner, as they don't even look at each other these days. It's only been a month, so he needs more time to deal with all of the variables. The broker knows full well, but this is not a clear outcome, and he gets calls every single day about it because it's so vague. He warns Taejun this is his very last chance. All he needs to do is please the client before the holidays, no matter what. A little while later, Taejun meets with Kim, who notes that he is late. Taejun apologizes, as he feared the broker he just met started following him. Taejun then tells him everything that he might like to know. And then Kim says that once he found out he was a target of the Golden Circle, it gave him a lot to think about. Why are they going so far, or what did he do to deserve this? But most importantly, the thing that bothered him most is that he didn't know who hired them. However, there are a few people that might be the client. First is Jin Young. Her family is rich and she was doing well academically, so he must have annoyed her with his performance. Second is Lee. They got into a fight at the start of the semester, and they haven't spoken a word since. But he's a bastard with a god complex and a loaded father. Lastly would be Choi Shima, whose father is a high-ranking government official, and she was ahead at the start of this semester, but he beat her at the next exam. He used him as bait for these three, and after listening to what he said today, he narrowed it down to one person. So he should prepare himself for tomorrow, as he will finally be separated from the Golden Circle forever. The next day Chill oversees the boys who are playing soccer, and that includes Kim, who easily scores and then leaves. Seona talks with another person and thinks that he's quite cool, but the other girl, Haeji, warns her to steer clear of him as he has become sort of a bad boy. Seona still wishes to go to him and hands him a drink, which he expected. He suddenly invites her someplace else, as he has to talk with her about something very important. 15 minutes after the break, Heiji wonders if Seona is okay as she hasn't come back. But that's when she gets a plea for help from her, as she's trapped in the storeroom. 15 minutes before this, Shona was kind of scared to follow Kim in such a dark place. But she thought that it was fine, as he is one of the good guys. He orders her to close the door, and asks if she knows about the kind of trouble he has had lately. She says that she knows, as people have been picking fights with him left and right. He notes that she's correct. But most people don't know that someone ordered all of them to do it. There is a clear mastermind behind all of this. So he set a trap and he had Jin. The blue snake leaks some information to the people he suspected. He told one of the people that Kim had a hard time, and he's preparing to transfer. But she didn't show any sign of happiness, so it couldn't have been that person. To the next person, he said that Kim and Seong-ho are on really good terms, which would have infuriated the mastermind. But he didn't react. Shona slowly backs away, and Kim tells her that to her. He had him say that Kim is having a hard time, but he's still going, which would have made the mastermind angry. However, the real truth is that the spy he planted. So one of the students react harshly. So what does she think about something like this? Suddenly Haeja arrives and asks if she's okay and where Kim is. He was standing behind the door all of this time, and tells Shona to leave as she has done her job. She does so and Kim immediately slams the door shut, while saying that she must stay here. One would think that Seona was the client, but there is a reason why she couldn't be. Heiji is starting to get scared and wonders what's going on. Kim asked Chang to background check the three suspects, so he could find the right answer. And thanks to that, he found out a truth about Seona that nobody else knew. He asked Haeja personally, does she know why Shona transferred from Seoul to Daejeon? Her brother was bullied at school, and ended up doing something terrible to himself. So her parents came here for her sake. But would such a family do something so drastic for her grades? The answer is no, as he should know that better than anyone. Additionally, Shona said something quite interesting. That whatever the intention behind the way he was bullied, she despised the person who held that intention. Because she couldn't do it to her brother, she is cheering him on, because he is brave. That leaves a single possibility. Seona heard what Yejin said and shared it with a single person. He hugs her tightly, and notes that it was her, the little bitch that tried to ruin his life. Yeji denies it completely, and tries to run away. But the door is locked, which leaves her to beg. They have always been good friends, so why would she ever do something so hurtful to someone like him? Shona is the one who hired them, as she complained about his grades multiple times, so he should stop and reconsider everything. Kim tells her that Shona's parents resigned from their positions long ago and are not active members of the anti-school violence committee. Is she really saying that those poor people could concoct something so vile? She says that if you ever know a person, and he knows that her father was a high-ranking police officer, the Golden Circle is connected to people like him. It seems that she has done something stupid, as Kim hasn't mentioned the Golden Circle a single time in this conversation. Yeji tries to hide it for a little while, but gives up, and her face contorts into her true form. Who says that all of this was his fault in the first place? If he wasn't such a cold-hearted idiot, nothing would have happened a few months ago. Yeji immediately had him in his sights, as he was tall and attractive, had a good personality, and was even good at sports. In her head, the perfect guy. The problem was that she was not the only one who felt that way, as she has heard countless stories of girls getting rejected after confessing their feelings to him. So even if she was considered popular, she was afraid of rejection. So she decided to test the waters with him for a bit. She asked him to help with some homework, and she touched him on purpose, although she played it out like it was an accident. Kim just smiled at her, which made Heiji feel that Kim was basically giving her the green light. She couldn't ask him directly, so she made one of the guys ask him what types of girls he's into. Kim confirmed that if it would be someone, it would be someone like Heiji, who is hardworking and has a cheerful personality. In her head it was all but confirmed, and after that she made plans with him, prepared a gift, and even a letter. The day when she went to meet with him, however, for the first time in her pompous life, she experienced a bad ending. She was born into a wealthy family, and never once was deprived of something. She was a special existence in the world. One small rejection brought her great amounts of anguish, and that's when she became hostile. Kim can't help but laugh at her explanation, but Heiji goes into an emotional frenzy. She screams at him, noting that he was the one dropping hints. And her life was hell after that, as he kept getting more popular and getting more grades, while she felt left out and saddened by everything. She never wanted this to spiral out of control. All she wanted was for him to experience the same pain that she did. So she begs for forgiveness, as she never intended for all of this. Kim laughed, but in the face of someone like her, whose intention was that of pure evil, Kim called himself emotionally and felt nothing. Kim notes that he didn't reject her because he didn't like her, but he couldn't afford to date her. She kept buying him gifts and such, and he couldn't handle that. So he rejected her out of worry, as he didn't want to feel like a burden. Biji grabs his hand, and notes that he should have told her much earlier, so they should just go back to how they were, and live their lives peacefully from now on. Kim notes that it's far too late for something like that, and grabs her hair tightly. He will completely annihilate her and her family. Everything she ever stood for. He starts slapping the shit out of her and thinks that she will never understand why he's doing all of this. Because of her, he was turned into a vegetable and his family was destroyed. However, that's only because he's fighting with everything he has. To prevent that, how dare she call herself human? After putting someone else through something like this, and just watch whatever happens. People like her do not change. After he's done with her, he tells her to find a good plastic surgeon. But from now on, she won't have enough money to spend on the Golden Circle. She'll comes in, and finds it extremely worrying that Kim has started hitting women too. That's when Kim explains that she was the one who hired the Golden Circle. Chill looks at the situation in a different light now, as even if he beat her way too much, she must pay for her actions. So he will handle this, however. He warns Kim, as her parents are not people who will just let it slide. Her father has influence in Dyson, so it will be very hard to come up with something. Kim smiles and says that he doesn't need to do anything. Just send her home. He does just that. And when her father sees his beautiful daughter so hurt, he freaks out and proclaims that he will have every single bastard involved with this in jail, even if he has to sell his soul for it. The father calls the broker Young, thinking that he will have his head for this, but that number is currently busy, as Kim has called him and reveals his identity in an instant. After Kim is done with Young gets called by Heeji's father, who asks how he is going to deal with this, as his precious child was brutally beaten. He said from the very start that he guaranteed success, and failure was not an option, as throughout their history, the Golden Circle has not failed. He will tell other people about this. Does he think he will be able to handle the consequences when other Golden Circle members find out? Young says that he doesn't care anymore, as they are unfortunately done here. Like he said, the Golden Circle has not failed even once. But now that he has walked through this precedent, he's basically screwed. However, he has to live too, since he's human too, so he handed everything about their dealings to Kim. He probably thought that such documents were not gathered. But the world is not all that simple, right? He needed insurance in case anything happened. And unfortunately for him, something did. The father is even more enraged but slightly scared too, as he threatens Young with a double takedown. If he goes down, he goes down too, as he will report absolutely everything to the Golden Circle. Young tells him that he can't since he already has stuff figured out, so he should wake up, as from now on, everything that happens is on him and only him. With that he hangs up. And suddenly a visitor calls from outside of their once calm home. Young lights up another smoke and thinks of what happened. When Kim called him, he told him his exact job and name, and also that he just sent Heejin home. Young was rightfully surprised, and Kim continued, noting that he failed at doing his job. But he still pushed and pushed. However, if his client's identity is revealed, he will be doomed. Young thought about it and asked if Taejun betrayed him, as that is the only place he could get the information from. Kim congratulated him for his quick thinking, but now knowing this means that he's become a threat to the Golden Circle and its prosperity. There's only one thing that they must do now, to make him go away forever, and they will make sure that he never speaks of it ever again. Young asked what he wants from him, and Kim put it simply: if he truly wants to live, if he has not given up on life just yet, he should report back to his boss and say that the job was completed with flying colors, with the client being extremely happy about all of it. Then send Taejun back to Seoul, and that will be that. Jong said that if he does something of this nature, the client will not be happy about it. But Kim told him to leave the client behind, as he has to worry for himself more rather than other people, right? Naturally, the mystery visitor in front of Heeji's home was Kim, who demands that her father sit down. The father is not having any of it, but Kim calmly tells him to stop speaking nonsense and sit down. Now he is here to give him two choices. The first would be to get revenge on him on everything he has done. He will report this case to the authorities and ask the Golden Circle to fix the issue swiftly. But if that were to occur, he will release the proof he received from Young to the entire world. Naturally, that wouldn't make the Golden Circle just disappear, but it will certainly make Young go away. However, not everything will go well, as he will get prison time, and his precious daughter will be in juvie for a while. The very funny detail here is that he will be in jail for at least a few years, while his daughter will be in juvie for a few months at best. What does he think will happen then, without her mighty father? Will she really be safe from him? The father shouts as loud as he can. Is he really threatening him right now? Does he think he will get away with such petty warnings? Kim calmly tells him that saying these things will get him nowhere, because he has Chang behind him, and he will order him to break Yeji's legs and gouge out her eyes. If he doesn't think that he can do such a thing, he should look at his daughter right now. Heiji starts screaming and eventually just faints from fear. Kim notes that they should all calm down, as there is a second choice for him. He drops a knife to the floor and orders him to cut Heiji's Achilles heel with his own two hands. He will maim his own daughter, so as to not let that demon out into the world ever again. With that he leaves, and Heiji's mother tells the father to call the police. But he only looks at the knife as he cannot do anything. Now slowly, he reaches for the knife, while saying that this bastard has them fully caught. If one thing goes wrong and he goes to jail, Chang and Myung Jin construction. How can he handle those two? This family, this house. This business, who will take care of them? Without him they cannot protect their dear daughter. He fully picks up the knife and tells his wife that this is why they shouldn't spoil the kids too much. She tries to get him to come to his senses, but he gets up, and before Heiji can make her escape, he lunges in out of desperation and out of utter fear. He meets with Young at a cafe, who notes that even if Heiji's father chooses the second, more brutal option, he's not done with them. Isn't he? Kim says that he's correct and that assumption, as he will slowly drive him off to the edge where he can jump off. One by one, little by little, he will expose the illegal actions that he has committed in this business, and then when that man reaches his limit, he will release the material to the public. Sounds quite fun, right? If he also cuts his daughter's Achilles heel, he is going to report him to the authorities for domestic violence. Then Heiji will be crippled for life, penniless, and finally alone without anybody. Young asks what he's really planning, as indeed he bought himself some time, but the Golden Circle will certainly find out about this. Kim says that he's correct once again, so that is precisely why he is thinking of offering him a deal, a Trojan horse of sorts if he had to describe it. He did not give him all of the material because he was dumb. He was betting on him to survive, as he knew full well in fact, that he's an expendable asset to the Golden Circle. If they are being real here, why would he be loyal to them? Money talks in this world, so how about he makes that money through him? Young laughs and asks if he thinks that having Myungjin construction behind him will be enough to convince him. No matter how pushed he is not a fool and will not be an internal spy, as that will mean that his life would be at risk constantly. He admits, however, that just like he said, he joined the Golden Circle because he wanted to get on the top. He wanted money, power, and fame. And he gave him his leash, only because he has become afraid of the Golden Circle, even more than he already was anyway. Even so, he wants to create a Trojan horse. And what will he give him in return? Myungjin construction and his trust. It doesn't work that way. Suddenly Kim says one word, Celestials, which shocks John. Kim explains that for the next 2 years at least, he will be in charge of the members in the top tier. The Golden Line is an outcome of any vertical society, and naturally there were classes within the top tier of politicians, chaebols, and businessmen in the Golden Circle. There is also something similar, but they are called the top tier. Members of this tier had their own top-level brokers, and the higher the rank the better the rewards the broker receives. Above all though, the top tier's broker was accepted as a member of the top tier once. Young thinks that the top tier's existence is not something that is known to many, so how does this guy even know about it? But what if he could make it possible, though naturally? If the Golden Circle finds out about any of this, he will pay the steep price, but if it's after 2 years, then he would be able to leave Korea without a single regret. Besides, if this kid really manages to take the Golden Circle down, it will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. What an ideal scenario for him. That is, he asks how he will make him a member of the top tier. And all Kim wants him to do is keep quiet about this for 1 month. And at the end of that month, he will get what he wants. With that, their conversation is over, and Kim rides the bus somewhere. While he does that, he thinks of everything. The Golden Circle, the Golden Line, and the top tier. Young must have wondered how he knew of these things, but that's something that everyone would find out years later, as he knows from listening to the news about the case, when the Golden Circle was finally in the limelight. But even with that, the case was closed without revealing a single top-tier member. For Kim, it's not enough to take down the Golden Circle, as the wealth and power that made it in the first place will not falter so easily. It is now time for him to take the next step in his plan. When Kim goes inside of a certain building, he meets with the senator of the Prosperity Party, Kim Pan-ho, who wonders why he sent this note. He really shouldn't be playing these types of pranks, as someone might get hurt. Kim thinks that he talks like a true politician, and while he sits down, he explains that he understands how absurd it sounds. But even so, he hopes that he will at least hear him out first, and then judge for himself, as after all, he is here to make a deal with him during his days as a professor. He formed tons of connections in return for looking after the children of the people in power. Due to writing on those people's backs and funds, he was promoted to the senator position. But just as something as commonplace in his world was fading from everyone's memory, Things blew up as Senator Jan Ho-il of the opposing political party exposed his corruption to the public. Kim waited for this moment, when Panho would need him as much as Kim needed him. Kim asks why would Young make those types of accusations. He certainly doesn't hold a grudge against him, and he wouldn't gain any political advantage by doing all of this. He thinks that someone asked him to do it. Someone like Senator Yan Mangu, the leader of the Prosperity Party that he is a member of. Panho notes that his statement is quite dangerous, but Kim knows however, this is definitely a ploy set in place by Yan. He wanted to destroy a senator with rising influence fully, but attacking a member of the same party would have been troubling to deal with in various cases. So that's when he used Senator Jen as the puppet. Because a member of the opposing party targeting sounds reasonable, right? Additionally, he doesn't have any weaknesses to speak of, so any counterattack will not happen. Panho thinks that this child is quite insightful for his age. But if this is all he has, then this is just a waste of time. He asks even if he's right. What will his solution be in this case? Kim explains that there is no perfect solution here. It is true that children of powerful people have incredibly high grades, so regardless of the outcome, people are bound to gossip here and there, so there is only a single way to resolve this solution. If he cannot argue with the message, he should kill the messenger sooner rather than later. There's going to be a story about international students doing drugs, and among them, exactly one international student's identity will be hidden. Coincidentally, Senator Junwoo's own son is studying abroad. Panho just laughs, as he has no idea about any of this, but Kim continues. This case is going to hit the news outlets soon no matter what. So if he plays his cards just right, he can get away with this scandal scot-free. This is not to say that taking down a mere puppet is enough to fully clear him of any suspicions, but he knows how it is with politics. It's hard to rebuild an allegation once it has been destroyed or averted. Solving it once is plenty for it to not be an issue any longer. Or any more for that matter. Kim gets up to leave and notes that he has other plans to help him. But once he feels worthy of his trust, he should get back to him, as he will wait for him for exactly 1 week. A few days later, news about Yang's son being a drug abuser spreads out. And Panho calls Kim back in, asking how a mere high school student like him knew about this so perfectly. Kim says that it's because he is Chang, and that man has quite the list of important friends. Panho researched Kim and found out a lot of stuff, including that he basically rules the school he is in. He didn't contact him without a plan. He reached out knowing the truth. Panho says that he's got quite a pair on him, but they should hear what he has planned first, right? Kim notes that before that, he would like to ask him a simple question. Is he perhaps planning to get on the presidential election, even if he's not certain about it? It would seem so given how ambitious he is. However, he will not be given a simple chance, as he does not have a compelling story at all. He was born in an elite family, followed an elite course, became a professor after graduation, and even got the badge as a member of the parliament. He had the life of the top 0.01 in South Korea. He will fail the presidency race because of this, as he has failed for these reasons in his past life too. Panho asks if he is asking him to give up, but Kim denies this as he is not the type to fold easily. So he will help him, he will become his kingmaker. At school everyone talks about Heju, about how she dropped out, and that she was incredibly injured, to the point where she couldn't walk at all. Kim smiles, as that dumbass of a father went and cut his daughter's Achilles heel. How funny, as he had countless ways of protecting his daughter. However, he understands this, as it's hard to think rationally when one is overwhelmed by emotion. He experienced this in his past life. But for now, he is done, and all he needs to do is put someone to watch her. All there is left to do is make that presidency-obsessed bastard accept his offer while he was at his office. Kim explained that Myungjin Construction will handle the funding, and as he is aware, money laundering is extremely easy for the construction industry. Another thing they will do is craft a story for him, the perfect narrative for a touching presidential campaign. A story that will make people look up to him, as he will be the first politician who crushes the Golden Circle. Kim explained what the Golden Circle is, and then said that once that group becomes a social issue, he can quickly get on his feet and solve the issue, which will allow him to become a star overnight. This is all he needs to do, as he will set the food on the table, and in case something gets spilled, he will clean up. Panho understood what he had to do, and Kim noted that he will give him ample time. In the meantime, he should investigate further about the man that the second son of Myeongjin Construction is desperately searching for. Chang's real backer Kim leaves school and thinks that if Panko refuses, he will have to resort to plan B. Get rid of Panho, and find a new horse to ride. This plan is risky, as the Golden Circle might intervene, and Panho might join them, but he can only hope that something like that does not happen. Suddenly, a huge man tells him to get in a parked car while he's being nice. Kim obliges, and he is sent straight to Panho, who is surprised that he was Chum's backer, and he admits he's quite impressive. But does he have what it takes to take down the Golden Circle? He also doesn't understand, as he hasn't been a victim of the Golden Circle. So why is he so hell-bent on destroying it? Kim's face dims and asks, has he ever experienced the feeling of helplessness in the face of utter malice? A powerful person like him is able to fight back quite easily. But the Golden Circle doesn't target those kinds of people. In the first place, they target the poor, the weak, and those who cannot fight back no matter what. They cannot give up on education, as if they do their life will be over. And they can't hope that the adults will help, because as long as the Golden Circle is involved, adults are quite wary, knowing that one would be beaten up just for going to school, and that the bullying will continue even after school is over. Being unable to do anything and just suffering constantly. There is only one word to describe this feeling: hell. He is going to break this cycle of school violence, as even though violence will forever be an eternal problem of the human race, he wants to destroy the Golden Circle that profits off these acts. No matter what, Pano can see the determination this child has. So he asks him to tell him the plan, as he will listen diligently. Kim explains that the Golden Circle was able to maintain their powerful relationships because of their extreme secrecy, and no fail to record history. That is why he will win a broker to his side, and have him write a fake report to make it seem that the commission regarding him was a success. Then the Golden Circle will end up with a case of manipulating their results and deceiving the client. After that, when he's in his senior year, when it's time to take the sets, he will transfer to Seoul, in order to maintain his one spot in the entire country. In the very grade conscious Gangnam, what if he the one student in the entire country were to just join? And what if the truth about the Golden Circle's failure spreads out? The space within a school can receive limited outside intervention, so he can withstand some pressure. All he needs from him is support, and to not get him expelled in the process, as the Golden Circle will certainly attempt to do so. Hanho thinks about this, and comes to the conclusion that they are both of the same kind. He explains that he wanted to become president, solely because he just wanted to. Others with less fortunate positions can do it. So why can't he? He has never failed in his life. Not a single time, so why not become the best in the entire country? He accepts, but warns him if he fails even once, he will abandon him, and destroy any evidence of them ever meeting. If he can handle these conditions, then he will gladly join him. After school is over, Seona stops Kim for a while, as she wants to talk with him about something important, and it will be quick. She explains that Heiji dropped out of school after what happened that day, and everyone around here says is that she was taken to the emergency room, but she knows he did that to her. Didn't he? Naturally. She will not tell anyone about it, as she hates people like Heiji. Sociopaths who only care about their own feelings, and will do anything to achieve what they want. Her brother died because of monsters like her after all. Kim asks her to get to the point, and that's when she gets closer, announcing that she wants to help too. Kim has no memory of Seona from his past life, but maybe that's why now she has shown her true self. Her twisted side, the one she tried to hide for so long. Naturally she would be useful, as her parents are high-ranking government officials, and chairman of the Anti-School Violence Committee. That will certainly be useful. However, he is still skeptical of her abilities. So he notes that if she's really willing to do anything for the cause, then she should gouge out the eyes of the bastards who dared kill her brother. With this very pen, she should know though, that this is not easy when he breaks his opponent's bones. He is fully prepared for his to be broken too, and same goes for someone's lie. If he ruins it, he is prepared to have his ruined as well. Does she really have the willpower, the determination to go through with this? With that, Kim walks away, and tells her to not call him for crap like this ever again, as her weakness would only get in the way of his revenge. He thinks that in this path, where there's no room for an ordinary life afterwards, She has no place, so it is better to reject her now. It is the right thing to do for her, and for anyone involved. Suddenly Siwoo grabs him by the shoulder and asks if he's done, which prompts Kim to ask if he studied. Siwoo confirmed that he did, as he made a promise to him. After all, Kim thinks that what he thought of Seona goes for Siwoo as well. In a sense, indeed, they are together in Daesan, but that is over once he goes to Seoul. He needs to go into that hell alone. But before that, he will make sure that Siwoo can manage without him just fine. Siwoo points at a man, and notes that unfortunately for him, he's being scouted again, but he's surprised as he hasn't given up yet. When the other private academies gave up on him after 2 tries or so, the man presents himself as Ju Byung-seo, a director of the Miracle Intensive Academy. He promises that this is the last time he will bother him. So can he spare some time? Recently lots of different academies tried to scout Kim out, because Dai Hwan's obsession with making the school more and more prestigious got the better of him, and he called all over to tell everyone about Kim, and what a perfect student he is. However, this only attracted the attention of the academies in Daesan. So it kind of backfired, but still, these academies promised countless things to Kim, which he all refused. Siwoo tells him to not overdo his rejection this time, and leaves him with Ju. So Kim asks, why is he here again? He remembers that he rejected him pretty harshly last time. Ju hands him an envelope, and explains that he would like to buy his reputation. Miracle is planning to expand beyond Daesan to Seoul. So if word got out that he was attending Miracle, they would be able to compete with the best academies in Seoul, quite easily. However, he needn't attend the academy. They only need him to acknowledge the rumor that he is being generously taken care of at Miracle. Additionally, if he gets a perfect score on his SATs, they will give him 100 million won in cash. Kim smiles as he finds it funny that he is worth this much. And excluding his dying need for revenge, his life isn't that bad, but that's exactly why he declines. Just because that's why. The next day a woman waits for him at the school gates, and introduces herself as Lee Miso, the admin of the Daeji area Skymonm Cave. She drags him away at a cave for a spell, and explains that Daeji area Skymonm Cave is a cave where parents residing in the Daeji area share academic information with each other, and this time his story came up in their daily discussion. She will be forward from now. She has a little offer for him. Will he be willing to tutor the kids of all of their members, including hers? Naturally, that does not mean that she's hoping for dramatic improvements in the kids' studies, as Seoul has tons of teachers with verified qualifications that could do better than him. However, she would like him to pass on the knowledge he gained from studying in school. He would come once a week, 4 times a month, and they will pay 2 million won per person. Additionally, he can hold the classes in Daesan, and they will comply with any other conditions he may have and limits. Of course, Kim is unfamiliar with this kind of thing, and asks her for a few days to think about her most generous offer. Later that night he browses the web page they have, and finds only uninteresting chatter about useless rumors, which makes him think that there's a secret page for paid members only. Eventually Kim finds it, and the talks they have been having about him, and about others, as they have reached grades that were previously thought impossible. In his past life, when the Golden Gate first blew up, the ones who made the biggest deal out of it were helicopter parents. People who were extremely sensitive, and focused about their children's futures. Naturally for them, this wasn't because this was unfair towards the bullied victims of the Golden Circle, it was fear that they lost out. So this behavioral force is worth harnessing into something better. Kim calls Miso, and notes that they should do what they plan tomorrow, as he accepts their offer. The next day a bunch of Roi, and rather spoiled kids, including Miso's son Minwoo, arrive at the meeting spot that Kim suggested. They all start talking crap about Kim, that he doesn't have parents, that he is a peasant who cannot teach anyone anything, and other stuff like that, classic spoiled activities. That's when Minwoo suggests that they skip class, but the girls refuse, as their mothers threaten them if they skip class, they will take their stuff away. But he insists, as if they all skip, their parents will just switch tutors, and that Kim peasant can't stop them in the first place. So why bother staying with that? They all agree, and decide to walk away and have some fun with the time they have. While in his class Kim talks with Young Chansu, who explains that thanks to him, he met with Lim Cheol-young, the CEO of Future Investment and Securities. Kim explains that Lim's oldest child will soon be entering high school, next year, and he will definitely hire the golden circle. So this is his chance to enter the top tier. Once he's entrusted with that role, he will start giving him important insider information. He should keep in mind though, if he's even slightly off his role, they will find out, and at that point, he will not be able to help him. He will be on his own after they close the call. Kim thinks that once Young becomes a spy for him, he will naturally get to know the victims of the Golden Circle, and he can't save anyone. So it doesn't matter if he turns his back on them for his own revenge. But at the very least, he wants to be involved in the stories he has seen and heard before. He just wants to do that, since his memories are even cleared in his head now. Enough about this for now though, as it seems he has to discipline some rowdy children since they are so late to class. The study group is now at karaoke place and are seemingly having fun. But eventually Kim finds them. But they don't know who he is until he asks if Manhwa is here, which prompts him to get up. He demands to know who he is, but that's when Kim socks him straight in the face, and explains that he's their teacher. So he demands some proper respect from them, and also some pleasant greetings from now on. Manhwa immediately starts screaming. Does he know who his parents are? One call and his entire life will be done. Everything he has built up for will be over. Kim suddenly tells him to call them, and tell them the truth right now. The truth about him cutting the first day of his tutoring, and got beaten like a little puppy by his teacher. Wouldn't that be funny? Manhwa is surprised that such a man is the first ranked student in the whole nation, but it does not matter, as once he calls his mom, this guy is totally fucked. When Miso picks up the phone, he tries to play the victim. He got tired from his trip to Dishon, and decided to take the first day off with his friends, as they were all tired the second those words come out of his mouth. Miso immediately gets on his case. Is he that dumb? She told him time and time again that this is the last time she would allow such a thing. He should have listened to their tutor, not run around again. Just when is he going to get his act together? When will he stop becoming a disappointment? Kim grabs his phone and puts it on speaker, noting that he made sure to ask them to be punctual, but yet here they are at a karaoke parlor. Miso apologizes deeply and asks for forgiveness, as even if their children are like this, they did not expect them to do such a thing. Kim asks if she still remembers the right to punish, and she confirms that she does. In the case that Manhwa or the others do anything wrong, the parents will not interfere with whatever punishment he decides. Regardless of what it is, Kim then asks the children to make a choice. But it should be quite simple. Do they want the tutoring or the being? They naturally choose the tutoring, but they are still mad at Kim, as he made all of that fuss for only 1 hour of studying. Manhwa asked one of his friends, Yumi, if she knows someone indecent, as he has to pay back this bastard for what he did. He just doesn't know who he messed with. He will have him beaten by the end of the week. Yumi notes that there is a person who calls himself Daison's boss, but will his mother really be happy with him doing this? She sounded pretty mad earlier. He explains that this isn't the first time his dearest mother is doing something like this, but like they say, blood is thicker than water. So she will forgive him no matter what. She calls the so-called Daison boss and notes that she wants to meet, as it has been quite a while since they met. 2 days later she meets with him, and surprisingly it's Jinwoo. While on the way to their destination, Yumi explains stuff about their tutor, about his training regime and schedule, so that they can catch him at an opportune time. Yumi asks, however, will he be okay? That guy sure has a mean punch if anything. But Jinwoo explains that he isn't called the Daison boss for nothing. He will make short work of this guy. Eventually, they arrive at the training gym, and Jinwoo busts the doors open, noting that there's a first year around here, and that he wants to spar with him. This makes the trainer analyze him, which prompts him to say that he's got a great build. Suddenly Siu appears and asks what he's doing here, which prompts Jinwoo's heart to stop, as he thought he was the one that beat up Yumi's friend. But judging by her reaction, it doesn't appear to be so. However, now he realizes who this first year is. And Yumi points at Kim when he appears. He's the one who beat up her friend. Jinwoo immediately does a 180 and bolts out of there, much to Yumi's surprise. She follows after him and asks what's wrong with him, even pulling his hand to stop him. When he feels her touch, he immediately removes it and screams at her. Kim is her damn tutor. He grabs her softly and tells her to stop talking and listen. She will never contact him again, and she should focus on her tutoring, unless she wants her life to be screwed over. She should do what Kim commands. That is the only way without much choice. Kim now has a full classroom and teaches them with great patience. But notices that Minwoo has fallen asleep. So he tells them to focus. He knows full well that they must be tired from traveling to Daisen 3 times a week. But they know full well how their parents are. So what will happen if their grades don't go up? After getting this expensive tutoring, he promises personally that it will be something much worse than this. And they shouldn't deny it, as they have been playing around all of their lives anyway. Now it's time to face reality. And if they do well on the final, he will cut this class to once a week, while also telling their parents to drop him from all other tutoring. If they trust him and abide by his rules, he will make sure this college entrance exam gets them into a 4-year university, at least, so they should be patient like the good puppies they are, and study with him. Half a month later, Kim meets with Miso, who is ecstatic, as every single child he tutored has said their grades improve. And she also congratulates him for his perfect score on the final exam. Truly, she thanks him from the bottom of her heart. Additionally, she would like to extend the offer. She will pay him 10 million per person from now on once a week. And they will give him a bonus to incentivize him. Kim doesn't mind the money at all, but if she keeps her promises, he will do it. Miso says that she will naturally. And with that they get prepared to leave. But not before asking what kind of work her husband does. Kim thinks that, despite their obsession to fully use their wealth and power to improve their children's education, the reason Minwoo's parents aren't associated with the Golden Circle is this Kang Dong-chul. Minwoo's father is the deputy chief prosecutor of the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. That day at school, Chul announces that the winter break is upon them. And he encourages everyone to study during their vacation, as even if it's a vacation, they must think of their future. He also invites Kim over, and notes that he cares about him quite a lot. So if anything happens during this vacation, he shouldn't hesitate to call, as he promises his door is always open for him. Kim thinks that at first he thought of Chul as a ticking time bomb, something which would unfold his plans, but it turns out he's actually the opposite. A lucky charm that only smiles and waves. They both wish each other a good vacation, but Kim thinks that he will let him smile for now, as he will not crush that sad life of his just yet. Siu calls him over as it's time to go, but while they do that, Kim still thinks about Shu, as once his plans work out fully, his path will be littered with vines and thorns, and they will drag him down. When they both arrive at the gym, they ask their coach who he thinks is the better martial artist. He explains that Siu has amazing strikes and techniques, but he is weak at grappling. He is good enough to become an amateur. For him, however, he can compete with the pros right now, as he has great judgment skills, and he's also daring, but he will only be able to win against lower ranked pros, as his physical maturity isn't enough, even though his potential is boundless. If he were to fight, his opponents will be in their 30s, their prime, and he would never win against them, since he has a weaker body structure. Knowing this, Kim asks him during this winter vacation, can he help him and Siu bulk up so that won't be an issue anymore. At 5:00 in the morning they both started training with a long run, and afterwards jumped straight into strength training. This includes barbell push press, pull-ups, and even lunges. The coach also prepared meals for them, as training is only half the battle, and they should eat nutritious meals like these fully, even if they have to force it down their gullet. Thus they trained 3 times a day, and ate 5 meals a day, which inevitably caused Kim to throw up, as the constant forcing of food and hellish training made his body convulse. He wonders if he went too hard on training, or is it because he's forcing food into himself. Due to this, he's breaking a cold sweat, and his entire body itches with pain. However, if the coach found out about this, he would definitely lower the intensity of the training, so he cannot stop now, since he couldn't even handle Ted Jin in a one-on-one fight, who is just a lowly B ranker. This is just the beginning, and he has to throw it out no matter what. Chang Chansu and Panto finally. He has all of the pieces put together. In order to crush the Golden Circle, he cannot let all of this fall apart because he is weak. He will remember the misery he felt back then, the borderline insanity and despair, in which he begged constantly for a second chance. If he can get his revenge like he has always dreamed of, if he can slaughter those bastards with his own hands, then he does not mind dying. Siwoo watches as Kim throws up constantly, and goes to the coach with his concerns. as if they do not stop Kim right now, things will become much worse for him. The coach knows full well, but Kim does not plan on stopping the training, even if inevitably it will damage his body. As his coach, this is something that he should never allow, but his decision stays the same nonetheless. Naturally, he does not know what happened to Kim, nor he wishes to, but he knows full well that he is never going to stop. If he stops him, he will just find another alternative, which will likely be even more dangerous. He wouldn't forgive himself if that were to happen, so he would rather let him continue here. Essentially, he is just letting him make the decisions, since he can't make them for him. 5 weeks into the training, it is clear that Kim has improved, as his attacks are swifter, harder, and most importantly heavier. Thus, he asked the coach what level he thinks he's currently at right now. The coach explains that his muscles developed well, but fast too, so they are not entirely dense just yet. Kim then asks him what if he was his opponent. The coach responded to this challenge by telling him to come up the ring, as they will see for themselves and they're the fastest way to do it. They instantly get equipped and bump fists, prompting the match to start in earnest, as the coach is the first to attack to check Kim's reaction speed, which is pretty good. He is also holding out pretty well. While his focus is entirely on the fight and nothing else, he is truly dedicated. However, it is still too early for him, as he leaves himself open way too much. This is most likely because of his high confidence, which makes Kim easily misjudge the level he is currently at. So he will have to let him know by beating it into him. Unfortunately, suddenly, out of nowhere, Kim hits him with a swift gut punch and moves in. Because no matter the situation, he has to create opportunities and not miss one, regardless of who he faces or the conditions he is in. He must win whatever the cost may be. If he keeps making excuses like the enemy is too strong, or there are too many, that would impair his future. And revenge, the coach lunges in with a very open but powerful attack, which allows Kim to just uppercut him. This did not stop the coach at all, and this position gives him the opportunity to uppercut Kim with even greater force. He commends him for his skills and for his hard work. But there are still realities he cannot even comprehend yet. Kim passes out, but eventually he wakes up to Sua's face, who asks if he's alright. He also explains that he shouldn't give up, as he is not weak. It's just that their coach is a literal monster. He wasn't champion for no reason. After all, he took all of his attacks with ease and managed to overpower him quite easily. Kim starts laughing out loud and explains that the first time he fought the coach, he couldn't even raise his fist a single time. It was a complete beatdown. But today was different indeed. He still lost, but the coach was serious in his fighting this time. And with just a year to spare, he is sure that he will become much stronger. Later, Kim meets with Chang, who is very surprised by his sudden growth, as he looks much stronger now. But never mind all of that, as the house he told him to look out for finally came up on sale. But what will he need it for in the first place? The entire neighborhood is empty, so a villa or shopping center doesn't make sense there. That leaves only the factory. But there are plenty of better places for factories like this one. Kim thinks that he has to sell his name out to convince Chang, and tells him that he got this particular piece of intel from the senator Kim Panho. After the explanation, Chang immediately bought the land, which came as a relief for the landowner, as he did not expect anyone to buy it for 500,000 and 1 per square meter. But Chang is so generous, he doubled the price. He did all of this because Kim told him that a large-scale industrial park will be built between Sejong City and Daesan City, and a part of it will be expropriated for a road and be connected to a freeway. This is why that particular lot will be considered a prime profit location for tons of people. So that's why he might consider Myeongjin Construction building a villa complex on that land. Chang didn't believe him at first, as this place is really cheap. So how much profit can they really make from villas? That's when he got it. But Kim found out about this because in his previous life, the 1,000 peon plot of land was sold at an auction at a 2,000 price increase, thanks to a series of very favorable developments. But there was a more important reason as to why the price went so high. He asked Chang if he saw the cadastral map, as this rough land will be partially taken by a road, so there will naturally be a limit to its development. Instead of this, however, there is a 20,000 peons of landlocked land behind this particular lot, which is worthless as of now. But what if the land they bought is combined with the landlocked land? Even if the price of the land now is as low as 500,000, 1 per square meter, the profit from the land alone will surely reach at least 30 billion won. Add to that the premium that Myeongjin Construction is so famous for, and its value will rise beyond anyone's imagination. Not only will it be his individual achievement from start to finish, but it will also be a chance for him to prove himself capable of being the chairman of the company. That is why now. Chang sheepishly asks if they know the owner of this land. While Kim walks to school, he thinks that his relentless training will perfect his fighting skills, and Chang's money combined with Panho's power will allow him to move much easier, but he still does not have enough force. There are problems in his future plans that he simply cannot solve alone. He needs an army of guys like Chansu or Seong-ho. That is why he must perfect this during his second year. There are still tons of things to do, but he's going to prepare with the calm and certainty he has up until now. The snow melted, spring came, and the flowers bloomed. Now it is March and the time for school to start again. At the back of the school, a bunch of delinquents are out for a smoke and chat about the current rumor that a sophomore in that school is very dangerous, and he even messed Shin Young-min up pretty bad. One of the delinquents tell them they are dumb, as nobody can defeat Shin Young-min, since he is the best fighter he has ever seen. This is the fearless new freshman of Cheonil High. Young Hyuk-chin suddenly. Somebody tells him to put out the cig he's smoking now, which he reacts to violently, but his friends hold him off and apologize for him, as this is the rumored person they were talking about. Kim Hyun-song seeing this. Jang puts out the cigarette, as he does not want any trouble on the school roof. Kim brought together a bunch of guys and explained that he heard an interesting thing, that while deciding on a hierarchy in Daesun in the past, there was an agreement to only protect their individual turfs, without getting into fights over pride and such. However, he despises senseless thugs like Shin Young-min, so he chose to clean up Cheonil High, and he is planning to expand on that within the next 6 months. He's going to make sure that every school in Daesun becomes just like Cheonil. Shanho's against this, as if they pick a fight first, Cheonil will be everyone's target. High schoolers have slowly come to become conscious of justifications and factions, mainly because kids who knew about the Golden Circle formed a secret system, and with that, they were able to help each other out when they needed it. Kim thinks that he must remove the Golden Circle's shadow over Daesun entirely, no matter what. He promises everyone who will help him 500 for each school, and they can split this among themselves naturally. He will also give an extra 100 to the key person, who is imperative in taking down each school. Isn't it worth it when so much cash is on the line? A few days later, Jian is extremely angry at a certain person in class, and smashes his head on the table, which horrifies the other students, making John think that at this rate, the freshman will be in his palm very soon. Suddenly, Kim comes into the room and sees John over the injured student, so he kicks him in some chairs. Jung tries to retaliate, but Kim simply ignores his attacks, and gives him a backhand that a pimp would be jealous of. Joel comes into the classroom, as this was his class for now. But when he sees Kim, he immediately turns around and leaves. As he knows his directive quite well, Kim asks Jong if he knows why he is being beaten up. But he doesn't. So Kim tells him it's because he started bullying others. Just who is he to do that? He usually ignores simple arguments, but he cannot let bastards like him who are too violent slide. So that's why he will make an example out of him, to show the others what it means to bully someone in this school. The other freshmen watch in horror as Kim beats Jung. And eventually, rumors spread around about Kim not letting anyone bully anyone, no matter what. Naturally, the blue-headed snake does what he does best, and spreads even more rumors. He heard that Kim is going to clean up all of the schools in Daesun, and he will need help with that. But he will give the volunteers cash in return. And if they lead the cleanup, then hundreds will fly in their pockets in a second. On the roof, Seong-ho explains to Kim that once he starts taking over Daesun, he will collide with other schools. It's inevitable, and some are truly just posing as thugs. But he knows that at least half are the real deal. Mungmin Yoon-hae-min from Act High School beat Shin Young-min in an amateur match. So how does he plan on moving? He's not just going to start a fight, right? That is not the way to go at all, without proper justification. The other schools will surely gang up on him, and it will be over at that point, with the help of Chang's experts. Kim found out that Young Hin-min is also a mercenary of the Golden Circle, and centered around him is a strange atmosphere that is slowly, but surely changing Daesun into Gangnam. At this rate, it will not take long before the reality of Gangnam takes over Daesun. Fully, Kim notes that where there are bastards, there are the victims of those bastards. So those victims will become their justification. At Daesun Jail High in the staff room, a kid is getting chewed out by a teacher for stealing other students' money. He apologizes constantly and promises to not do it again. But the teacher is reluctant to forgive him as he stole 500,001. But if he returns the money, they will just punish him without telling his parents. That's when the student says that he lost it, which sends the teacher over the edge, and so he demands that he get down, since it's due time for his whipping to begin. After that is over, Dae-hyun is dragged out in an alley by his bully, who notes that he shouldn't be bad and steal money, but instead begs since he is such a poor bastard. The others simply watch as this happens, but the bully continues, as he heard he got a whipping, so he wants to see how bad the homeroom teacher spanked him. Dae-hyun begs him to stop, but the bully doesn't, as he promised him in middle school that he would do everything he said, no matter what. Reluctantly, Dae-hyun shows his cheeks to the bullies, which make them flame him even harder. But it doesn't stop there, as the bully demands even more money from him. And when Dae-hyun refuses, he kicks him in the gut and notes that if he likes to refuse, they should all go to his mother's snack bar and give her a stern beating too. Having had enough, Dae-hyun screams at him to stop, which indeed makes him stop, but for the wrong reason, as now he will surely give him a beating that will send him to the hospital, at least suddenly. Kim appears and punches the bully square in the face. The others try to intervene, asking who he is, but while Kim takes them down, he explains that he is simply Dae-hyun's friend. Dae-hyun was bullied to the point where he would have multiple bruises on him daily, and this made him have dark thoughts like stabbing his bully. But that would only lead to even worse things happening, and he wouldn't be able to in the first place. That's when he received an email from a group that accepted complaints related to school violence. All he needed to do was send an email telling them who he is, how he was bullied, and the culprit. They promised that they would have his revenge. Kim asks if he sent the email and notes that the world is truly a messy place. He has to go through all of this pain only because he's weak. Some people choose to deny their suffering by calling stuff like this mere childish pranks. However, stuff like this cannot be denied like this, since victims are traumatized for their entire lives, and the bullies get away with it without even a hint of guilt between them. It should never be this way. But the bullied have no way out of it. After all, suffering through it brings even more harassment, and fighting back could lead to a brutal assault. One single moment of fighting against unfairness could have that person turned into a felon and ruin their lives forever. It's clear as day that once you are chosen to be the victim, your life is already in shambles. What the victim experiences, their worries and struggles are one-sided and exhausting. This crappy reality is why the social media page he mailed exists. But while they are on that topic, how about they make a deal of sorts? The next day at Jail High, a third-year student by the name of Hamreal, the bully's brother, comes inside and asks who Daeun is. His rap brother instantly points at him. Hamreal approaches him and asks if it really is him. Daeun doesn't answer, prompting the bully's brother to smack his face, and tells him to listen or else. Daeun asks why he is hitting him, and Raul notes that he shouldn't speak so informally to him, but he knows the reason well enough. Did he think that he would just do nothing while he beat the absolute snot out of his brother? Daeun gives him the phone and notes that his friend did it, and this is his number he told him to call if they showed up again, so he should go ahead and call himself. Real picks up the phone, and when the call goes through, he immediately asks if he's the bastard who messed up his brother like this. Kim tells him to get his story straight, as his brother was beating his friend first, so he simply paid him back. Raul asks what he's talking about, and Kim explains that his precious brother, Bonjin, bullied Dae-hyun for 4 years since middle school. He beat him, stole money from him, and made him run errands everywhere, even stealing his homework at times. Recently he even made him take his pants off in front of an audience, so he will only give him this single chance. If he is a normal brother, he will make sure that his younger brother apologizes for what he did. Then he will end all of this peacefully. Raul doesn't seem to want this ending, and asks what's so wrong with his brother having fun with a loser. Kim asks if he's really siding with his brother, despite knowing everything that he has done, and Raul confirms that he also requests a name in school. He will come to him and rip his head out if he has to. Kim's smile widens, and he agrees. They will set a time and a place also. His name is Kim Hyun-sung from Channel High. Eventually they all get to the meeting place, with both of them having backup behind them. Raul instantly opens the conversation with a proposition. If they fight, things will not end well at all. as it will be a gigantic war between Chianel and Jail. So they should get through this smoothly. They don't have to go there. How about they both apologize to each other and call it good? From now on, Kim thinks that judging by how he's starting to back out, he must know of his reputation. But still he does not buy it. He asks, really? Apologize to each other. His brother is the only one that did something worthy of apologizing, for he can see through his petty tricks. He's trying to save face, isn't that right? They both look at each other and reluctantly. Real asks his brother to come out and apologize, which he naturally refuses. But Real insists, as all of this happened, because of his dumb decisions. While even more reluctant than his brother, Hongjin goes up to Dae-hyun and apologizes, but he can't hear him, so Hongjin is forced to apologize twice. Suddenly Dae-hyun's expression changes and he explains that Kim gave him two choices in this matter. One was to end all of this, after getting him to promise that he will never bully him never again. Considering his life situation, this was the safest choice out of both. Two was to have his revenge on him for what he has done to him, and much more. Kim explained that it would make him feel great, but that it will also not break this ill-fated relationship that they have. So can he guess what he chose? Kim suddenly appears and punches him straight in the face. Dae-hyun notes that he chose the second option, as he wants to see him suffer just as much as he did. Hongjin slowly falls down, and Raul tells everyone to charge, as this will become an all-out war from now on. Almost immediately Sung-ho charges in, taking down guy after guy after guy without an ounce of mercy in his fists. All he can think of is that bonus Kim promised. For those who did more than enough, that money will be his. One guy tries to charge at him from behind, but Seo covers him and kicks the attacker away with a single kick. He thinks that now he has to prove that he is useful to Kim and his future plans too. Siwoo wants to do this because he wants to stay together with Kim until the very bitter end. The other students there also charge in as they want to get the bonus, to which surprises the other school as they come at them without fear, even though they have double the people. Seeing that the situation has taken a turn for the worse, Real thinks that there's only one thing he can do: take out Kim, as if he does, his subordinates will falter, and it will be their win. Unfortunately for him, Kim is much stronger and punches him so hard, he is sent back to where he charged from. Kim crouches down to his level and plays back the conversation they had over the phone, which he has recorded very carefully. Real asks what he's going to do with that, and Kim explains that Dae-hyun's testimony alone would land them some disciplinary action, but with this amount of evidence, his life will be officially over. Real asks what he wants out of desperation, and Kim notes that it's quite simple. Today's fight was one that was only between Jail High and its students. If he speaks about today's incident to anyone, there will be the most dire consequences for him and his loved ones. Kim demands an answer, but seeing that he does not want to, he will make him answer one way or another. Slowly he starts pulling out one of his front teeth, and the others can only watch as Ryle is screaming at the top of his lung, and his eyes become bloodshot from the pain. After the tooth extraction is done, Kim notes that he took too long to answer, so he should only blame himself in this situation. The next day at school, Dae-hyun bumps into someone and that someone tries to reprimand him, but the moment he sees his face, he is immediately reminded of Kim, and so they apologize and run away. Dae-hyun can't believe it. The ones who used to bully him are now running away in fear. School has become peaceful for him once again after so many years. Now all he has to do is keep his promise. Eventually rumors around what happened with Dae-hyun and his situation started to spread, and those rumors turned into facts when he posted on Kim's social media page about how Kim saved him from his bullies, and that this offer is for anyone. Do they want to show those who have ruined their lives the same amount of pain? All they need to do is send just one email, and then their dreams will become reality. Naturally some are worried about this, but others don't care. As if someone from their little friendship brigade appears, he will rearrange their faces. Suddenly from behind the one that was talking nonsense, Kim appears and asks if he's Mo. He is surprised to hear his name from a stranger, and asks how he knows it. Kim notes that he knows it very well, as the informer told him all that he needed to know about him. He wasn't involved just in violence and ostracism, but also extortion and even theft. He has quite the big record, doesn't he? Mo drops his cigarette and charges in with his friends, as they can surely defeat a single dude. Kim starts removing his hood, and says that he really lives up to his reputation as a good-for-nothing with that. Their beating begins somewhere else. Shango is taking care of another group of bullies, and while doing that he's telling Kim that he's dealing with them. After Daehyun's social media post exploded in popularity, that attention naturally gathered more and more emails from people. Siwoo is also taking care of a bully and asks if it hurts, while he enjoyed taking cash from students, leaving burns on them and even beat them upright. A normal life for scum like him will not be possible. They will make sure of that at the Daisen Information and Communications High School, while some bullies are taking care of some victims. One asks Hyunmin what he's going to do about Kim and his group, as from what it looks like, they will become targets too. Eventually Hyunmin notes that Shin is really a tough bastard. But why is he making so much trouble in Daisen, instead of just chilling around Chimil? He tells the guy that was talking to him to call Roll and send him here, as they have a sort of relationship where he can't refuse anything. Eventually Roll arrives, and Hyunmin explains that Kim is just taking requests from the victims and getting the high ground because of it, but he's also in the wrong as when he was a small fish like him. He left the weaklings alone. It's kind of his fault for being beaten so much. He also asks if he thinks that this dumb bastard will mess with him as well, which Roll all but confirms, as Kim doesn't look like someone who can discriminate against stuff like this if that is the case. Hyunmin asks Ryul for a favor, to tell a teacher about how he was viciously bullied by Kim. If word gets far that he got beaten up by him, they can even get legal about it and that bastard will have to pay. Ryul tries to refuse as that is too difficult of a task, but Hyunmin grabs his lips and notes that it seems he still hasn't come to his senses after being beaten. So he will have to clear it up for him since they are such good friends. But he will also take care of Kim since he is such a weakling. The Hyun is pulled into the meeting room and the teachers confront him about the post that he made on social media, that he hired someone to commit violence for him. Him will most definitely be punished for this, as no matter how much Ryul and his brother did to him, it's unacceptable for a student from a whole another school to assault one of their students like this. He asked Hyun if he has anything to say about it, and he notes that Kim has nothing to do with the incident, and even if he was the whistleblower for this incident, what's the problem here after being brutally bullied for 4 years? Finally someone decided to help him to take revenge at least once. The teacher asks if he's admitting to it, but Daehyun denies it as this was just a hypothetical. But anyway, Kim has nothing to do with the incident. That's all he needs to know. Outside of school, Hyunmin gathers his group and explains that Kim is starting to set up an elaborate system in every school, ensuring that anyone that dares to commit school violence in his territory is dealt with swiftly. He tries probing around for answers, but he could only find this from his deductions. Kim is using school violence and its victims as a pretext to take over. Daesung, this is something that Hyunmin can't stand no matter what. One of his subordinates asks what needs to be done, and Hyunmin notes that it's very simple. They will completely shatter Kim's mental state in a very fun way. Somewhere else, a person by the name of Ho-chun is getting even more bullied by his bully, as because of him he has become nothing. Complete and utter trash if he's being honest. He wasn't even planning on bullying him, but he hit him first as he wanted to protect someone. So he has brought this upon himself. He will take responsibility for the stress he has caused him. Now suddenly, Kim appears and asks if the trash in front of him is named Jung-hyun. When Hojin sees him he apologizes as he couldn't help it. They would have killed his brother if he hadn't followed the plan. Hyun shuts him up with a punch and suddenly tons of students appear, including Hyunmin, who notes that it's very nice to meet him. Unfortunately, he has brought this upon himself for trying to take over Daisen. This entire situation was a trap for him. Isn't he happy that he's getting so much attention? Him notices that there are about 100 people here, which makes him think that they have too much free time. But while they are here he will tell them a nice story. Do they know who the owner of the Speaking from Daisen social media page is? It's none other than the blue-haired snake, Dae-jin, as the admin. He could see the authors of the posts and comments, and to get on Kim's good side, he actively cooperated on his plan. He tells Hyunmin that he's quite close with the admin, and that he knows the people that post stuff, even if they are anonymous. Suddenly a group of people appear behind Kim. Among them, the bullies he beat up and that want to be free of that tile. Kim tells Hyun to not regret trying to save his friend, even if since that date he has become Hyun's puppet. He does not need to apologize as he knows everything. And the ones that fell into a trap are not them, but the bullies that will reap what they sowed today. Earlier Kim met with Raul and asked him, who he thought sent his friend from Chianil, Young Mintijavi. Should he do the same with him as well? He does not look any different than the scumbags he already dealt with. That's when Raul immediately got on his knees and begged for forgiveness, as he only wants to graduate. He promises to not do anything else. Kim thought that will not be possible, as he still has a price he needs to pay. However, right now, he will use him as he sees fit. He tells Riel that he should listen carefully. Starting tomorrow he will gather everyone he can from jail, and have them be on standby at all times, so that he can beckon them whenever he wishes to. Heyman notices that he only has 20 guys with him, much smaller than what he has. Additionally, he also has the guys he beat up in his group. Is he really keen on recruiting weaklings for his operations? He also notices Raul among them, and asks if he's dumb or crazy. Does he even realize the kind of situation he is currently in? Did he even think about what would happen if Dyson were to be fully grasped by Kim? Riel doesn't really care that much about it, as it has nothing to do with him, but on that note, why does he care in the first place? He's the only crazy one around here, only because he thinks of himself as the big dog of this place. But who is he to order them around like this? Heyman asks if he will really be able to handle the consequences of his actions. And Raul notes that he will not be handling anything. If anyone is able to take over Dyson, it will be the strongest among them. And he doubts that he can defeat Kim in the first place. However, if he's that worried about the future of Dyson, he should fight Kim one-on-one right now, as if he wins he will garner much more respect from the others. Naturally, this provocation was pre-planned by Kim, who now cracks his knuckles and asks Heyman what he's going to do. If he were to accept this one-on-one fight, Kim would be able to beat Heyman until he almost bled out in front of everyone here. If he did not accept, Kim had another plan for that too. Heyman starts weighing his options. This guy took Shin Youngmin down, so he can definitely throw a punch or two, but they outnumber them by quite a lot. So what's there to think about anyway? Kim says that if he's such a deep thinker, he should ignore what he's about to do and continue thinking. He will be starting the cleanup of this place. Kim defeats Heyman's guys one after another, which surprises him quite a bit. He also notices that his guys are just standing by, meaning that Kim is intending to fight all of them alone. Seeing that some of them are being attacked, the others charge in, and Siu remembers what Kim told him before. He will not be able to take down 100 of them naturally. However, for them to see what happens when they do not obey orders, he must make it crystal clear, right now. Gangnam will most definitely have people on another level from Dyson, as there are organized groups and plenty of guys stronger than Taejun. So he must be ready to handle the most unexpected situations, so he will not charge in unless he explicitly asks for help. If he cannot do something like this, and it manages to bring him to his knees, there is no way that he will be able to exact his perfect revenge. Seonho asks Jiwoo if he's really going to be alright, but he explains that he told them to just stay behind, so they must trust him with this no matter what. One orange-haired dude is extremely angry at how things are going, and tells the others to pounce on Kim at once. As he is but a single man, they do just that, and even if he has a guard up, they do manage to score a few hits on him. However, the moment he finds an opportunity, Kim gets back in action with the same evil grin that he always wears. Damon looks at him with a shocked expression, as this guy really is that crazy. Kim thinks that they should go all the way with this likey plan. Even if it were to kill him, he will not back down, because there is no way that he is going to go down while he is in his senses. Heyman can only stare, as the maniac he once believed beatable beats his men to a pulp, with a sinister smile. He thinks that the best course of action is to get out of here as fast as possible, as he does not want to end up like Shin did. The others notice that he's running away like a coward, and they call him out for it, but they should have focused on the fight, as Kim comes from behind and beats them down for their ignorance. The orange-haired dude has had enough and tells everyone to move away, as he charges and he will take this guy on. While this guy tries to hit him, Kim coldly gets into position and dodges the oncoming attack perfectly. With this clear opportunity, he tackles Orange Hair and pins him to the ground. Kim recognizes him as Yoo Jong-hyun and begins beating him down with one punch after another. The others rush to help Jong-hyun out, but the moment they get to Kim, they stop in their tracks, as he's hitting him with so much rage that nobody dares to move, and some even want to vomit as they see this beat down. Eventually Jong-hyun begs him to stop as he announces they have lost. Kim's backup is glad to hear this, and Shamo tells everyone to move away, while Siwoo follows suit. Kim slowly gets up and tells everyone that from now on, all high schools in Daesun will follow Channel High's orders. If he tells them to come, they do so. And if he says go, they leave without anyone to object. The matter is settled like this, and 2 weeks later, rumors about Haemin deserting the battlefield spread out. And he naturally finds out. But he couldn't have done anything. Even if he did manage to beat Kim somehow, he is sure that Lunatic would have retaliated with 10 times the force. He suddenly gets out of his chair and tells the others to stop talking, if they know what's good for them. But that's when Kim's eye permeates through a door crack, and he calls Haemin's name. He asks what he's doing here, and Kim notes that there is something that he couldn't have said, because he ran away with his tail between his legs. Does he know Moon Bam Seon? He sent him a very touching email. Haemin recognizes that name, as it's the target that the Golden Circle hired him for. Now he has to shut this guy up no matter what, as nothing regarding this can get out. He charges in while asking why it matters if he knows him or not. But Kim just remains motionless, and literally one-shots him. Haemin wakes up in the infirmary, and surprisingly, the principal is next to him. He immediately starts playing the victim after seeing this. Kim did all of this while he is not even a student of this school. Surely this will not go unpunished, right? The principal thinks otherwise though, as he was the one to throw the first punch. So Kim just defended himself, as is his right to besides. Everyone that was in the class confessed that he was at fault, and since he is notorious for being a troublemaker at school, it checks out pretty well in his eyes at least. Haemin gets even angrier and asks if he can see the injury on his face. He can take this to court if he wishes to. Suddenly the principal's tone changes completely, and he leans closer. Does he know who Moon Bam Seon is? When Haemin was unconscious, D1 covered for Kim, which allowed him, and the principal, Ian Suk, to make a deal that was a secret to the entire Golden Circle. The principal tells Haemin that, if he does not want to have his life ruined entirely, he should get shut up and get lost like the scumbag he is. Unbeknownst to him, Kim has already started laying the groundwork to plunge Haemin into the darkest pits of hell. While Haemin walks the streets, he thinks that this is the worst day of his life, as he got expelled from school because of Kim, and then his father called to blame him for losing his job. Unfortunately for him, Haemin couldn't even begin to imagine that this was all Kim's handiwork. Suddenly Haemin receives a call from Bam Seon, who notes that he heard about what happened to him. But he shouldn't be surprised, as even Ju Dongjan's family is now a complete disaster. So it's fine if he does not know who that is. He is a bastard that hired the Golden Circle to target him anyway. Kim said that he would crush him and his clients' lives, so even his life as a fitness trainer might be gone. Who knows what he might do? Out of nowhere, Seon-ho and Siwoo arrive. While Bung Si-hyun tells him something important, that dream of his might not be achievable after all. Because starting from today, he will not be able to use those hands of his, no matter how hard he tries. At Daesun Science High School, two people talk about what is happening around the town, with the constant fights, but suddenly, one of them bumps shoulders with someone completely unrelated, and starts screaming at him, demanding an apology. The person he bumped into notes that he already apologized the instant they bump it, which allows the yellow-haired dude to bully him further, as he didn't see that as an apology, and his shoulder hurts because of him. The guy he bumped into is none other than Kim's brother Hunjin. He explains that he was the one to bump into him because he wasn't looking where he was going. So he is not in a position where he can scream at him like that. Seeing that this bastard doesn't want to listen, the yellow-haired bully smacks him across the face and asks if he has a death wish. Last winter Kim asked Hyunjin what high school he wanted to attend. But he wasn't that picky, as he wanted to enter the same school as him. And eventually the same university too. Kim thought that unlike in his previous life, he has the power to protect his brother even if he joins Kanil. But it would be better to open a different path for him at this point. That's when he suggested that he should go to Daesun Science High School as he promised. He would study hard, and that place is perfect for someone like him. With a smile Hyunjin agreed. As if that's what his brother wants. He will do it, eventually. Both him and Byung-soo, the yellow-haired bully, get dragged to their homeroom teacher, and Hyunjin explains that he was just walking down the corridor, while he picked a fight with him, even though he apologized and he even struck him. Byung-soo tries to yell at him, but the teacher doesn't allow him to. Byung-soo tries to defend himself by noting that he was the one who hit his shoulder harshly, and wanted to fight while thinking that this damn geezer is too dumb to figure anything out. The homeroom teacher Hekbyum knows what happened, but now the hard part is how he fixes it. He decided to call both of their guardians at school tomorrow, which makes Hyunjin quite reluctant, but the Hegbium tells him to do it nonetheless. While they both walk away, Yoon-soo notes that if he doesn't stand down like a dog and accept reality, his precious grandma is going to have a hard time coming here, and it will all be his fault. Yoon-jin tells him to stop talking with him, but Byung-soo wants to give him one final warning. His dad owns a construction company, and their homeroom teacher is probably a suck-up too. Additionally, his brother is the top dog at Dyson Future High, so his life is basically over. He should have stood in the corner like the orphan that he is. The next day, Byung-soo's father arrives. Chul-ho, who is quite angry that his son was involved in such an incident. Isn't it obvious that the other child was in the wrong? The other teachers try to push Hegbium into accepting that this was just Hajin's fault, so they should take disciplinary action against him and only him, while leaving the other child alone since they must study hard. Chul-ho adds that if Hyunjin's guardian apologizes, he will let it go calmly. Hegbium tells him to stop, as he is a teacher at this school, and he has a duty to guide his students in the right direction. That's the only reason he called him here. No other reason. They should now go to the counseling room, as Hyunjin's guardian is patiently waiting for them. Chul-ho scoffs but still follows, while telling his son that even if this guy is thick-headed, that doesn't change a single thing, as they will crush their guys under their boots. When they arrive at the counseling room, they see Kim, who explains that Hyunjin's grandmother could not come today, so he will be taking her place. The father and brother immediately sit down in silence when they see Kim and Happy note that according to a witness, Byung-soo was the one to hit first. Chul-ho immediately apologizes as his son was clearly in the wrong, and he will make sure to discipline him at home. His brother also tells him to apologize, which confuses Byung-soo even more. Just what has happened to them? Suddenly, his brother hits him across the head and tells him to apologize. Right now he does just that. And Hegbium notes that they are planning to take a formal disciplinary action against Byung-soo for this action, which his father immediately agrees with. After the session is done, Hegbium tells Kim to stand by for a few minutes as he wants to discuss something with him. This school and its teachers call him a goody two-shoes. That goes by the book, as he is not that inflexible. All he wants is for his students to live lives fitting for students. He has heard plenty of rumors about him being backed by Dyson's big shots, and if he's being honest, he does not like him all that much. However, if that means that a great child like Hyunjin can attend school without issue, he will call him as his guardian no matter what. Kim thinks that the reason he wanted his brother to attend this school was because of this man and his previous lie. He was fired for trying to protect a student who was targeted by the Golden Circle, but he never gave up and only cared about his students. He is a true educator. He trusted him to not bow to wealth and power, or at least to make good judgment calls for his students. He says that he will make sure this never happens again, and if Hyunjin ever commits another wrong deed, he can give him any punishment like he did today. Truly, this is the only man that he would bow down to gladly again and again. If he has to, Byung-soo's brother and father starts scolding him outside of the meeting room, as he did not know who he was messing with at all. He asks why they are so worried all of a sudden. Wasn't this thing in the bag for them? His brother explains that the kid he messed with is the younger brother of the guy who has been going around busting head all around Daesun. He is the Kim Hyun-sung of Cheanil High. When Kim gets out of the classroom, he tells Byung-soo to follow him as he has something to say to him. But when he sees that he's the only one that is following him, he asks why the fuck his brother and father aren't coming too. They follow him in a discreet spot, and Byung-soo immediately gets on his knees, apologizing with everything he has. The father also apologizes, as it's his fault for raising his son this way, and he will make sure that this never happens again. His brother also notes that he will beat him if he has to get it through his thick head to never do this again. Kim explains that if he does a single phone call, the construction company owner that is in front of him and can't raise his kid right will go bankrupt, and the bastard who can't keep his brother in control will spend the rest of his days in a bed. Now that everybody in Dyson is on his side, the ones who get on his wrong side can be rid of. In a matter of seconds they all apologize with everything they have, as they did not mean it, and it only happened by accident. Seeing his brother beat up, Kim's repressed trauma and rage started to surface. Like a raging volcano, he gets close to Byung-soo and asks him, who the fuck does he think he is? How dare he lay his disgusting hands on his brother? He would rather rip him and his family apart right on the spot, but even that would not be enough. Yet he is holding back only because of his brother. If he wants forgiveness, He should go to his brother right this fucking second and beg him on his hands and knees, like the dirty muck he is. A little while later, B once does just that, and apologizes with everything he's got, as he was thoughtless, and did not think things through well enough. Everyone watches as the prideful B once begs and begs. Hyunjin tells him that it's fine, and that he can stand up now. Hyunjin is different from Kim, and he notes that. He knows it isn't easy to do this in front of people, so he accepts his apology. From now on he should never, ever do that again, and they are good. Hyunjin has a childlike innocence to him, and Kim wanted to protect that. That's why he sent him to Daesan Science High School. From that day, Hyunjin's world started to change as others sucked up to him. And seniors came by to meet him, promising that if anyone messes with him, they will deal with that person instantly. Hyunjin knew that his brother was popular, but he did not know it was to this scale. Kim became the talk of the town shortly afterwards, as countless wanted to see what he would do with the powers that he has now. But Kim did not do anything, and soon June came with the days also becoming warmer. At Chang's office, one of his employees notes that they have succeeded. The Sejong City reconstruction case has made the government make an official announcement. He is very glad as finally their hard work paid off. A few months ago, talk about this land by an expansion reached the Myeongjin construction conference room. With two opposite sides, Changsuk's side thought this was a horrible idea, while Chang's side thought it was amazing. Buying that land in a nice location for such a bargain price is already profitable, and the luxury villa complex that they are planning will be just more cash additionally. If they are not wrong about this, the Sun City's road plan is already in its early stages, so there's quite literally nothing to lose in this situation. Changsuk thought otherwise, as they are in the middle of a real estate boom, and at times like this, they need to focus on businesses that actually make money, not pipe dreams people are lining up to buy buildings or apartments. As long as they are built by them. Yet he is going to put all of that needed manpower in some luxury villa complex. This is extremely inefficient. How is he the executive director, taking such changes? Chang tells him that the land is not going to move away. All they need to do is wait for the right time. Everyone here seems to be getting his plan. So why isn't he should stop whining and look at the bigger picture. If he wants to become executive director, like he is the father, shuts both of them up, and explains that Chang is the one in charge of this, so it doesn't matter if it's a failure or a success, and it will all be his to bathe in. Chang promised to not let him down with this plan, as he is sure they will succeed in the present. In another meeting, one of the employees explains the potential profit they could make from the land alone, which would be 30 billion. And when the industrial park is completed, that place will potentially be even higher. Seeing the effort that he put in and how carefully, yet well he handles his side of the business, he now must do this even if this plan doesn't succeed. Or even if it does, there is no need to worry about it any longer. He will announce on this day that the next chairman of Myeongjin Construction will be the executive director, Ho Chang. Naturally, Changsuk is extremely angry by this, as he can't decide it only because Chang brought in a few results with him. The father explains that it's because of that only, as what did he do when Chang pitched this idea a few months ago? He opposed it harshly because he was more focused on how he could become better than Chang, instead of thinking about the company and its profit. That is why Chang, who cares about the company, is better suited to become chairman. Everyone around him agrees that it is so, and it seems that Changsuk's whole world falls apart, as everyone tells him to give up and live his life peacefully. He eventually gets outside, and can't believe that they are kicking him out like this. He did not wish to use it, but now he must. He calls up a reporter, and notes that they should have lunch. Cheng brings Kim back to the cafe where all of this started, and explains that when he first met him, he thought he was a straight loony. But does he know why he trusted him? Because he did not hide his greed, as he had figured that he would make him chairman no matter what, because of it thanks to him. He has his position, and as promised, he will help him with anything he wants until the bitter end. Suddenly he receives a call, and someone tells him to look up an article with his name, as it says that he is the illegitimate son in the family, and that he was made through an affair. Changsuk sips some wine as everything goes down, and thinks that his dear older brother should have stood in his corner and lived peacefully. He got this illegitimate son accusation from his mother, who found out that their father had an affair with someone else, but apparently the woman he had an affair with had a child decades ago, which made everything fall into place. As Chen gulps down the last of his drink, Kim tells him to do whatever possible to get rid of the articles, defaming him be it bribery or other ways. He puts it down with a loud thud and apologizes to Kim. But he must go to work now, no matter what. That Chang-suk bastard made a mess that cannot just be wiped away. These things one just does not do. No matter what, he will not be forgiven this time. Kim asks what he's going to do in the first place. Find Chang-suk and beat him within an inch of his life. That will not change a single thing. It will actually make him lose everything he has gained with his hard work. Chang doesn't care about that. As right now his mother has been hurt and her heart aches. How can he not do a single thing about it when there's so much at play? That's when Kim comes with a shocking revelation. That the illegitimate child is not him. But in reality it's Chang-suk in his past life. Chang blew out Chang-suk's jaw when this happened. And the chairman awfully disappointed in his two sons. Hired a specialist operation manager. That marked the beginning of the illegitimate child scandal. Though now Kim is less focused on Chang-suk's cunning violence and more on the weird moves of the entire family. At the time the succession race was already in favor of Chang-suk. Yet he made the revelation out of his own volition. Anyone who looked at the case closely could tell that Chang-suk was the one that was chairman material. Yet his father supported Chang. As a result the entire company kept its mouth shut about this matter. On top of this, the mother always solved Chang's problems no matter what. But Chang-suk was ignored. And when he went to study abroad, he didn't get a visit even once from the mother, who embraced the presumed illegitimate child of her cheating husband. However, after digging deeper, Kim found out that Chang-suk, not Chang, could actually be the illegitimate child. He asks Chang why he didn't use this to his advantage, as that alone would have ensured that Chang-suk is out of the race for good. Chang sits back down and explains that when he was young, their father was not a very good father, or man for that matter. He drank day in, day out. He cheated too. And even laid his hands on his mother. He was the worst possible human being there could be, so much so that all he did in his entire life seems like a mockery. One day his parents got into a bigger fight than usual. So because he was a naive child, he tried comforting her. Perhaps she was too touched by what he said at the time, so she told him something that was buried deep within her, that Chang-suk isn't his brother, but she didn't have a choice in raising him. Still, every time she sees him, her heart itches even harder as she sees only their father in him. Chang suggested that she just divorce the bastard, as she can get a gigantic alimony check from him, and they can leave together. His mother wiped her tears and smiled as when she found this out. Her own mother said one thing. Even with this they are still family. That is the only reason he didn't say anything, as he didn't want to tie the family and the competition together. He does not care about the chairman position anymore, if it hurts his mother like this. That's when Kim comes up with a brilliant idea, where nobody will get hurt and the situation will be solved peacefully. Would he like to talk about it? The next day in the press room of Myunjin Construction, Chang walks to the podium and introduces himself as the executive director. Firstly, he apologizes for disappointing a lot of people with his family issues. But today's event is meant to answer any burning questions that they might have. While it is true that his father had an affair in the past, and a woman was pregnant with his child, it doesn't mean that he is that child. He pulls out a test. That proves he is the son of the chairman and his wife. With this nobody should have any more doubts. One of the reporters there asks if there is another illegitimate child they need to know about, and Chang says that there was, but that child died through a miscarriage. His father felt extreme guilt when it happened. So that is why he keeps sending money in the form of alimony. Once Chang-suk, who was watching the conference, hears this, his entire world comes crashing down on him. As the reporters try to ask more and more questions, Chang stops them and says that this is the honest truth. So if anyone dares to harass his family further after this, as the next chairman of the company and the eldest son, he will make sure that the response will be as brutal as possible. Chang-suk smashes the screen he was watching on and starts to cry. As that's obviously a lie. That isn't true. Later, they both go to the chairman's office, where he congratulates Chang for shutting down all notions when he did not have anything to do with them, and for thinking about his family rather than his competition. Chang says that he did only what mattered, and the father tells him to not worry anymore, as the paperwork for his position is still in progress. He should live a life that he is not embarrassed about, as the chairman, something which he couldn't. He then tells him to wait outside, as he needs to talk with Chang-suk about something important. The father says that he owns everything he has done to become chairman, something which he will not blame him for, but there was a time when he thought that he would be a better chairman. So the entire family treated him fairly, so as to not discriminate against him, because he was illegitimate. However, after all of this, he dares to go and dig his own grave. Chang-suk falls down on his knees and starts to beg, but his father doesn't listen. as he says that blood truly is scary. His mother was just as cruel and vicious as he is, considering the fact that she has been taking money from him all of these years for a child who she did not help raise at all. But he is his son. He thought that he would be different still. He will give him some building so that he does not have to worry about money. He should stand back quietly and live a peaceful life. Changsu continues to beg and grovel at his father's feet, but having had enough of him, he screams out the reason Chang kept his secret. The reason he did not use it against him. Does he still not know it? Because they are family. He did all of this because they consider him family. If anyone with this information looked closer at this, they could have seen that the father could have just given the successor title to his legitimate son Chang. But he also gave Chang Suk a chance. Not only the father, but the mother and Chang himself too. Everyone genuinely considered him a part of their family. This is when Chang Suk realized that he was the one that was privileged all along. The next day at the Incheon International Airport, Chang Suk takes his leave, as he has nothing to do here, even though he has a wife that he has no feelings towards, considering he cheated before he leaked. He gives Chang some files with the materials needed to run the company, while also telling him to take good care of his people, as they are good and will prove useful in time. He turned around though, and wants to ask one more thing. Who helps him? He mulls over possible targets, until he falls under one Kim Hyun's son, but that person is just a high school kid. That's when he notices Chang's reaction, and asks if that guy really is the one that helped him. Seeing that it can't be helped, Chang explains it to him, but also warns him to not lay a hand on him, as even if they are brothers, this is a line he shouldn't cross. Chang Suk tells him that he can't do anything now anyway. He also admits that he is better at using people than him. But that must be why he is the next chairman, because he would never listen to a high schooler like that. With that he leaves. But before getting on the plane, Kim calls him and says that his brother probably revealed his identity to him. Chang Suk asks if he's calling to say goodbye now, but Kim says that he is calling to warn him. Unlike Chang, he will not resolve this matter peacefully. He may be able to live on as a royal family member from this moment forth, but he will not have any power, so if he tries to pull anything, he will destroy his life. Chang Suk laughs and asks if they planned this, as Chang also warned him to not mess with him. Truly they are loyal to each other. He already acknowledged all that his brother did, so he won't try anything. He will become a great chairman in the future. With this done, one puzzle is solved, and there are only a few months left before Kim pulls the trigger on his plan to take down the Golden Circle. Before that, however, he must do something first. That thing being to clean up the rest of this mess. On the same day, Chang goes to Kim's high school, and the principal warmly invites him inside. Chang tells him straight that Kim will be transferring to Seoul next year, which surprised the principal, as Kim is essential to make Cheonil High a prestigious school. But if he refuses this, he will also be in trouble. Fortunately for him, Chang says that Kim was going to graduate anyways, so how about they take a look at their relations in the long term, regardless of Kim, as he wants to keep supporting the school, so it can become the most reputable school out there. The principal immediately folds, and says that as an educator, he cares about the future of his students most. So naturally, someone of Kim's capabilities will be much better off in Seoul. As Kim waits for someone, he reads the messages he gave him, about how he is deeply regretting his past actions, and he wants to apologize properly. He will do anything to make him feel better, and not be mad at him anymore. Kim laughs as he reads these, but the one who messaged him finally comes around. It's Yoon. After leaving Daesun, he thought that he would have a new beginning in a new city and school, as his parents paid a lot of cash to erase what he did in his past. So from now on he promised himself that he would live a normal life. With this in mind, he tried to be a better person. He bought stuff for his new friends at the snack store, and even helped them in numerous other ways, all in order for him to live the regular life of a student. Unfortunately, one eventful day, a person by the name of Park Ming-woo targeted him, and told him to carry his backpack back to his house, as it's right in front anyway. Young thought that he would become his errand boy if he shows his weak side, so he tried to refuse. But naturally that only caused him to get injured. But even with this, he thought that if he surrenders now, he will come off as weak and be bullied constantly. So he charged in once again, but Ming just caught his punch, and put him to the ground with a single hit. He also spit on him to brand him as his new play toy. After this day, Young's life became worse and worse, as even if he endured his new life, he still thought he had his friends, but they immediately ditched him the moment they saw his weak side. And his life became even lonelier than before, as the bullying continued. It got to the point where Ming-woo was taking all of his money, but wanted more as he knew that he had it. Yoon obviously got mad at all of this, but Ming-woo warned him about staring with such intent, as he knows a guy that is from a rich family, so one word from his parents and his life is over. He also shouldn't think about reporting him, as his friend will hire the most expensive lawyer there is, and ruin not only his life but his family's too. Young mustered up the courage to ask why he's doing all of this to him. What did he even do to him? Minju confessed that someone asked him to do it, so it's his fault, as his past life of misdeeds and bullying has come back threefold. Young immediately thought that it was Kim, who was waiting for him to have hope of a new, better life, because the higher he climbed, the deeper in despair he would fall. Kim hired Mingyu through his golden circle contact. Kim also gave him a price. 1,000 as a down payment and 5,000 when the job is over. Meaning when Young drops out, as he needs to show him that, no matter where he tries to start a new life, there is no hope for scum like him. The contact called him a crazy bastard with no morals, but Kim took that as a compliment. Considering everything he learned, Young knew that Kim was the one that hired the Golden Circle, as he does not want him to live a peaceful life. He thought of running away, but where can he even run away at this point, as Kim will find him anywhere. He endured and endured, until eventually he thought that enduring is all he needs to do, because eventually things will work out for him, and he will be able to live peacefully. Eventually, such an opportunity came as Ming presented him with an offer. If he drinks this whole carton of milk, which has been sun-aged for 3 days, and makes it through the next class, which is 1 hour without going to the bathroom, he promises to not mess with him at all. Thinking that this is his final chance at a normal life, he gulped it down. The class started. And not even a few moments afterwards, Young felt a sudden urge, but he tried to endure it as much as he could, as this would be the final thing he has to go through. But even if his mind was willing, his body was not so. Without even him noticing, he started to defecate himself as he ran away to the bathroom. Everyone laughed at him as they heard him when he did it. Young just stood with his soiled pants in his hands, while on the toilet, and thought that enough is enough. He cannot endure anymore, but that's when he thought that, now he has evidence of the bullying with the pants. So no matter what, the teachers have to help him, right? Unfortunately for him, it was not so, as the teachers just brushed it off as a prank, with Minu promising that they are the best of friends. Something which everyone in their class can confirm. After this, Minu took his sweet time beating Young, while explaining that the teachers won't get involved, since they just want to live peacefully, and even if there are teachers who will look into it and open up the board, he also has evidence of his violence. He suddenly punches himself, and says that with this, and with the testimonies from his friends, it would be all his fault. So what can he do? As Young was walking to class, and damned himself for trusting a teacher, his old friends came and asked if the rumor is true, the rumor that he got expelled from his previous school, because he was bullying kids. Young's whole hope for a better life diminished. So he decided to drop out of school for good. A few days later at his house, he was suddenly surprised by Mingju, which shocked him. He asked what he needs now since the job he was paid for is over. But Mingwu explained that he's not wrong, but his client requested something more, to beat him once a month, to show him that this hell he is trapped in is not over. This is why now he is groveling at Kim's feet and apologizing for everything, while begging for forgiveness. Thien says that he didn't think that someone could pay for their wrongdoings. He should know now that someone's malice can and will kill. Given time, however, he will give him one last chance. All he needs to do is take Minghu down, since he is the person who did all of that to him, right? Young is stunned by this at first, but then hugs Kim's leg and tells him how to do it, as he will do anything if it doesn't involve money or power. Kim tells him that his body will be plenty, as he needs to create a mess inside of the school that the police will have to take action against. If he truly yearns for his freedom, he needs to prove that he has what it takes to grab it. As Minu sits in class, while thinking of how sweet it is to be in the Golden Circle, as he made 6 without doing much, and an extra 1 per month, an investigator comes inside of the class and tells him to follow, as he is part of an ongoing investigation. In the interrogation room, the investigator tells Ming that Young has jumped off the 4th floor of his house. Even though he is still alive, he does not show signs of waking up. Ming asks what this has to do with him, but the investigator shows him that Young left his name in his will, saying that it's because of him he decided to end his life. And there are also witnesses and CCTV footage of him going to his house. So what explanation can he have for all of these actions? Ming knows that he's screwed, as the Golden Circle will want him to take the blame for all of these accusations, but he won't do that. He wants to be free. He tells the investigator that he was hired to assault Young like this by a group known as the Golden Circle. That's when the investigator pulls closer and tells him to shut the fuck up. If he knows what's good for him, the investigator closes the mic and turns the camera away, while asking Mingo if he doesn't get why he was paid so much money in the first place. He says that it's to complete the job naturally, but the investigator tells him that's just nonsense. The job doesn't have anything to do with it. That money was for him to take the blame if something like this were to happen. He will not stop him if he wants to talk about the Golden Circle, but he will warn him now he is not the only one associated with them, as there is someone in the prosecutor's office, and the courts are also not clean. So without proof, who will believe him? If he really wants to test his luck, he should poke this golden bear and see what happens. But if he wants to go through this nicely and live a normal life, he should suck it up and take the blame. At the Gyeonggi-do General Hospital, a news blare about what happened to Yeon. That he wanted to end himself because of the bullying that he was the target of, but the culprit came and acknowledged that he was the only one who did it. Some people there discuss the situation with them, agreeing that the culprit should be locked up for life. Kim walks among them and thinks that in the end, Minju took all of the blame. If he was not careful, he could have ended up in the same situation. But to take down the golden circle for good, he needs to take and double down any opportunity he has. An endless gamble. Naturally, he will keep enjoying his toys. While he does that, he enters Young's hospital room, where his mother immediately curses at him and tells him to get out of here, as he isn't welcomed. But Kim tells her that he's here to just talk to him. Even if he isn't crazy enough to do anything in a hospital, who would be the mother still thinks that he's trying to trick her. But he says that he promised Yoon to not do anything to him, but if she chases him out like this, the deal is off. The mother thinks that it would be better to let him in, but tells him that there will be hell to pay if he touches a hair on her son. He better remember that when she leaves. Kim crouches down and picks up his hand, noting that on his way here, he prayed and prayed for him to be conscious. He begged God for this so that what he is feeling right now, the words he says to him in this moment, will be etched into his brain while he is trapped in that flesh prison. He should have given up and accepted his life, but he can't deny. Seeing him struggle like a worm to survive was so fun, it made him have goosebumps. He should also know that he is not going to keep their promise, so he better stay like this if he wants to go unharmed. The moment he wakes up, he will go through the same hell he went through now. Again and again, until he breaks him completely. With that, he goes to buy groceries, while thinking that even if he took this path for revenge, he can't keep himself buried in it, because in this lie, he has to make sure his family and friends are happy too, not just him as he goes to pay for his things. The person in front of him that was just going to buy something, notices him and starts running away, that person being Heiji, which shouldn't be possible. As a result, he tells Chang to look into it, who comes back to him with the information that the doctor who treated her lied about cutting her Achilles heel. She is perfectly fine thanks to her father's deep pockets. But what does he want to do now? Take care of them. Kim tells him to just leave them be, as her father won't abandon her daughter like this. He even hired the golden circle for her after all. Chang notes that he didn't see him as the merciful Tai, but Kim confirms it isn't mercy, as what she bought at the supermarket were some snacks that she could have gotten anywhere. She acted like a patient for months, so she must have felt trapped by the end of it. She even tried to hide her identity by wearing a hoodie, which tells him that this isn't the first time she did this. Still, it doesn't matter if she comes out like this every once in a while, as she can walk, just not in front of others. She can open the door, but she cannot go out. She is living in a hell of her own making, something which they all deserve for what they did to him. Time passed and his sophomore year came to an end. The days were relaxing for the students, but not for Kim, who was training even more with Siu, with both of them showing clear improvement. But Kim is clearly miles better than Siu, who is only saved by the bell. He asks if he isn't tired at all since they went for 5 rounds. But Kim says that he can do it even if he is also tired. The coach comes around and congratulates them for training diligently, but he has some good news, as he can now keep the promise of putting them on stage, where nobody can rival them. With their training also about to end, they should clear their schedules because they are going to check the results of their training in a real fight that will take place in Seoul. A few days ago at Lee Do-hak's game, Do-ju appeared and went to talk with the coach. Lee Do-hak, who was a junior in his previous game. Previously he treated Do-ju like a demigod up until the drug incident. But after his fall the situation changed a ton. After Dukov's scandal, Do-hak appeared in the UFL, and Dukov's popularity was past him. But nobody was aware of the fact that he also used drugs, even more so than Dukov. He thinks that if only he was caught back then, he wouldn't be living such a luxurious life, but scratches those thoughts as he can't be like this. He proposed that they should make their students spar a bit, as he wants to see the difference between Seoul and Daesan, which is a countryside city. Unsurprisingly, Do-hak refused, as there is no way for him to recover his image in the scene, as everyone knows about his past. But why would he do this in the first place? He should stick to his law, as aiming too high will only burn his shriveled wings again. Do-chul seemed hurt by this, but he was actually glad that this guy was still a piece of shit. He told him that he's not thinking of debuting. He just wants to see how much his students have improved, and see the difference in their teachings. Do-hak thought that this would be the perfect opportunity to humiliate this bastard and promote his jam, so he naturally accepted. Now Du Xiel and his students are going to prove themselves. When Du Hak came with the proposition to fight, Du Xiel's students, Tianyan with a track record of 5 wins with 3 defeats, and Dong Yup with a track record of 4 wins and 1 defeat refused, as this would certainly damage their reputation. Du Hak understands why they are hesitant. But those guys are trained by Du Xiel himself, so if they mess them up real good, they will get a lot of attention on them, and with today's times, being popular means that opportunities will throw themselves their way. He will set it up, all they have to do is fight. They both agree as they don't really have anything to lose. Most people remember Do Hak as a proud and successful UFO player. But Do Hak does not have any pleasant memories of that time. Because even with his high dosage of drugs, he was not able to get close to Duchin, all the way until his retirement from the scene. Beating him now after such a long time past gave him a cathartic pleasure, and the feeling of hope in Ducham's eyes for his students bothered him. However, with this meeting, Du Hook also has a chance to show him this time that he's better, overwhelmingly so. In fact, when it comes to teaching, when Du Chiu arrives, he notices that a lot of new, famous faces from the martial arts side are gathered here. It seems like that Do Hak bastard is planning to screw him over. He looks at his students and notices how there's not an ounce of nervousness on their faces. Truly amazing while fitting their gloves. He asks them if they know why all of these people and pros from the martial arts scene are here, over a sparring session between students. They think that it's because it will be a hard fight, but Duko denies this. This means that if they take them down, at least no high schooler could ever fight them again on even ground. In this moment, Duchel felt something which he has never felt in many years, pride in his students, that turned into his pride as he was the one who trained them. Dong Yup is the first to fight Siu, who thinks that he feels bad for beating a high schooler like this, but it's not really his fault for having such a dumb teacher. However, he admits now that his face does annoy him, as he seems very focused on something or someone. When the gong rings, Dong Yup is the first to try an attack, but Siu kicks him in the leg, which he didn't expect. Dong Yup notices, however, that his next attack is a fake, so he tries to grab his real attack, which is another leg kick, but Siu aims even lower and hits his cuff. This is a technique that is the lowest attacks out of the low kicks. It's used so that the opponent becomes restricted in their movements, because the counts are an important part of a fighter's arsenal. Dong Yup gets increasingly annoyed by Siu's kicking, as he probably thinks that he can just take him down with this, since he is a boxer, but he will show him now that he is not to be underestimated. Siu notices that Dong Yup is now aiming for his feet. So if he's really trying to hit a ground high, he just has to be quicker than him, much quicker. Siu does just this, and with one deadly kick puts Dong Yup down. As the referee stops the match, Siu thinks that Kim is most certainly planning to leave with Seoul, and he will certainly not pick him up because he will say that he's of no help to him, so he must show him now that his role in his grand plan does not end just in Daisen. Siu tells Dutcher that he doesn't know what to say about Seoul, as this pro who was supposed to be experienced didn't even last one round. If they are at this level, he can take on the next guy too, so Kim can save his strength. Naturally, Duak gets extremely mad, calling him an insolent bastard who has not taught manners in his bumpkin city. He also gets on Dutcher's back, as his little prodigy is running his mouth for no reason. He won because of a fluke, yet he dares to yap like this. Will he not teach him a lesson, or will he have to do it for him? Duccio says that even if it's rude, it's not really wrong whether or not he won because of a fluke or not. The fact that his student only lasted a single round is still true. He should be prepared to handle things like this. If he calls people over to a friendly spar, that's just how their world works, right? Dohak thinks that if he backs down now, Ducho will get some reputation from this. Not to mention that rumors will spread all around because of how many people are here, and his career might fall apart because of it. He agrees to Ducho's terms. But if his student comes back crippled for life, he shouldn't come crying to him afterwards. Dong Yup apologizes as he gets out of the ring, but Du Hak tells him to shut up and go train already. He then asks Dame Young if he can do this with him, saying that he's an expert at that style of fighting. He has nothing to worry about when the gong rings. The fight starts with only a few kicks and blows that do no real damage, and the spectators notice that Dame Young is acting passive, something which he usually doesn't do. Du Hak can only smirk as he thinks that these bastards don't know anything. Dame Young is just testing Siu to get a hang of his effective attack range. Eventually Dame Young manages to do just that, and he charges in with a sly grin, with Du Chul noticing that Siu's previous kick came in like thunder, and barely misses, so this Dame Young figure is pretty skilled at controlling distances. The question is now, what will his student do? Siu takes the punch and notices how strong this guy is. But he cannot give up here, as that would mean that all of his hard work would have been for nothing. He has to remember, the reason he went through this training was nothing short of hell. He must remember, and instill in his mind how they beat him every day. No matter the time, he then notices that there's an opening in his jaw. So he tries to take advantage of it, but Dan Young dodges and hits Siwoo straight in the face. Dan Young thinks that with this nice hit in the face, the fight is basically over. But that's when Siwoo looks at him with a determined stare and charges in, making him wonder how he can still stand after all of the trashing he gave him. However, Dan Young only knows one reason for someone to do something like this. He wants to initiate a scuffle. As Siwoo fights, he thinks about Kim, who used to be a great person and was always cheerful. So what happened for him to change so much? What could have caused his to sin? Even with this, he still knows that no matter what, no matter how ruthless Kim is, he is still the same person inside. He cannot hope to know why. He is trying to take everything he does alone. It may even take him multiple lives to understand his emotion and thoughts, but that's just fine by him. Because just as Kim held his hand out during his difficult times, so will he now at any cost. He succeeds in putting Damien in a dangerous lock, which eventually makes him tap out. With Do-hook and the others being shocked by this turn of events, he moves next to Kim and says that he must have seen that he won against two pros who are weaker than him. He will definitely be of help with his plans, so he should use him as a chess piece, and if he refuses this, even now, he will do as he pleases, as he knows he will have use for him in the future. Kim asks why go this far, and Siwoo asks him the same question. Why is he going this far? He is acting like his life is already over, and he is living on borrowed time. Do-hook tells him to get out of the stage already, as it's time for the next match, since he has one guy left. This is Shen Cheng-hoon with an unknown track record. The people that were gathered to watch the matches start gossiping about it, noting that Do-hak is screwed with this amount of humiliation at play, as two pros lost to a high schooler. Do-hak felt that if it ends with just this, his reputation will disappear into thin air, and people will think that Do-chul is a better player and coach. Fortunately for him, Do-hak had a secret weapon. Chang-hoon, since he thought that he is the most talented among his current students, he made him take this match to get a little bit of reputation. Chang-hoon didn't like this because he wanted a more extravagant debut, but he reluctantly agreed to do it. Now Do-hak tells Do-seo that if he wants to see what both of his students are capable of, his other students should fight Chang-hoon, as it's only fair. Kim thinks that in his previous life, there were two people with a great future in the national martial arts. Scene one was Kim Yeo, and the other was this guy, Chang-hoon. Out of these two, Chang-hoon had a flashier debut with a nickname already placed on him, Dynamite, and he took the entire scene by storm, as he was called by the UFL. Within only 2 years of his debut, Kim decides to fight him, as even if Chang-hoon is not in his prime, he is definitely talented. So this is a chance for him to prove himself. Before entering the ring, he also tells Siwoo that they will chat later. When the gong rings, almost immediately, Kim charges in with Chang-hoon, thinking that this is an opportunity for him to finish this guy off quickly, but Kim proves to be a much tougher opponent than expected. As he hits him in the chest, after dodging, they start trading countless blows, with both Do-seo and Siwoo thinking that this isn't Kim's style of fighting. Something has changed. This is because Kim thinks that being calculated here would be pointless, as his meticulous preparation does work. But for how long? Seoul is an unexplored territory filled to the brim with enemies, so he will definitely fight people he never expected to fight. What he must do now is completely let his inhibitions go and submit to his instincts, as that will be the thing which will save him in Seoul. He attacks harder and harder, with Chang-hoon wondering what happened with this guy so suddenly, as he was putting him in a corner moments before. That's when he notices that now he is the one who is cornered. Do-seo thinks about Kim. He has amazing physique, innate ability to assess talent, situation, and aspiration in terms of martial arts. He is second to none, but what's the most terrifying thing about him is that he does not care about his own safety at all, which allows him to put all of his energy into defeating his enemy. As Chang-hoon falls to the ground, the crowd cheers for Kim, while Do-hak laments having ever accepted this offer. Kim goes to Do-chul and says that he knows how unreasonable this favor was to ask of him, but thanks to him and his efforts, he has reached his desired level of strength. He bows his head down and thanks him, as he will never be able to express how grateful he is. Do-chul's expression softens, as he says that this is everything he can do for him at this time, so he should be safe from now on. After Do-chul's student successfully defeated Do-hak's student, the martial arts scene was shaken at its core, and those who heard Kim's goodbye thought that it means that he would debut soon, so they were looking forward to his evolution. After this much publicity, Do-chul got tons of messages. Some were asking how he got his students, while others were asking him to work together, all of them with no shame, like they have forgotten that they ignored Do-chul all of this time. However, for Do-chul, all of these were meaningless, as now After the deal with Kim and Siwoo is over, he kind of lost all of his will to go in this scene. At first he did it for the money. But at one point, he realized as someone who used to teach to make a living. He liked the path of teaching someone from the ground up. In the past he felt inferior to Do Hae. But as he saw how those two grew, those thoughts disappeared from his head. He gets a call from a jam, which makes him think that he could sign up with another jam and get students from there while he earns money, but will it ever be the same? That's when a person comes in and asks if he's Coach Dutchell. When he recognizes that it's him, he says that the match left a lasting impression on him. So even if the others say bad things about him, he believes that he is extremely talented. So he wants to train under him as he will certainly become a champion. This way of speaking reminds Dutchell of Kim. So he asks for his name with a big smile. The guy says that he is Kim Il. A few days later Kim and Siwoo met at a park, with Kim saying that he will not take him to Seoul, as what he is trying to do is very dangerous. Siwoo is mad as what has he been trained for all of this time. Kim notes that he told him he wasn't taking him previously. But that does not mean he is not needed. When he gets in touch with him, he will come to Seoul right away, because that's when he will need him. He is now accepting the will he has shown him. So until then Dae-san is in his hands. The next day Siwoo goes right up to Jong-ho and asks him directly, who will take the school over after Kim leaves? Jong-ho was quite surprised by this question. But he says that it should be him, as even if they are buddies, he has not accomplished much of anything. Siwoo agrees, but this will cause a problem, as when Kim leaves and he eventually graduates, the title will have no holder again, and even if he tries to take it, the bullies will think he is below him and will not cooperate at all. That is why now he is asking him for a fight. Seon-ho gets up and warns him that he knows the taste of power is sweet, but he is getting ahead of himself right now. Siwoo tells him not to worry, as he learned a lot under Kim. And so they start fighting. After Siwoo inevitably wins. News around this victory spreads around the school like wildfire. But that is not all. As Siwoo is going around and trampling every bully who defies him. After his fight with Shannon-ho, Siwoo began sorting out the hierarchy. The third years were the ones who attacked first, and later, the second and first years also put up quite a fight against him. But in the end everyone lost against his might. Jianwoo is asked why he isn't doing anything. But he explains that his dreams of being top dog are long over. He is satisfied with being second or third. Whichever spot is free honestly. With this, the hierarchy was officially set, and Siwoo became the top dog of Kanil. Time continued to flow by, and the final exams which signaled the end of the year, ended as per usual. Kim got perfect scores. So everything is set up. He is sure that his grades and his entire existence in Gangnam, where academic record is everything, will cause a storm as he tries to leave. A student stops him as he wants to talk with him about something. The student says that he knows he was shameless before, for ignoring him even when he asked him for it, so if he curses him away now, he gets it as he cannot deny this. After that though, everyone treated him as selfish guy, and cut him off. It was like he was invisible, so he just studied. But even with all of that, he didn't find it hard. In fact, he was actually very happy during this time, as Park and his minions couldn't mess with him anymore. Because of him he felt how a normal high school life, and being left without any friends was a fine price for him. Eventually though, he found people who understood him as they were in the same situations. Sometimes he thinks that if he had the power to go back in time, he would do things differently, but realistically he would do the exact same things as he is a coward. Just like he has always been. After all, he was too busy running because his words scared him. However, he could not do that any longer. Since he is transferring schools, he will never forget that day. He promises, and he also wants him to know one thing. That they are all thankful for him, as because of him they could all live. This became a catalyst for the other students to come up to Kim, with all of them thanking him for his actions, even though he was just taking care of the bullies, without thinking of others. The thankfulness of others kept coming in, but even if he wanted to listen, he had to let it go out the other year, as if his thirst for revenge fades. He will forget what his goal is, but the problem was that this didn't end at school. One student from another school came to thank him, as without him he wouldn't be where he is now. But Kim told him that he only crushed those bastards, to prove that he is stronger. So thanks are not in order. The student says that it does not matter why he did it, because the fact that this helped people is still true. There are countless kids in Dyson who think the same. He hands him a phone where he sees that the group he formed made waves. And bullies have not been active, even if they don't have anything to do with Kim. Some of them even want to come and thank him for what he did. The student explains that most kids lament having to go to school. But now they are all living in a changed world, where they can live peaceful high school lives. All because of him. As Kim walks home, He notices that more students are smiling at him right now. But these make him think of the gazes of his prey. The fear in their eyes that he cannot ever forget. He thought that hatred breeds hatred. But to him it didn't matter. As his twisted justice was still justice. He thought that people would shun him for his actions. But the more he got rid of the trash, the more people became happy. Were his actions really evil? He figured that it's not, as this is judgment by blood. Something which nobody wants to do, but someone must, so he will gladly fulfill that role. Because that just might be the reason he returned to his school days. With winter vacation just around the corner, Kim's relationship with Chae-Yun-il would be over completely. So he finished talking to the principal about the transfer, and also said a farewell to Chul. But those two had no idea that once Kim was aiming for someone, they would be put down eventually. He has no plans of letting them go just because they help, as they will surely help other scumbags in the future, so he must cut down the entire tree in order for a new tree to grow. As he gets out of school, Shuna stops him for a second as her dad wants to have a chat with him. Something which surprises him quite a bit. When he gets there, the father welcomes him inside and orders some food, as he probably has not eaten yet. Kim told Seona's father Choi Seon-pil, the former high-ranking government official, to speak comfortably with him. All Kim knows about him is that he lost his son to bullying, and is now the chairman of the anti-school violence committee, so this meeting might benefit him quite a lot. Seon-pil notes that he asked to meet because he was impressed with his actions, as he tried his best to eliminate school violence. But he, a high schooler, did it much better than he did, so he can't help but be curious. If he's honest, he was very happy to find out that bullying in Daejeon has decreased a lot. But he also had a thought that went directly to his heart. If his son had a friend like him. If only someone had raised their voice earlier about all of this. His son might be alive today. He knows this is all meaningless talk, as he should have done his fatherly duties better. He admits he is incompetent in that regard. He couldn't even notice the hints his son was giving him. After all, people say that kids in double-income houses find it hard to speak what they feel. Well, his son was living proof of that. As the day his grades fell, he kept pestering him about it. But when he suggested that he transferred school, he didn't even listen to him, as he thought he was trying to evade the difficulties he was facing with his grades. What happened on that day will be with him until the day he dies. He only wanted for his family to be happy. But all of this time he was prioritizing his happiness. So that is why he came to Daejeon, to take better care of Seona, and to eliminate school violence. But his methods were much better, as he was the club that punished evil without prejudice. He is the only one that can hold that club, and him going to Seoul must mean that he is going to expand his justice. So he will say the thing he wanted to say to him. Now, no matter what he does in Seoul, he will always be by his side. As long as the organization he leads still lives on, nobody will get in his way without them saying something about it. So he should keep that in mind. He gets up and reaches his hand forwards. So Kihin does the same and thanks him. He will not forget this day, no matter what after this. Kim goes to talk with Seona, who says that even when she claimed that she wanted to kill the bastards who did her brother and she didn't do anything. Kim tells her that she's not at fault here. But Shona knows that the scones are the only ones at fault here. But now she has a new dream, thanks to him after he gained power. He did not face any problems. No matter what he went through it. He kept pushing forward while she also saw the filthiness of power. This is exactly why she must also have it. That is why she is going to become a prosecutor. She will grab onto life and live the life she truly wants. But he must also not lose from now on. Because if he is still there to do what he does best, she will find the courage to not give up. Kim says that he will do his best, and he will cheer for her. When winter vacation started, Kim focused on spending time with his important family. He ate delicious meals with them, enjoyed scenery together, and even went to an amusement park with them for the very first time. He will never forget how his grandmother smiled, like she was a young girl all over again. But no matter where they went and did, home was still the best as Kim is cleaning his grandmother's ears. He recommends that he buy some dye for her hair, but she refuses as it's a blessing to age. So naturally, he should use that cash to get something for himself and his brother. These moments were filled with happiness, and Kim cherished them all. In actuality, what he liked most about returning to the past was not that he was able to take revenge, it was that the pain he caused to the family disappeared. That made him happier than ever. He wished that these moments would never end. But everything must come to an end, and he must walk down the path that he set out for himself. But that story is not ready to unfold just yet. Thanks for watching. The Daejeon Group is ranked third among the richest companies of Korea. The group encompasses electronics, cars and insurance subsidiaries, among many others with these. It's always in the top 3 companies that graduates yearn for when they finally get out of school. In one of these young buildings, people see a certain person, the heir of the company, and they all discuss his very good looks or his charming personality. This is Yoon Hyun Man, heir of this prestigious group. He wishes everyone a good morning, while 2 female workers talk about it. He climbed all of the way here with his own skills, and even if he were not the heir, he would have partnered no matter what. So there's no way he would go when he gets to his office. However, something seems to be out, as his expression is quite mad at something that's just happened somewhere else. A bunch of moms are bickering with the principal, who asks them to calm down and talk quieter. The moms hard having it, as their kids are all 12th graders already. This is the principal, Daesun Meyer High School, and Iksu. The moms are mad because the kid, who got first in the country for the mock exams, is transferring to this place. He better have an explanation. The principal says that things just turned out like this, and it's already decided, but another mom comes and asks if he will really just accept that the student will be coming here. This is Jo Hee-ji, the parent association head for this school, and married to a doctor. She helped countless times in getting this school out of trouble, along with other personal issues of his she need not remind him of. Right, the principal knows. He understands all of them, but he quite literally doesn't have a choice. 1 month ago someone brought tons of evidence on his dirty deeds. Enough to warrant prison time, let alone losing just his job. The person threatening him advised him to watch how much he drinks, as he went out for a second round of drinks with his friends, even if he has a family waiting at home. More importantly, the individual he met for drinks was underage. Wouldn't that be interesting to reveal to the public? The principal asked what he wanted money. The man said that it's simple. 1 student will be transferring to his school, all his grades are good, and the parents will make a fuss because of it. But it's probably more important that he keep this out of the public eye. Right, the principal still felt like his hands were tied, as the parents of Gangnam are fierce and crazy with power, so even as a principal, this will be difficult. Person told him not to worry about it, as he would send someone to help him. Now, the principal wonders where that person is, and why they aren't coming. He will have to buy some time somehow. He explains that he tried to stop the transfer, but he moved addresses, and all the papers that came his way were clean. So if he were to refuse this, it would have caused a lot of backlash at the school. The moms feel that it's a problem he should have dealt with. Their kids are almost going to college, and their chances will diminish because of that kid. How will he compensate? As he tries to explain a few things to them, Haiju gets increasingly mad, and notes that she thought that he was a logical person, but it seems like she misjudged him. They're going to make everything public. If he's taken so many damn bribes, is it not common sense to do his damn job? She will personally make him see how badly he has messed up. He tries to apologize, but she slaps him across the face with her bag and asks if he's dumb. She will not calm down no matter what. Their kids might have a new obstacle in their fruitful lives because of him. Does he think that he can just pass through this without repercussions? As she rips into him, another woman arrives. Minwoo's mother, who was apparently a respected figure around here. Lee Miso's daily life took a turn when she met Kim. As she became more liked by her husband's family, the more Kang's grades rose, and her reputation in the private education industry of Gangnam soared. Around the same time, Kim called and asked her for a favor. Lee Miso posted the tips Kim ordered her to share on the net, and the number of users on the Daiki-don ManhwaCapped has multiplied over 30 times within the span of a few weeks. As a result, Lee Miso has gained absolute power over the private education scene. As the moderator for the largest college entrance exam forum in the whole of Gangnam, she notes that it's hard to believe what she's seeing right now. Have they not gone too far already? Why do they threaten the poor principal, who just wanted a student to have a good future? Daeju tells her that as a parent, she doesn't think of this as acceptable, and this business is related to their school, so she should stay out of this. Lee Miso asks if she's daring enough to try talking like that again. She probably doesn't need the information she shared with everyone earlier. Then Daeju gets flustered and asks why she's even here. Minwoo isn't even in this school. Lee Miso explains that the student who is transferring to this school, Kim, is a dear friend of her son's. So as a mother, she could not just watch while his friend was being denied his rights. Naturally, this is a free country, and they can do as they please, but some of their actions will be considered hostile. Everyone feels threatened by this and they excuse themselves. Even Haeju puts her glasses back on and says that they will overlook it. For her, Kim gets the news that the parents have been dealt with, which he's glad for, and this is the start for him. The reason he chose this school specifically is because it's where the Golden Circle is most active. And if the highest ranked student in the country transfers here, they will just not let him enjoy his school days at this school. Being added to the target list will be extremely easy, and his background from Daesun won't help much at all here. However, Kim is more excited than afraid. He has anticipated this moment for a while now. Gangnam is within his reach, and with the passage of time, the world proved itself rotten to the core. As Kim gets the news that he's been added to the Golden Circle hit list, Hyunmin listens eagerly. while his assistant says that Kim had been a target before. The first broker failed in his takes and passed it to Chinish, who is currently marking the VIP as they speak. After that they received a report that the job had been completed. But when they investigated, it turned out to be a total failure. Everyone from the commissioner to everyone tied with this was served retribution. Hyun Min asks why he wasn't made aware of this. So the assistant explains that Chansu and mercenary Taejun had been compromised by Kim. So they went after Chansu after realizing this, but he was already gone, and they don't know where. This means that Chansu remained in the circle, only to leak information from the inside. Hyunan asks what his conclusion is, making the assistant fall to his knees and apologize. But Hyunan isn't having it. Why did it take so damn long for him to explain that? They are just fucked. If this information spreads within the golden circle, that might cause a disturbance they cannot afford. And if he loses the grip on the members over some guy, the golden circle will end. This bastard is also interesting, as he could have graduated quietly and easily in Daisen. Yet he made his way to Seoul, meaning that he must be aiming for them. Unfortunately for him he has messed with the wrong person. As everyone is kneeling to him, be it the police, the justice system, or even politicians, he orders his assistant to take care of Kim. 1 month after school starts. No matter what later. A bunch of Golden Circle members talk about an important target, Kim. Given the way he handled Golden Circle requests before, they can assume that he has some understanding of their systems, and has also unified all Daesim schools under him. Even if Daesan is in Seoul, his strength should be considered a rank or more. Kim is able to create so much trouble, because the principal of Cheonil High School and his homeroom teacher supported him actively. Because he was sponsored by Myung-Jain Construction's managing director, Shine, the parent committee of his transfer school, also attempted to block his transfer, but were stopped by Lee Miso, who is currently running the Daechidong Skadam Ka. To summarize, Kim came to Gangnam with a clear goal. Whatever that may be, the informant asks if they have any questions, with one of them raising their hands, and asks if he has any reputation with the chief prosecutor. The informant notes that he will most likely not act for Kim, and one of them asks if the political sphere is involved, which it isn't. One of the Golden Circle executives, Park Youngjun, thinks that this Kim guy is pretty impressive for them to have a meeting like this. They cannot let him come and go as he pleases. He asks how many kids are in Daesim that they could use, with the informant explaining that currently, there are 2 rank students, one of which is rank. Hyungjun feels like that will solve the internal problem, but do they have any teachers? The informant says that most, if not all, the teachers at that school are on their payroll. The only one who made trouble is the principal, who will be removed and replaced with someone who can listen better. With this, and their help, Youngjun feels like this job will be pretty easy, and even if they have a month to finish it, they will be able to finish it in just a week. The next day Kim walks to school and sees the luxury around him. All the skyscrapers and expensive clothes. This does feel like a different world. The school is close to the subway, and clean to the last spots. It has proved itself as the center of power. They also have powerful connections, and the students from here will one day lead Korea. He gets to the gate, and sees it as the real first step towards his revenge. When he gets to class, the homeroom teacher, Won-gyu, welcomes him inside, and as the first place in the national mock examination, everyone must have heard of him. He also tells Kim to introduce himself, who notes that this guy must have a lot of issues with them. These bastards are also meeting him for the first day, yet they are all hostile, like they planned it together. He doesn't know if it's because of his grades, or because someone ordered them to, but he doesn't care, as he quite enjoys the chaos. As the teacher explains to them a few things, Hyun can see that the school work in this place is much harder than how it was in Daesan. Right from the start, the teacher sees him, and notes that he must be the national level student. Hyun, besides his academic achievements, he's also pretty good looking, so he should go to the board and tell them how to solve this problem. Hyun doesn't care about this sort of attention, but this spiraled down to all of the teachers doing the same thing, putting him on the board to solve a difficult question, and being surprised when he does it, while also praising him very little, like he's doing bad or something. He knows that it's because the other students are more important to them, and soon the reality of this place will come clean. Sure enough, while everyone's on break, a bunch of students near Kim start talking about how it's unfair for the one national student to transfer in like this, and it's not even the fault of the school, as it's the student's fault. Why did he come to a grade-conscious school and inconvenience them? Is he a sociopath or just plain selfish? One of them notes that he must have confidence, since he was very eager to stand up all of the time and answer the questions on the board right. Kim doesn't fall for their low-grade provocations. And this isn't Kinyu, meaning they can't do whatever they please. The chatty student suddenly smashes his hand on Kim's table and asks if he's deaf, he should just answer them right now. Why the hell is he here? Kim doesn't feel obligated to answer to them, making the chatty student even more annoyed, as he's a real asshat if that's how he's going to play it. He deserves what he's about to do. He suddenly slaps himself, making Kim ask what he's doing. The student notes that it's quite simple, he's just screwing up his entire life. He begins faking it like Kim had hit him, who can only look at him like the worm he is. Moments later, they are both dragged to the homeroom teacher who was ripping into Kim, but he defends himself as he did nothing. The teacher doesn't believe him, so how can he explain the hit mark on his fellow student? Kim tries to tell him again that he didn't do a thing, so the homeroom teacher moves on to the student's friends, who asked if Kim really hit him up or not. They both naturally lie and say that he in fact did it. They were too scared to stop him, but they've heard lots about him. He caused tons of trouble in his previous school. Kim wonders if these bastards are from the Golden Circle. Or perhaps they just want him gone, but whatever the reason he fell into their trap. Even if he didn't start a thing yet, this is telling him that the Golden Circle already knew about him, and his intentions for transferring to this place. There is no way to know the internal movement of the Golden Circle, now that he doesn't have an informant, so this is all-out war. Kim notes that he should bring other witnesses who aren't his friends, and if they say the same thing, he will take any punishment he may give him. The homeroom teacher laughs, as he's just making up excuses, and trying to lie, on his first day since it has come to this. Kim just calls the cops and explains that there's been an act of school violence at his school, and it's quite serious, so they should come quickly. They are all naturally bewildered by this, but Kim notes that they need the facts to solve this problem, and additionally, he has evidence as everything was recorded in this pen. He's quite the cautious kind, always has been, but this should be convenient for everyone. Right when the detective arrives, he's appalled by what he has seen. A high schooler threatening himself. Are they in a revenge manhwa or something? Just what was he thinking? The chatty student apologizes, as he's been struggling with his grades as of late, and was frustrated when he saw how well his peer was doing. The detective also rips into the homeroom teacher, because he didn't listen to both sides well at all. He agrees he saw the student's hurt cheek, and lost his reasoning. The detective notes that just apologizing won't do it. Kim probably feels terrible as this was only his first day at school, but he's already considering his future here. Suddenly a woman interrupts him, and says that this is a place where things happen, because of grades, and she's positive that this wasn't done with ill will. This is Kyung-hee, vice principal. High school seniors act as they feel, so the teacher was inclined to trust the students, who knew more than the others, even if this is just a misunderstanding. The detective says that he's obligated to resolve it, since the report has been made. Kyung-hee understands, and she knows it's the right thing to do. But there is tons happening at the school, and even if they don't accept transfer students, the principal pushed really hard for it. He should at least understand they have a lot on their plate, and not be too harsh. The detective understands that the students are important, but so are the victims. Kyung-hee understands and says that they will serve disciplinary action so that the offending students don't do it again. The detective is glad to get out of work early, and tells Kim that he should just accept this apology and move on. For now, Kim knows that this was all a play to get what they want. They course each other like snakes. This is all hitting him pretty well, as it's reminding him of what happened in the past, and the feeling of a defenseless victim is pressing him again. He already knew from the teachers to the cops. The Gangnam cartel is different. This is truly the home turf of the Golden Circle. He notes that it's bizarre he has never said he would forgive them. Yet the police are now speaking for him, and the vice principal is trying to compromise. They are telling him with their eyes that if he doesn't accept, he would be an asshole. They both try to make excuses, like trying to make the reputation not worsen, and that this was just a minor offense. Kim doesn't listen to them, as he's a minor, and this should be discussed between adults. When he opens the door, his lawyer comes inside. Park Jong-soo Lee Miso was not in Kim's plans before, as her biggest strength was having the deputy chief prosecutor from Seoul as her husband, which would help him, but there's something else. Someone investigated him, and found out that the prosecutor is called by a cattle prod. He's the kind of person who would stick his neck out for justice to be made. His abilities are also amazing, and he has never made mistakes. He is an untouchable demon in the court. Kim didn't expect this, as Lee Miso is a lot different than him. But if he approaches a person like this the wrong way, he will get royally screwed. But he also doesn't feel bad about it either way. He needs someone who is in the legal field of war. He must find someone who is competent and incorruptible. That's why he called Lee Miso again and got this guy, who now notes that this is a big enough incident to charge the people involved. From self-inflicted threats to concealment, this is just senseless to the point where he cannot stand it. The homeroom teacher tries to say something, but Jung-soo shuts him up as he wasn't talking with him. It would have been better for everyone if the school responded how it should have, but they just gave the culprit a slap on the wrist and let the matter go, so the school is accountable for everything here. The vice principal feels like this is harsh. They are all young boys after all, but Jung-soo says that the court will decide that. Not someone like him. The chatty student falls on his knees and promises to never do something like this again. All he wants is forgiveness, as this was a simple mistake. Shinsu tells him that mistakes are when the situation happens unintentionally, but actions done with malice like his are crimes in the court. So with all of this in mind, what do they want to do? Everyone glances at each other and says that they will handle this as Kim wishes. As they leave, Jong-soo thinks that the offer he got is generous. He will be this kid's lawyer for a year and will be paid 10,000 each time he makes an appearance. This amount of cash for only a few hours of labor to resolve something without going to trial, as that's another story. He is doing this only if Kim is clean, as he won't betray his own sense of justice. Gave up on being a prosecutor for the sake of justice, but as a defense attorney, he saw how rotten the world truly is. Knowing the truth that the world is what it is, Kim's case became appealing, but it's strange that he made him wait outside the school on the first day like he was expecting this to happen. He asks Kim who he is, who's not sure exactly. But one thing he knows is that he's not welcome here. The vice principal notes that she was the one who was taking responsibility for this. Yet he couldn't do one thing. Well, they should just move on and be careful from now on, as Kim is smarter than they expected. The homeroom teacher promises to do just that. But the vice principal is still worried, as they have a deadline they must meet, and this isn't going well. They need to be careful and do this the old way, something that always worked. Kim is glad that the lawyer is pretty useful, as when the school suspended the chatty student and his friends, people began treating him differently, and some were avoiding him entirely, regardless of the golden circle input. He became isolated, and things have become easy for him, much more than he expected. That's when someone comes and notes that he is pretty conscious to be coming to the cafeteria at lunch hour. Does it even taste good? He grabs a piece of food from Kim, who already knew that this guy would come. This is Choi Myung-hoon, this hitman of the golden circle. He notices Kim's recorder, which he doesn't really give a crap about, as he still won't be treated like a human by the school. And it may be true that some are scared now, but only because he's acting up. If he causes a scene because of how frustrated he is, the teacher will have him hanged, as his proud Jason background means nothing here. He's telling him all of this because some interesting stuff will start happening, especially with him in the center. Really, he just wanted to welcome him in this crazy-ass school, as this place is much darker than what he may expect. When leaving, one of Choi's friends asks why he let Kim off so easily. He has the backing of every teacher. After all, Choi explains that he read the information that was provided by the Golden Circle about this guy, and he's not normal in the slightest. His friend asks just how bad it is. So Choi tells him that he went against everyone in his school alone, captured them and fought them until they became loyal pets. Those were the lucky ones too, the people he didn't like. He either sent juvie or turned them into mush. What's pretty funny for him is, the bastard he turned into mush was from the Golden Circle. So yeah, Kim is crazy. He hid his identity and put in a request for the Golden Circle. However, even with all of this, Choi doesn't mind, because if he succeeds, a paycheck of 100 million will await him, along with a pretty big bonus if all goes well. Needless to say, he can't treat this guy like just a normal high school boy. He's not someone who will back down. Even with an arm or leg broken, they have to show their hand here. They will show him that Dae-simon was a plebeian and soul is hell on earth. His friend understands, sweating while agreeing with him. Kim knows that the Golden Circle set a deadline for the job involving him, which is probably before the midterms of the first semester. If his grades are somehow affected, the commissioners will be on him, but the Golden Circle goons won't sit idly by. Even with his recorder, suddenly, he sees an eraser shaving flying past him and on his notebook. And when he looks behind, he sees Choi's friend who is throwing them. Kim expected something like this to happen, but this is far too childish for them. This is basically a test of how much he can endure. And when he snaps, the situation will turn into one where the Golden Circle can do whatever they wish. They must all know how crazy he is. Yet they are daring to do something like this. He has prepared himself for this lifestyle already, so even if he gets rid of Choi, which he will, someone will take his place. The teacher has left the class. What he must now do is show them that the school system is nothing to him. He goes to the friend and asks if he's having fun, who is surprised, so Kim repeats his question. He suddenly turns the recorder off and socks the friend directly in the face. He immediately starts acting like a baby and saying that this is school violence. He will have the principal know about this. Kim doesn't care, unlike Dong-soo's actions. He blatantly fell for this provocation, because the situations are very different now. He's just doing what must be done in order for his plan to work. He tells everyone around him to watch. They are all his precious witnesses after all. He begins slapping Choi's friend again and again, which puts a big smile on his face, a devilish smile naturally. They both get sent to the faculty room. Choi's friend Yeon-ho explains what happened. He was annoyed by the fact that Dong-soo ended up the way he did, because of Kim, so he jokingly started throwing eraser shavings at him. But as soon as class came to an end, he started beating him. He knows that he was the one who did wrong first, but this is too much. One of the teachers there believes him, and the vice principal tells him that the actions taken against Go Dong-soo were fair, but she is happy to see that he acknowledges he's wrong. However, the same can't be said for Kim. Why did he use violence against his schoolmate who only made a joke? He's not far from how Dong-soo acted. And if he thinks that he's innocent, how about he shows them that recording of his? To everyone's surprise, Kim admits that he hit him. And since this isn't something that can be solved with words, they should open the council. He will be punished if that is what must happen. So he hopes that they make their decision based on fair justice. The teacher whispers to the vice principal as something is weird. Why is he accepting his suspension? He is a meticulous person, who even prepared a recording device. So why dig his own grave like this? The vice principal thinks that he probably has a plan, to appease the council perhaps, because he's young. But he is too complacent. He is no longer in Daesum. Other than the golden circle, nobody can influence anything, even those with background and influence. There is probably no grand plan. He is just improvising. They should all rest assured, as she can promise them, that he will no longer be attending this school soon enough. Later that day, as Hee-ju is going to see how her son's studies are doing, she gets the unfortunate news from him. Kim said that he can no longer tutor him, which makes her drop the plate she was carrying. 7 days, until the next council meeting. Hee-ju goes on a meeting with the other moms, and announces what happened with Kim and the council. He probably only got in trouble because he's in Gang M. The issue is that the teachers claim he hit another student. They all wonder what to do, but Hee-ju suggests that they join forces. They should support him on making sure he does not get treated unfairly by external sources. If they show their sincerity, perhaps he will continue tutoring. Later that date, she goes to her husband and explains what happened, and maybe she can fix the situation. If only she had some money from him. Her husband tells her that he's only a prosecutor. Even if he is paid a lot and has influence, he can't use them for some personal agenda. He knows that she's sad if Minwoo doesn't get into Korea University, but it's not her fault. He was too detached from his own family up until now, but no more. He will tutor their son. He cannot help as a prosecutor, but he will do his best as a husband and father. 5 days left until the council opening. Kim goes to Young-soo's office, who is mad that he's trying to change the offer they made. Does he really take him for a damn fool? He cannot represent him in the upcoming council. What he did was violence on school grounds. So if he wants to buy him with cash, he better null their contract and go find him some sleazy attorney. Right fucking now. Kim doesn't say anything, allowing Jung-soo to relax and sit down. If he's honest, he couldn't sleep for a moment after that night. What the hell happened, and who is supporting him? Why did those innocent students, the teachers and the police see evil in him? He truly wants to help, but he won't say why he won't. Kim already knows his true feelings and says that he will nullify the contract without any fees, if that is what he wishes. However, he would like to listen to what he has to say. Jungkook agrees, as Kim certainly does not plan to stop here. On the day of the council meeting, everyone important is present, and the vice principal officially begins the discussion on Kim's act of school violence. A few days before the council meeting, Kim let Jung-soo listen to what he recorded. The teachers threatening that they would rip him apart. Is it not strange that they are doing this? It's because he's the weakness of the golden circle. Kim's explanation of things was enough to leave Jung-soo utterly speechless. He was the only target the golden circle could not get rid of. A stain that could never be washed out. A stepping stone that was too high. Jung-soo could not instantly reply to Kim, whether using violence against the golden circle was right or wrong. In the past, Jung-soo took requests from victims of the golden circle, who after a few days, would all close up their cases with a certain despair in their eyes. He notes that things are really bad. He stopped being a prosecutor, so that he could live a life of justice and pride, and sometimes he doubted if he really made the right choice. Back then he went against senior prosecutors and their corruption, so they started ostracizing him for snitching. His wife divorced him after he stopped prosecutor work. So what was the right choice? So that he could become a good father and husband. If he ever let his convictions go, then everything he sacrificed would have been for nothing. So he will pursue justice. He can admit now that he did no wrong, only did what he could to survive. But what does he want from him? Kim only requests one simple thing: to not attend this upcoming council meeting. The vice principal goes on to explain that this incident began when Yeon-ho acted immaturely. He had ill will towards his friend's situation, so he decided to take it out on Kim by throwing a razor shavings at him. But that's when Kim started to fight. He retaliated with violence immediately. He one-sidedly beat Yeon-ho, which was confirmed by the witnesses at the scene. Because of this incident, Yeon-ho has suffered permanent damage, which surprises all of the moms that came to support him. According to this diagnosis, Yeon-ho has lost 3 teeth, and he's now undergoing psychiatric therapy because of it. What the teacher has in his hand is a statement from all of the parents of their students. exclaiming that they want Kim to be punished accordingly. The tendency to use school violence can also become other tendencies, so keeping all of this in mind, they would like for Kim to receive severe disciplinary action. Hee-ju can only wonder what to do. She cannot help him at all. The vice principal is mad that Kim is so calm. Why is he not reacting? The lawyer from before also didn't show up, so it's worrying that he did not say anything. However, this doesn't matter. The diagnosis combined with the statement, and everything fits perfectly. She asked Kim to state his tribunal, who admits that he hit Yeonho, but he did not cause any permanent damage. The teacher asks if the diagnosis is wrong, which Kim confirms, as there are two suspicions they must clear out. First, did Yeonho's teeth truly fall out? He did not show symptoms of something like that afterwards. Second, there was a time when this school suspected him of false accusations from Dong-soo. If his actions were even a little unsatisfactory, he would have been punished immediately. Now can he trust the investigation results of this incident, when the school seems to overuse disciplinary action without thought? For all he knows, Yeonho made a false report. Both teachers jump at his throat. How can he spit out such accusations? He should feel at least a little bad for what he did. The vice principal isn't impressed. His stance is to admit only to the assault, but even with that his plan is trash. Since the rebuttal is insignificant to the situation, there is no point in going further. He has displayed an act of clear violence with tons of witnesses. He has not reflected on his actions at all, and considering the myriad of incidents he was in before he got into this school, he is hereby expelled effective immediately. Hyunjin thanks the vice principal for doing her best. Thanks to her kicking him out, the clients will be satisfied and there will naturally be a reward for her. He also believes that leaving that school to her is the best decision. Since she has officially become principal, she thanks him for the kind words and closes the call. Thanks to that idiot principal, things are going smoothly, and now she has the power of a principal. Along with the support of the Golden Circle, life truly is beautiful sometimes. The next day, she storms into a class and asks Kim if her words mean nothing. What the fuck is he doing here if he got expelled? Kim explains that he has no reason to follow her outcome, but she starts screaming and wailing. A mere student cannot do anything to deny it. Kim shows her a paper, and tells her to discuss the specifics with his lawyer, so if there's not anything else, she should get the fuck out. As he has to study, the principal is shocked when she sees the paper. And later on in the faculty room, Young-soo explains that their outcome shows room for controversy, so they naturally requested a suspension of the execution, to explain further if the suspension for the execution is accepted. No matter what the school does, his client has no obligation to listen to their pigmouth speech. Even if it's expulsion, or whatever else, all disciplinary action is suspended. In order to drag this case out as long as he can, he will use every trick in the book. And after all that, his client will graduate safely and without issues. He knows that if that happens, the little shits who commissioned the Golden Circle for this task will be punished. The principal wonders how these crazy bastards can go against the Golden Circle, but she doesn't care. They really fucked up here. Do they think that things will just go their way? Instead of preaching to her, he should have gone to church and prayed his ass off that they did not find out about this plan. Do they think that they can escape the influence of the Golden Circle here or something? Jong-soo picks up the shriveled piece of paper and notes that, no matter how much money is used in court, they cannot make up their own rulings. That is why precedent is so important. If it does not exist, and a ruling that does not make sense is made, the accused can appeal, and the original trial can change completely. It may result in the firing of the judge, which nobody wants. What he has here is evidence of how often the Golden Circle used this exact method of suspending disciplinary action. Does she know what this stack of paper means? If they want to abstain from the suspension, they will have to go through the Golden Circles of past incidents. In his past life, Kim heard of a shocking incident where an assailant student, who had a bright future in front of him, was framed for causing a classmate's suicide. Action against him was made, but it was delayed due to the suspension of action request. So until the ruling has been made, the student will continue to attend school. This is how someone can outsmart the law. Kim, who is reconciled with Chansu, came to know about this strategy, which the Golden Circle likes to use quite a lot. He knew that as long as he attended Daesun High School, they would continue to summon him to council. So he's going to make sure that the Golden Circle bastard will not touch him. He will use their own methods against them. Jong-soo shows the principal a bunch of students. Min, Hee, Ji-han, they all have something in common. They are Golden Circle clients. All these cases had suspension requests, yet they graduated without issues, and now they are enjoying their lives in full. If the Golden Circle continues creating issues for his client, they will use these precedents in court and plead rightful action. The principal tells him that they will do everything in their power to stop Kim. Sacrificing a single judge is nothing for them. Even if they do their worst, they will not be able to touch their client. Jung-soo notes that this is perfect timing. He wanted to talk about the client, who seems to not want to reveal his identity. If she wants to make a mess of this situation, she should look outside as they have prepared a gift for her. Outside the school gates, Choi Seong-pao and other anti-school violence committee members are marching. Anyone can become a victim of school violence, even their precious children. They will have gloomy expressions. They will behave unusually. There are clear signs they should not miss those signs. In order for these young children to not lose their will to live, the adults should take action. They should not live with the regret of losing their sons and daughters like he did. Money and power are great things. Many yearn for them, but are those two things enough to move the organization? Marching valiantly right now. The principal explains everything to Hyunjun, who is pretty impressed that he actually managed to do this. Now they can't do anything anymore. The principal thinks that he's making it a big deal to destroy everything that was not exposed. But what should they even do now? Hyunjun notes that since things have gotten so far, they must finish this guy off quickly. She should announce to the teachers too. They will not do a single thing tomorrow, not even if the students start to kill each other. Unfortunately, Kim is not the only victim of the golden circle in the school, as one King Jae-wook is now getting beaten up in the bathroom stall for acting smart. He was ordered to drop out or transfer, but he didn't listen. He apologizes. But Choi isn't listening as he knows what he's thinking. He thinks he can just hang around a year because he's a senior. He has met his kind more than a few times, but it's been a while since one appeared. He feels bad for him truly. It would have been easier for him to leave the school and be done with it suddenly. Choi breaks one of his fingers, making Jae-wook scream out in pain, which is quite annoying to Choi and his boss. A few days after Jae-wook came first, during the midterms of the first year, Choi appeared, and that's when Jae-wook's world changed, even if it was for his parents, who moved to Gangnam with their hopes that he would have fulfilling high school life. He was planning on enduring Choi's merciless beatings. He was determined to survive a year, but the pain began to be unbearable, and his thoughts spiraled down to the point where he thought of taking the easy way out. From a rumor, Jae-wook despaired further, as Choi began bullying another senior called Kim, who actually retaliated against him, but this made him suffer the wrath of the council. He knew that it was impossible to escape Choi and his influence. That's what he thought anyway, because a few days later, he heard that Kim is still attending the school, apparently using some type of court ruling that allows him to keep coming to school, probably until he graduates. Jae-wook knows now that Kim is different from him, but if he can stand up to Choi, perhaps there's hope for him too. He goes to Kim with that hope. He has something important to tell him. He is not sure, but Choi is purposely provoking him. And he's also a target of that bastard just like him. Kim asks why he's telling him all of this, but before he can answer, a carton of milk falls on Kim's head, which surprises both of them. It was thrown by Choi, and Kim notes that he's right. Choi really is bullying the both of them. However, he shouldn't do anything from this moment forth, because he doesn't know anything. He will go talk with them now and set things straight. Choi is glad that this bastard is actually coming to them. He orders one of his goons to tell everyone that their plan is set in motion. As Kim climbs the stairs, he is met by a dozen or so students who try to greet him, but he immediately punches the bastard who is talking, as he has no time for them. They all rush him at once, but because they are on a set of stairs, they can only come one by one. Kim already knew of Jae-wook's situation because of Chensu, but that guy did nothing to deserve it. He was a diligent student who yearned to learn, just like how he was in the past. Jae-wook probably came to him because he was desperate. He fights not just for him, but for Jae-wook too, because if he can walk down these stairs safely, even if some guys will have cracked heads or spines, they will both find peace. One of Choi's friends watches from above and is shocked. All the guys they sent are beaten to a pulp, but Kim doesn't plan to stop here. Oh no, they're just getting started. Jae-wook wonders if Kim will be okay as he walks the halls, but that's when a student passes him by, who notes that there's a fight on the stairs in the next building. All the guys in school are fighting Kim, who is probably dead by now. They wager Jae-wook feels a sense of hopelessness. If Kim is done for, he will be done. So he must do something. He goes to the teacher lounge and tries to tell them about what's happening, but one of the teachers tells him to get out. Jae-wook insists, making the teacher come closer and explain that they are having a meeting, so he will leave now. Jae-wook didn't expect much from them, so his next resort is to call the cops. He explains the situation to the emergency call operator, who asks if he's from Daesun Mirai High School. Joe confirms this, which makes the operator come up with an excuse, as there was a 3-car collision near them, and they cannot send any officers at this time. Jae-wook feels how the adults have betrayed him. The teachers are ignoring him and the cops are busy. This isn't a coincidence. Jae-wook could not fathom what had transpired, as yesterday night Hyun-jun told Choi that tomorrow, the school will become a lawless land. This will turn the school into a purge and nothing will get in his way. Not witnesses or evidence. Choi understood he will have a lot of fun. Jae-wook wonders if he should turn around and ignore this, even if the senior is his lifeline. It's not his business, even so. He feels a sense of duty as Kim was worried about him, and was the only person who ever sided with him. He breaks the handle of a mob. He will not stand idly by like a loser anymore. He will take care of business. With that in mind, he starts climbing the stairs to the roof. But he suddenly hears a struggle going on. He rushes to open the door, only to see Kim being stabbed in the gut. January of this year before heading to Seoul. Kim trained in the game, only this time he pushed himself farther than ever before. He has been doing this for days now, to improve his stamina and endurance. Siwoo told him that he would die if he continued like this. But why is he doing this? Has he not proved himself by conquering Dyson? Kim told him that the Golden Circle is not something that he can conquer as easily as Dyson. He does not know what wicked acts they will do. So he must prepare. He thought of all the worst scenarios. And it turns out that one of those has been proven. When the students attacked him, they all froze up when he saw him take the charge. Instead of cowering, Kim knew of Choi's plan. Neither the teachers nor the police would intervene, so they could do what they wanted. He didn't expect something like this to happen, but it's also good for him. No matter how much he would beat on them, they won't be able to lash out or tell anyone. The moment Kim busted through the roof door, Choi congratulated him. He truly is a psycho. And so he prepared this situation for him. He completely lost the plot and picked a fight with everyone. Then he accidentally tripped and fell right down there. The police will investigate this, but everyone will say that he was the assailant, and his death was an accident, driven by his violence. With that, things will end. He will get paid, and everyone will go home happy. Kim agreed. Someone really is dying now, but that's not him. Choi knew what was about to go down. So they both rushed into each other, fists at the ready at the same time. In the teacher's lounge, one of the teachers was wondering if it's alright for them to be doing something like this, but the principal said there's no other way. They have joined hands with the Golden Circle, and because of those connections, they can just watch and take care of whatever happens afterwards. The teacher wondered if this all failed, but the principal told him to have faith, as Choi isn't the only rank in the school, so there's no way Kim can walk out unscathed. Kim is actually getting beaten up. Choi is hitting him again, and even if he could dodge it, his speed has decreased. He has become exhausted. But that does not mean anything has changed, as this was an unfair fight from the beginning. He's royally screwed if he doesn't win. Choi is certainly not a bad fighter, but even if he isn't rank in the Golden Circle, he's nothing compared to the director. Kim manages to headbutt his punch, allowing him to strike Choi extremely hard and continue his assault. Choi regains his footing and dodges a few punches before re-attacking Kim. He can admit that he's strong, but even so he's nothing compared to him. He can see that Kim is at his limit. He cannot do anything right now, so he must finish him off quickly. Surprisingly, Kim stands right back up and notes that things were pretty tough up until now, but this is still bearable. They should keep fighting and see which one dies while choking on their own blood first. Sound fair as he's getting hit. Choi thinks that this is impossible. He cornered this bastard with constant hits, yet he can still put so much weight in his attacks. Choi's mindset becomes muddy. His confidence falls and Kim seems a much bigger threat than before. He starts screaming out, prompting one of the students to rush in with his blade pulled and stab Kim at the same time. Do-wook arrives. Choi congratulates the student. He knows him because he was actually tried for juvenile a few times already, but he sure is reliable. Suddenly, the student screams at him to hurry the fuck up, as this bastard has caught the blade. He's actually insane. Kim knows about him too. He's the bastard who became an rank bully after doing some real cruel shit, but this is all he got. This rank is shaken. How is this bastard not even slightly scared after almost being stabbed? Before he can think of anything else, Kim puts him to the ground and breaks the blade in his hand. The fact that they all turned out like this is the fault of the adults and the teachers. When adults neglect a child's growth, it destroys them. The teacher and principal suddenly arrive, with the teacher asking him to explain himself. Kim notes that they should know already, considering that he's outnumbered. This bastard told everyone to bury him. What they are seeing now is the outcome of that, judging by how hard he hit them. Going to the infirmary probably won't help, so they should call an ambulance while they are at it. They should call the cops too, as this isn't something they should handle. Jaehyuk asks if he's okay while walking with him, but Kim says nothing. Jaehyuk continues to follow him to the classroom. Only then he speaks. It was not enough to send tens of guys to fight a single person. They even use knives, but the police are not showing up, and the teachers won't talk about it. The ambulances have turned off their usual sirens and are quietly taking people to the hospital while ignoring him, the true victim in this situation. Now what does he think is the reason behind this? Jaehyuk notes that he wouldn't know, but Kim tells him that it's because of the Golden Circle. Because that's where this guy placed the request. He knows that he's a fucking bastard. He knows what he did. The principal calls all of the teachers to the roof and notes that they need to sum up this incident as a simple brawl, and the usage of a weapon must be kept quiet. The male teacher asks if they are allowed to do that, but the principal tells him to use his brain. If they reveal what happened here, they are all screwed. They turn the school into a killing heaven to get rid of Kim. But that bastard used it against them to make a mess of things. Do they want to make Kim the assailant here? Sure, but there is proof of what happened everywhere, so they cannot manipulate or make up statements. Kim will either use his lawyer or a private organization to decimate them, and if things go so bad they will have to take accountability. All of them she hopes that everyone understands now. Teacher apologizes for asking, but the principal doesn't really care. If they want to keep their jobs, they better understand why she's doing this. They will play it like they were having an important meeting, and weren't informed, but someone will have to take the blame for this. As the teachers walk away, she thinks that everything is taken care of. However, there is an ominous feeling that she simply cannot get rid of. Suddenly, she remembers, and tells Teacher Gi to head downstairs right now, as they have forgotten Suchin. She must get to him quick. Unfortunately, Kim already knocked him, and a few of his teeth out. He's rank 2 in this school. With his grade, he would have been able to go to any university he liked. So why did he beat up someone like him? They might ask he didn't like how Jawo, who is not from around here, and doesn't take expensive private tutoring, ranked first, so he went to a very interesting place. The Golden Circle. It's an organization that accepts bounties on students, and then kicks them down. He commissioned them to screw with the life of the first-ranked student so that his grades would obviously worsen. This is how this paradoxical bullying, which they are all witnesses to, began. But what's the connection between that, and what has transpired today? Jawook knows because of him, someone commissioned that fucking group. Kim notes that there should be students who do not believe him, because of how fantastical this all sounds. But for those students, he will show them proof. It's been about 5 minutes, give or take, since he has been here. He wonders what the teachers, who did not care about him fighting a dozen guys all alone, will do now that he has beaten up their dear Suchan. He immediately opens the door, and starts screaming, but the students now know the dirty side of these adults, and they feel betrayed. He asks why he's picking on an innocent student. But Jawook stops him as he wants to know something. He ignores him, prompting Jawook to scream out at him. He has turned him away when he was begging him for help, excusing himself by saying he was going to a fucking meeting. Why is he now here, and stopping them from talking? He ignored him and Kim like they didn't even exist, but came running when they heard about this guy being beat up, just like he fucking said. It's because they are all being paid by that Golden Circle organization. He feigns ignorance. He doesn't know what organization he's talking about, but they will talk about it later. Later on, Hyungjun gets a call from the principal, who tells him that they have failed, or rather the Golden Circle has. Does he know how bad the situation has gotten? Thankfully they were able to stop it from escalating. But he will have to clean all this up. Hyungjun can't believe it, but it's his job to clean stuff up. However, the fact that this mission failed means that they cannot handle Kim with just high schoolers. He wonders what to do. The simplest method would be to take care of him outside of school. But now he can't, as that would break the Golden Circle rule. School violence is often taken lightly, which creates a loophole for them. That is why their very criminal organization has functioned for such a long time. This situation is a first in their entire history. He's literally speechless. Suddenly he gets a call from one Myung Hyun-suk, who seems to be Su Chan's father. A little while ago he came enraged to school. In order to get justice for what Kim did to his son, he will rot in jail like the hooligan he is. He is an executive of Gumman Enterprise. He will use everything he can to ruin his life. Does he get Kim? Understood him. But if he gets criminally punished, he plans to come here with a private organization, in order to expose the truth. The Great Hyun Seok, an executive at a large corporation, commissioned the Golden Circle, and bullied an innocent student, who only wanted to learn for his one and very dear son. From what he has heard, executive positions are a little shaky nowadays, and if his corruption leaks, he wonders if he will keep his job. He knew that the situation went from bad to worse. He didn't expect for him to be a client. Him asked if he thought nobody knew. Even if the Golden Circle enforces their anonymity, every secret will be exposed eventually. They should stop wasting time. The person who needs to take responsibility is not him, who identified the client and had his revenge. It was the Golden Circle who leaked their identities. After that, Hyun-suk called Hyun-jun and immediately started screaming at him. Because of their incompetence, his son got beat the fuck up, and they aren't doing anything to fix it. Actually no, he doesn't want them to do it anymore. He's going to let the members of the Golden Line know about this, and complain they are all fucked. Just as he explained, Hyun-suk went and leaked this to the Golden Line, who immediately jumped on Hyun-jun, and from now on will watch him extremely closely. He can't believe his luck, and his rage becomes so amped up that he even loses the will to smoke. He must get rid of Kim no matter what. If things continue like this, he will become their scapegoat. Suddenly someone else calls him. which he also rages on about, as he wants to be left alone, but when he looks who called him, he can only feel one thing, absolute fear later on. He goes to an expensive restaurant, with the proxy of the Golden Circle boss. This guy basically speaks for the boss. He offers him some hot tea, and asks if he knows why he's here, which Hyunjin knows. The proxy understands that the identity of a client has been exposed because of the traitor Chance. The problem is, this is not the first time this has happened, as including the regional areas. He messed with clients all over Gangnam. Things have become chaotic, because this is the first time a member's name got revealed. And if this gets out, what will people think of them? Hyunjun knows that their trust will be shamed, and the proxy agrees along with that. The Golden Circle will cease to exist. What anyone wants to know, Youngchun begs him for one more chance. He will take care of things no matter what. The proxy stops pouring piping hot tea over his hands, and notes that if they can change this situation into a success, they can further develop trust. With that in mind, he should show everyone that Kim can be destroyed with Golden Circle methods, and that anyone involved with him will pay a heavy price. If that task is completed, he will obtain the opportunity to meet the boss. Hyunjin drinks all of his tea, and tells them to rest assured. He shall get this done. Kim knows that he gained nothing from this situation, but neither has the Golden Circle, which is good. He knows that he's a thorn in their side, so they will keep trying to get rid of him. In order to do that, they will mobilize manpower and spend funds like crazy. They are bound to expose a weak point sometime. That will be his chance, as he can still use himself as bait. There will be two important things happening in the future. The first are the midterms. And in order to cover up this conflict with the Golden Circle, they will do whatever it takes to get rid of him. Secondly is something he has no control of. As a server is walking with a cold serving of food, Youngjun suddenly starts taking some ice from the plate. While calling up somebody, he tells that person to contact whoever they can. As from now on, they are going to clean up Daesun for good. Hyun can only trust in the people he left behind, as the rest is up to them. A black car stops at the entrance of the Daesun Science High School, with a person inside mad that he had to come to this country city for a single person. He really picked a fight with the wrong person. No matter what he tries now, he won't be able to protect his people. Suddenly someone knocks gently on his window. That's someone being a police officer. This is a routine checkup. He would like to know why he has been stopped here for such a long time. The man excuses it by noting that he was on call with someone, but he will leave now. The policeman stops him from rolling his window up, as he would like to see some identification first. The man asks why so. The cop explains that they got a report on somebody who has been going after students around here. Truly evil people, just in case. They are patrolling the areas where students frequent most. He is not saying that he is the culprit or something. This is just standard procedure. The man hands over his eye, so the policeman finds out that he's called Yoon Ki-ho. And he's from Seoul. He surely must be on a business trip here. He thanks him for his cooperation despite being busy, but just in case he should be careful while in their little city. The Daesun police are planning to prepare thoroughly, so no issues arise. Ki-ho wonders if this bastard knows why he is here. But that really can't be right. He decides to stop following his target for now, as the police seem to be on his tail. But how did they figure him out? There should be some guy named Hyunjin living around here. He should go and familiarize himself with the area first, and then attack. He lights up a cigarette, as smoking has always made him feel better. Surprisingly, Siwoo arrives, who asks if he's really smoking right now. This is a non-smoking area, so he should stop partaking in that cigarette right now, lest they take this in their own hand. Ki-ho believes they are crazy. Who even are they? Siwoo explains that they are the neighborhood youth council, while getting his cigarette, so he should go to smoke in the designated smoking areas. Ki-ho was already mad, but this takes him over the edge, and he strikes Siwoo while cursing them out. Unfortunately for them, Siwoo was already long gone, as he had moved to his left in order to unleash a mighty kick that sent Ki-ho to the ground. The two students he is with circle Ki-ho, and with that, they start to beat the ever-living shit out of him, all under the watchful eye of a security camera. Ki-ho spotted the camera too, so later he comes around with a cop and spots the bastards that did this to him. Perhaps it is wrong to smoke in an alley, but does that mean he should get beaten over it so mercilessly? He should go and check that CD and see what truly happened. Ki-ho believes that they are screwed. He has connections to make sure that they will never win in court. The policeman calls him by his name, and notes that he has been patrolling two specific places for quite some time. The science school, which Hyunjin attends, and Sanchian apartments where Hyunjin lives. Why has he been doing that? It doesn't matter anyway, as that CTE does not work. So the reason why the youth council stopped him was because he was trying to break into someone's home. As suggested here, there's plenty of evidence here, and with the youth council as their trusty witnesses, He should make sure that he gets an expensive lawyer. 2 more cops appear to apprehend Ko, who is enraged beyond belief. Do they think that they can just get away with falsifying evidence? One of the cops tells him to read the damn room. Of course they fucking can. So he should come quietly if he doesn't want more charges on his ass. In his office, Chang gets a call. The person telling him that they have taken the appropriate measurements. But will this be alright? The higher-ups are taking the bait. Chang thanks the chief, but yeah, it's fine if somebody is in trouble. His company will take full responsibility, and since he must have a lot of work on his hands, he will not keep him, but Myeongdyeon Construction thanks him for his kindness. Sean opens the window to get some much-needed air. This world truly is messed up. He thought that he was going overboard back then, but to think that fuckers who wanna mess with Kim's family appeared. They are all here to try and get rid of him, but they are nothing since they cannot stir stuff up here. They will take things to the next step, so he tells his assistant to announce to the workers to prepare that. Just in case Kyo got out of the police station quickly. Thanks to Hyungjun, who asked if Daesun really was this prepared. Kyo confirms as such, which makes Hyungjun mad. They will not gain anything by messing with Kim's family, but who the hell is he to have so much damn protection? That's when he remembers that Chain is also there, who won the inheritance battle because of Kim, so they are sticking together now like 2 spoiled apples. Hyungjun sees this as an opportunity. Those who have a lot are the most fearful to lose it, so they should get rid of Chang first. The rest they will deal with later. Chang probably plans something for them, so he should stand by and wait. Hee-ho agrees. But why don't they go after Chang and Hyunjun at the same time? The usual golden circle way. Youngjun confirms, making Keo smile. Now they really fucked up. Keo believed that he could manipulate the minds of the inexperienced and immature minors. However, when they all heard who he wanted them to mess with, they backed off some, even requesting $1 billion for the job. If even with that, his petty revenge came to an end before it even began. A few days later, format. Black vans stop in front of the Myeongdyeon construction office. The National Tax Office has arrived and is requesting an immediate stop of all company activities. The boss orders everyone to pack up everything they can, so they get to work collecting all the computers and such. Chang is impressed. He heard about them now. But they truly are amazing. To empty out a business in a single day like this, the boss tells him to correct himself. They are not amazing, it's his company that is corrupt to the core. This makes him wonder if he doesn't know how bad a tax investigation is. He didn't go to school anyway. This bumpkin only got lucky. After they are finished, they leave, and Chang goes to his father, who asks if everything ended well. Chang confirms as such they took all they wanted, which his father is pleased with. The tax office is something they cannot avoid after all. However, is he confident? Chang says that he is, since he's no longer the president. 2 months ago his father found a ledger connected to Kim, which used the company name and their money under various guises. Can he become president with something like this? His father ordered him to get rid of Kim if he wants to become president, but Chang refused. He said it himself once, that people must be treated well despite gender, age or identity. That is the reason he be his brother. It was because of Kim he and Kim made a deal. He would make him president, and he would help him in the war that he was starting. He knows that Myeongdyeon Construction might face a few damages, but he cannot abandon his people. He has engraved his words deep into his mind. And this is a great opportunity for them both. He is not the president yet, so we can fire him at any time. He would like to test himself. However, if he fails, and if his arrogance affects the company, he would like to take full responsibility and step down. His father was surprised by his words. He took him on as an immature child, so he apologizes for that. But even so, this is dangerous. It isn't something he can fix just by giving up his position. He will have to leave everything behind. The value of a person is always replaceable. Since they used him already, why must they protect him now? Chung explained that as a craftsman, he respects him, but he will treat people according to his beliefs. That is the life he has chosen. That is the kind of president he wants to be. His father said that there are other construction companies that are doing better than them, but they crashed just from one tax investigation. Even though these corporations were solid, they could not handle the fees worth billions. The company he established is not clean. As he is pushed further than others, he was nevertheless only more. When the tax investigation begins, it's obvious that the company will shake, so if it's to protect it, he will throw as much bait as possible at those bastards, even if that bait is his own son. The tax office boss calls Hyungjun and tells him about Myeongdyeon Construction. Their sites are poorly managed, but if they hit them hard, they will crash easily. The Golden Circle needs to decide on the scale of this revenge first. Are they going to end it with a warning for Kim to stop? Or will they destroy him along with Chang? Youngjun must think about it and close the call. Kim can be admired since he went against the Golden Circle for so long. But he is only a child now that Chang has abandoned him. He is nothing, so He should go and start pressuring Chang to make sure that everything is fine. He suddenly gets a call from young Chang, a high-ranking executive of the Golden Circle. He picks up, and young Chang immediately tells him to stop what he's doing, meaning the tax investigation on Myung-jun construction. Myung-jun isn't compelled to answer him. Top rank isn't everything, and if he finishes this he will climb to his ranked. He tells him that this is an order from the higher-ups, so he can take it up with them, but Yeon Chang starts screaming, as that copy is a ticking time bomb that will blow in his face. As Kim is bandaging his hand, he thinks that he practiced way too much. He's lucky the nerves weren't damaged. He must look after his hands more, since he will need them to bring the Golden Circle on its knees. It's pretty obvious that they will go after his people, but it's fine since he has prepared safety measures for his family. That's not all, however. The people who are helping, especially Chang, they are bait who have much to lose. When trying to take down a corporation, a tax investigation is a legitimate and effective way. That much is nothing for the Golden Circle. The problem now is that perfectly countering something like that is impossible, but that does not mean there is not a way. Several months ago, Kim met with Chang and began talking about tax investigations. He handed Chang a drive with information about the Golden Circle's top tier, obtained through Chun Su. He should send money to them from Myung-jin. Chang understood if they take it, they are going to be involved. So the tax investigation that will destroy their company will turn into a scheme that will also bring them down. Kim noted that if they wish to survive, they will reveal themselves, so they will protect the company while killing a few sneaky rats. Is he not excited to know who the boss of the Golden Circle is? In his previous life, Hyun Sung revealed and spread information on those who made deals with the top-tier members, and after Chang became acquainted with them through Manhwa, he used the deadliest poison out there, money on the outside. Chang's share prices saw an increase, and the politicians, executives, and government officials did not think they would receive any backlash. However, the day came when Myung-jin's tax investigation began. Chang got a bunch of calls, all from executives and such, scared that they are going under a tax investigation, which he cannot hope to stop. However, if someone from high above could pull some strings, he would be able to maintain these nice relationships they all have. He pressured the people he suspected had more power with a deadline. Chang now trusts Kim. He knows that his plan will work. But this is also an opportunity. Competition in the construction business has risen, but if they can show that they won't be affected by a tax investigation, then the company will climb even higher. Several days later, Chang gets a call from Hyung-jin who asks him to meet. Chang was waiting for this, so he accepted and they met at a cafe. Hyung-jin doesn't like to waste time, so he will tell him straight he should leave Myung-jin construction, as if he takes further action, there is not much he can do. Chang is amazed this is the first time they have met yet. He's spouting bullshit already. This is his last-ditch effort, because he can't do a fucking thing about that tax investigation. Do they even know what this cafe is called? Of course they don't. The Golden Circle is a bunch of trash anyway. This is where he first met Kim Hyun-sung. Back then he was not a high schooler who thought about grades or girls. He looked like he would sacrifice anything to achieve his goals. He did not get why, but after seeing him here, he knows he is emanating greed and malice right away. Like a bastard, Young-jun isn't playing. If he declines, Young-jun construction will disappear. Chung smashes the table and asks how someone earning money through children dares to threaten him. He can do what he wants, as he's going to die along with the fuckers who took his money. Additionally, this is Dyson. It's his home turf. He suddenly socks Young-jun in the face and tells him to figure everything out himself before he has a little fun with him. Of course, on the other hand, Chan was not the only person in trouble because of helping Kim Jong-woo suddenly saw a rise in complaints over his consultations. Most of his customers got things leaked about them, and he was made the scapegoat. It got to a point where he ripped out his phone line. He realized that all of this was unusual, and that's when he finally remembered what Kim told him. People will attack him, they will do everything in their power, but if he can overcome that, he will be amply rewarded. This makes Jungwoo think that Kim can see in the future or something, for him to predict so much. But if he was going to back down just from this, he wouldn't have been a prosecutor in the first place. He will see everything until the end, and will not quit until everything is exhausted. He calls an old friend Kang Dong-chul, as he has something to talk about with him. They both meet for some coffee. They used to do something like this in their rookie days, because coffee was quite cheap. Jungwoo sees how Dong-chul is quite cold now, probably because he's a prosecutor, but he should break the ice at least a little. Dong-chul asks what he wants, so Jungwoo hands him a piece of paper. He probably knows about the Golden Circle. Among the crimes that they committed, he selected cases that can be proved. If he takes a look, he will realize what type of organization they are. Dong-chul asks if this is a personal request, but Jungwoo wouldn't see it that way. This is an accusation from society, a poison chalice, so to speak. If he takes this on, he will have to quit. However, they need to get rid of these fuckers, and he's the only one who can take them on. He is going to leave this copy here. So if he wants to join, he can call him at any time. His client is a victim of the Golden Circle by the name of Kim Hyung-sun. Don Cheol has previously heard of the Golden Circle, and even though he does not have a full grasp on what they truly are, the number of reports about them is increasing rapidly, even though that's probably barely scraping the tip of the iceberg. However, he did not expect Jung-woo to just give such detailed information regarding them. If everything in here is true, then South Korea is truly rotten to the core. He knows about Kim too. He is Manhwa's tutor. If he had helped him when his wife requested it, none of this would have been a problem, since it is true that Kim was put in a most unfavorable situation, to say the least. The reason he did nothing is because he is a prosecutor, and he cannot make excuses for anyone, no matter how powerful or influential they are. However, something like this is entirely different. This is a system where those who are rich and powerful gather in order to perpetuate their wealth and power. This gigantic organization, which there's many members, is trying to destroy a single individual. Even with all of this, Don Cheol is conflicted. What should he do? He does not wish to become a person who is ashamed of who they are, so he will do what's right. He immediately pulls out his phone and calls someone, asking them to stop by his office tomorrow, as he has a favor to ask. He will investigate the situation, because he is a prosecutor. The proxy is not at all impressed with Hyunjin's way of doing things. He graciously gave him a clue and a chance, yet the outcome of this situation is entirely opposite of what he promised. Hyunjin is bowing down on his knees, even if nobody sees him begging for forgiveness. He has no excuse but vows to fix this situation quickly. The proxy wonders if he could do that, since he poked the bear a bit too hard and lost the way to access Kim's network. For him to be a top-tier member and make so many mistakes, the master will surely have something to say. Hyunjin smashes his head in the ground, apologizing with every fiber of his being. Fortunately for him, the proxy gives him one more chance, which Hyunjin immediately accepts, bowing to put his life on the line if need be. The proxy explains that the master wishes to eradicate the internal distrust. He must prove that the Golden Circle will do absolutely anything to achieve its goals. He will have to flunk Kim's grades for the midterm exams in the first semester, or make it so that he cannot come to those exams at all. In short, he has to get rid of Kim. Hyunjin promises this time he will prove what he is capable of and make Kim suffer. Shang calls Kim and tells him that the threat worked. A call came in saying to stop the tax investigation. Kim thanks him for keeping his promise. It must have been a difficult choice for their company. Shen notes that this isn't the first time he has done something so rash. For a guy like him to manage such a business, he needed someone with his brains, so he should keep himself safe. Kim agrees, but Chang wonders if this will really be okay. Preparations can be made anytime in Dyson, but Seoul is a completely different story. Kim tells him to rest assured he will handle everything here. With that, he closes the call thinking about Chang. At first he thought of him as a replaceable piece, but now he has proven himself as a worthwhile connection. He has helped him go against a gigantic organization, and thanks to him he also gained the opportunity to reveal the identities of the top-tier members. This is only based on assumption, but Kim believes that a few of the top-tier members know from who the boss is. If those powerful people did not trust his network, then the Golden Circle would not even exist in the first place. This is why the tax investigation is meaningful, and it ties in with Congressman Lee Kyung-hil, the key figure in the ruling party. Even in his past life he was an active politician. When the Golden Gate broke out, he built a pretty reputation as a congressman for years, so it is likely that he was connected to the Golden Circle. He was suspicious of him from the beginning, so he baited him with money through piano, and that's when the tax investigation occurred, hooking him to the case and forcing the Golden Circle to move rapidly. It is not just him, there are others who reacted in a certain way. Lim Cheol-young, the CEO of Future Investment and Securities, is one of them among the top members. He found through Chan-soo, Hyunjin's contacts, and the movements of the person called the proxy. If he finds all of the dots and connects them accurately, he can find the path to the Golden Circle. He will then expose the Golden Circle master, and in order to start his real revenge, he must find the missing piece in all of this. After the blackout incident, the atmosphere within Mirahai changed a lot. Those who were injured, Myung-hoon included, had not returned to school, and the students both respected and started to fear Kim. Particularly, many rumors started about the Golden Circle after Kim mentioned them, about whether it's something that truly exists. And if it is true that Soo-chan really made that commission, if that was all true, how could they handle going to this school? However, as it was something minors could not do much about, they simply kept their distance since it's the only thing they can do. The students were not the only ones who felt the ripples of the aftermath. As before the first semester midterm exams, Hyunjin tries to use the teachers to torment Kim as much as possible. The principal is in shambles. as the teachers don't trust her and even the students are against her. How can this bastard now advertise that the golden circle exists? She tries to tell him that he should lay low and analyze the situation, but Hyungjun tells her that they are basically on the same boat here. If she fails right now, the both of them will take responsibility, and he will not just die alone. The principal is shocked, but Hyungjun expects her to know this, since she jumped on this ship already. She is truly naive. The principal relents and says that they will proceed with her plan. As much as she hates it, the next day, as Kim enters the classroom, the teacher asks why he's late. Kim explains that he had to do an errand for the literature teacher. But the teacher doesn't care about that. An errand and a class are entirely different things. After all, is he doing all this because he's rank 1? What is he even glaring at now? Does he want to hit his teacher? This was just the beginning of the teacher's bullying. They would smash the chalkboard if he tried to answer a question, and they each came up with their own problems. In the eyes of the students who did not know what was happening, they thought that the situation was bad, but Kim accepted all of this with composure. Several days later, he gets called to the teacher's lounge, where a teacher notes that his attitude recently has been quite poor. He knows he has good grades, but he should act like a student. For his punishment, he should write a reflection paper right away. If he writes it poorly, and he is not touched, he will have to write it again. Kim accepts this punishment, but he knows what's happening. They are limiting his time by enforcing punishment on him. This is probably all a golden circle plan. A few students come around and ask if he's fine, as it seems that the teachers are really picking on him purposely. The golden circle is doing this because those bastards gave them money. Kim confirms that the teachers are paid by the golden circle to bully him, but this is all they can do. No matter how amazing those bastards are, they cannot do much inside a school. He has no reason to be scared. The ones who have a lot to lose here are the teachers. Kim's plan is to hold out until they go against their own rule set and show their hatred outside of school. They cannot get rid of him just by using their rules. He returns with his reflection paper, the teacher wondering how much he will endure, but when he reads the paper, he is appalled and calls Kim a crazy bastard. He throws the paper away in anger, which contains mockery about all the teachers and all of their lavish lifestyles because of the golden circle's money. Kim wonders how the golden circle will react if the corruption of this school were to be exposed. Would it not be a truly fun experiment to see whether they will kill him by risking their entire organization or abandon them all? They should prepare themselves. His reflection paper is perfect for cutting up some loose ends. He also believes that a report to the Department of Education has just been made. The teacher runs away, which Kim has predicted. They expected to appease the internal complaints, but failed to even take down his own people. The golden circle must satisfy their clients in order to sustain themselves, but they cannot stop him, a mere high schooler. It is only a matter of time. Since everything is over, they have nothing to gain. They will try to get rid of any traces that would connect them to all of this and walk out in their eyes. He is an imminent demise, and in order to maintain the organization, the master of the golden circle will try to get rid of him, no matter what. However, he will not act outside of school. This is not bad for him at all. Now we can dig deeper into this. If he's honest, something so pathetic as this is nothing. The bigger problem is that they will either change his answer sheet or manipulate his grades somehow. This means that he must finish all of this before the midterms, so that they can't do that. The teacher Wang Ji will go to the principal to talk about the reflection paper, and in turn she will ask the golden circle to take care of it. But that is all they can do. Thanks to his strategy, this issue will become much more than it is now. At the Civil Service Support Center, a riot is breaking out with Don Kiel, showing that the teachers are receiving money to torment the students. An employee is trying to tell him that they are just a support center, but he demands that they check Wongi's assets. Then they will see that he is telling the truth. The employee asks him to calm down, but he refuses, as even the principal is corrupt. There are instances where some rich parents are using early leaves and absences that involve monetary transactions. Just what does that mean? The employee understands, but they have to go through the process. Don Cheol screams that it will be too late. While they confirm this, his son is suffering from school violence, which he absolutely hates. They must solve this to prevent more victims. That is the role of the South Korean's Department of Education. The employee can't believe that a group of civilians came to riot, and that they also got Janggan News on this. Don Cheol came here after receiving information from Kim. The Jangdan News, which is known for their truthful reports, is also here. This means that besides the construction company, Kim also has another supporter. Several days ago, Kim went to Manhwa wanting to use his power. Kim showed him what he found, that including Cheol Young, other top-level members of the Golden Circle, are politicians and businessmen. Manhwa did not expect him to find the leader of the Golden Circle so quickly, but he's more interested in Kim Cheol, who is the key figure leading the party he wants to annihilate. Kim explained that he created this situation where he can step up. He will catch Kim Cheol And if the golden circle, which is a societal problem that is waiting to burst, can be solved, then there will be no obstacles in his way of becoming a presidential candidate. Panho like this. He never expected for this boy to keep his promise. He really is talented. Panho agreed. He will have his fun, but what should he do in return? Kim only wanted him to make the headline, Murray hides corruption, and call a news outlet that can put pressure on the golden circle. With all of that, they can see that he's interested in such a case. Panho couldn't help but laugh, and said that he would even let him borrow his name, in the present with the clear evidence. The group of civilians made headlines of this case, and Yonghwa News published a report quickly. Even though the article seems unrelated to the golden circle, the fact that this was revealed to the world caused them to retreat from Murray High. The Department of Education also stepped in, asking the students to write down anything that they have seen or heard, like school violence or corruption. The Department of Education was wary of the attention, so they put on a show. They were afraid that they would be hit with a backlash if the students reported them, and that included Jawa. He doesn't know what to write, and wonders if provoking those bastards would achieve anything. This school is unfair and unjust, but Kim's words come to mind. He knows that it's difficult for him, but he should not forget this. If he wants to live independently, if he messed with someone, he needs to show others that he paid the price for those actions. Jo-wook becomes enraged. He will not let them win, while he does nothing. This is an opportunity for him to do something, and he will. Later that night, Wang tells the principal that this is bad. The public has gotten involved, and the Department of Education has started to investigate. At this rate, they will be in big trouble. Has the golden circle even done anything? No matter how he looks at this situation, someone has to be the fall guy. The principal tells him to wait. She has contacted them, so they will reply soon enough. One asks what she will do if they decide to abandon them. Those fuckers have not done a proper thing as of late, including what is happening right now. After putting her cigarette out, the principal tells him to calm down, even if what he fears happens. They cannot do much that he should know. As she tries to explain what type of organization the Golden Circle is, her phone rings, prompting a meeting. Hyungjin tells her that the person they serve created this organization with unconventional ideas, even if they are pretty conservative. They are being stubborn about their rule to not handle this outside of school. He understands, since it was easy to cover up the case as school violence. Most, if not all, think that it was a mistake made by students, but they don't see what's behind the scenes. Just by looking at how much they will profit if they defeat Kim, that is, it would be logical to make an exception. But that exception is what will also create a crack. The principal asks what they should do, and Hyungjin tells her that this situation is unavoidable. This case is not simple. Politician Panho threw some very good-looking bait, and Yang and news bits. This is a joint operation between reporter and politician. Panho is trying to raise his status with this situation. The problem is that they cannot cover this up. So if they won't back off, they must give them something or someone. The principal demands to know if they are really abandoning her, and if she will just allow it to happen. But Hyungjin notes that it's in her best interest. If she just trusts them, she will get reinstated later. But if she dares to fight back, they will end her. They are the alpha, and she's just a lowly beta. This is payment for everything she has received. Wongi knows that this is over. The Golden Circle promised him money, but now will they give it to him? He has seen them abandon those they deem worthless. Already his mind starts to break, as he still has 20 years of mortgage to pay on this house, along with the school fees of his children and his pension. The principal had her fun, but he did not. This is all because of Kim. But maybe he can do something, since those who listen to him are given money, and Tyson with desperation in his eyes.